Galw'r aelodau I drefn ac wrth I ni gychwyn hoffwn gymryd y cyfle I groesawu dirprwyeth o Senedd Sudan sy'n ymweld â'n Senedd ni heddi. Croeso I chi. Yr eitem gyntaf yn agenda ni yw'r cwestiynau'r prif weinidog a'r cwestiwn cyntaf Janet Finch-Saunders.
Diolch Llywydd. Will the First Minister make a statement on the Welsh Government's support for the farming industry in Wales?
Yes, we'll continue to work side by side with our farmers and other key stakeholders to deliver our shared vision of a prosperous, resilient agriculture industry.
Thank you. Panorama this week looks at how Brexit could impact on our farmers here in Wales. Now, as Mr Jacob Anthony from your constituency said on the programme, the EU has one agricultural policy that's meant to fit all 28 nations, countries farming reindeer in the Arctic Circle, all the way down to farmers in the Mediterranean growing olives. How are you therefore working with the UK Environment Secretary and others to include the Farmers Union of Wales towards developing the best possible deal for our farmers that is better suited to Wales? And will you outline your response to the NFU's policy document, Vision for the Future of Farming, a new domestic agricultural policy?
Well, it's not actually correct to say that it's one size fits all in Europe. Of course, there are variations across Europe. And nor should it be the case that one size should fit all. Nor should it be the case that one size should fit all in the UK, for that matter, because our farming is quite different. The structure of our farming is quite different, for example, to that of many parts of England. We would be more than happy to work with the DEFRA Secretary of State if only he would bother to meet with us. Meetings with Leslie Griffiths as Minister of Scotland for last month and this month. So we're more than happy to meet with him. I'm sure the Minister is looking forward to doing that. I understand he will be at the Royal Welsh. Perhaps he will meet with us then. But what I can say absolutely clearly is that it does not bode well when the first action of a DEFRA Secretary of State is to cancel meetings with devolved administrations. And secondly, it is hugely important that when the repeal bill is published, there is an acknowledgement that it is not for the UK government to take the powers away from Brussels that should come to Wales and keep them in London. Under no circumstances will we support that.
Lyned Morgan.
Ydy prif weinidog yn cytuno dylid archwilio mewn i'r posibilrwydd o benodi diwydiannwr profiadol I sicrhau os fydd rhwystredigaethau I ffermio yn ffurf tariffs uchel I gael mynediad yr Uned Ewropeaidd, a gallwn ni achub beth gallwn ni o amaeth Cymru trwy sicrhau fod llawer fwy o fwyd Cymru yn cael ei procuro am ein ysgolion a'n ysbytau, hyd yn oed os bydd hwnna yn costio chydig fwy o arian. Ac y galla'r diwydiannwr yma hefyd fod yn gyfrifol am ddatblygu gwell cydweithrediad rhwng ffermwyr I sicrhau bod bwyd Cymru o ansawdd uchel yn gallu cael ei cyflenwi mewn ffordd dibynadwy I archfarchnadoedd Cymru dros Prydain I gyd.
Wel, yn gyntaf, gwrs, bydd unrhyw fath o dariff yn hollol yn wael I ffermwyr Cymru. Yn ail, bydd unrhyw fath o rwystredigaeth ynglyn â chael mynediad i'r farchnad Ewropeaidd yn wael I ffermwyr Cymru. Ni wedi bod yn gweithio gyda ffermwyr a hefyd cwmnïau bwyd er mwyn sicrhau bod mwy o sectorau cyhoeddus, mwy o gyrff yn y sector cyhoeddus yn Cymru yn prynu bwyd o Gymru. Ac wrth gwrs, does dim rhaid I awdurdodau lleol nag I gyrff eraill I prynu beth bynnag sy'n siapach. A ni wedi gweld cynyddiad dros y blynydde o gig yn mewn enghraifft i'r gwasanaeth iechyd o Gymru, o achos y ffaith bod ni wedi gweithio gyda chynhyrchwyr er mwyn sicrhau bod nhw'n gallu sicrhau bod bwyd ar gael dydd ar ôl dydd, wythnos ar ôl wythnos. Ond mae rhaid wrth gwrs pwysleisio o'r ffaith bod hwnna ddim yn rhywbeth sy'n mynd I wneud lan am golli neu gweld rwystredigaeth ynglyn â'r farchnad Ewropeaidd.
Simon Thomas.
Diolch, Llywydd. Mae'n siŵr bydd y prif weinidog am ymuno gyda fi yn Llongyfarch Hifenfa De Arfon, cwmni cydweithredol am wneud yr enw gorau erioed yn eu hanes hir nhw, a fe sy'n ymweld â'r safle'n diweddar iawn a gweld bod dyfodol a gyfer math yma cydweithio yn y sector amaeth. Oedd hefyd yn wir bod y elw yna yn seiliedig a busoddiad sylweddol o arian Ewropeaidd a cefnogaeth gan Llywodraeth Cymru. Nawr, wrth fynd ymlaen, mae'r ysgrifennydd cabinet chi dros cyllid wedi sicrhau y bydd targed mewnol o gwafio a confaith strwythurol gan Llywodraeth Cymru o 80% mwyn trio dywallu angen a gwneud yn siŵr bod ni'n gwneud y gofal ohono fe. A newch chi osod targed tebyg ar gyfer gwafion chi, os gwelwch yn dda, ar y raglen datblygu gwledig, fel bod cwmnïau fel Hifenfed Arfon yn gallu busoddi at y dyfodol a phawb arall yng Nghymru hefyd.
Wel, mae'r arian yn mynd mas ar y rat byddwn ni erbyn ynglyn â'r cynllun datblygu gwledig. Mae gyda'n wrth gwrs dan ni 2023 i ala'r arian, a does dim reswm yn feddwl bod yr arian ddim yn cael ei hala. Gai felly ymuno gyda'r aelod ynglyn â llongyfarch Hifenfed Arfon. Yn y lle cynta nes i fynd i pan o'n i'n weinidog. Peth amser yn ôl nawr, fi'n cofio wrth gwrs yr hanes mwy 1933 yn credu gath Hifenfa i sefydlu. So felly, mae hwnna'n dangos wrth gwrs faint mor llwyddiannus mae wedi bod. Ond, wedi gweud o'r blaen bod rhaid wrth gwrs sicrhau mwy o grwpiau neu cwmnïau cydweithredol yn y byd ffermio yng Nghymru. Dwi ddim yn fan sydd wedi cael ei groesawu pob tro gan ffermwyr na rhai eraill yn y diwydiant. Ond mae fe'n holl bwysig i sicrhau bod ffermwyr yn gallu cael pris teg iddi cynnyrch. Un ffordd o wneud hynny, wrth gwrs, yw sicrhau bod yn gweithio gyda'i gilydd mwyn bod nhw ddim yn cael bod nhw'n gorfod felly i werthu fe'n unigolion. Ni'n gwybod hynny, wrth gwrs, gyda'r prynwyr bydd yr cryfder.
Cwestiwn 2, Sian Gwenllian.
A wnaeth y prif weinidog ddatganiad am ddiswyddiadau staff yn Prifysgolion Cymru.
Ni'n ymwybodol bod nifer o sefydliadau wrth i'n adolygu a strwythur y staffio ar hyn o bryd. Ni'n disgwyl iddyn nhw i gynnal trafodaethau ystyrlon gyda'r aelodau staff ar undebau llafur a hefyd gyda Chyngor Cyllido Addysg Uwch Cymru mwyn archwilio'r goblygiadau sefydliadau unigol a'i myfyrwyr.
Os o'n i'n hoffi llongyfarch fy Mhrifysgol leol Bangor, gama hi ydy'r unig brifysgol yng Nghymru i ennill gwobrau'r fframwaith rhagoraeth dysgu Llywodraeth y Deyrnas Gyfunol, sydd yn ganlyniad ardderchog yn cadarnhau fod Prifysgol Bangor yn cynnal safona a dysgu ac addysgu rhagorol yn gyson ar gyfer ei myfyrwyr, a bod y ddarpariaeth ym Mangor o'r safon ucha a welir yn y Deyrnas Gyfunol heddiw. Ond ar yr un pryd, dwi yn nodi bod Prifysgol Bangor ynghyd â bron pob prifysgol yng Nghymru wrth i'n ymgynghori ynglŷn â diswyddiadau posib. 117 o ddiswyddiadau posib gorfodol Mangor yn unig. Yn anffodus, mae cynifer o'n prifysgolion ni'n cael ei gorfodi cymryd cama yma ar hyn o bryd. Ydych chi'n cytuno bod i'n hen bryd i Lywodraeth Cymru ystyried y sefyllfa o ddifri a darparu adnoddau ariannol ychwanegol ar gyfer ein prifysgolion fel mater o frys?
Wel, mae'r prifysgolion wrth gwrs yn annibynnol, ac wrth gwrs mae lan i nhw i wneud i penderfyniadau. Dyn ni ddim wrth gwrs yn croesawu unrhyw sefyllfa lle mae bobl falle mynd i golli i swyddi, ond nid dim ond o'r Llywodraeth yr arian i ddod. Mae yna ddyletswydd a'r brifysgolion yn sicrhau bod mwy o gellid yn dod o tu fas y sector cyhoeddus, o tu fas i'r pwrs cyhoeddus. Edrych ar arian ynglyn am ymchwilio ar enghraifft, edrych am arian ynglyn â'r byd masnachol, a felly wrth gwrs mae yna dyletswydd nhw'n i wneud hynny, ond dyn ni ddim yn gweld neb yn colli i swyddi mewn unrhyw brifysgolion, a byddwn ni wrth gwrs yn gweud wrth brifysgolion bod yn hynod o bwysig i sicrhau bod popeth yn cael ei wneud mwyn sicrhau bod sefyllfa yna ddim yn digwydd, a felly hwnna dylai fod y last resort, a nid rhywbeth maen nhw'n wneud pan maen nhw'n ystyried hwn am y tro cyntaf.
Darren Miller.
Diolch, Llywydd. Well, Welsh universities, of course, make a huge contribution to the Welsh economy. Around 5% of the Welsh economy is as a result of Welsh university activity. And, of course, if you are losing staff from a university, very often they're experienced and expensive staff that the university tries to move on first. What guarantees have you had from the university sector that will not undermine the opportunity for the sector to perform very, very well in terms of its contribution to the Welsh economy, particularly if significant numbers of staff are going to be shed as a result of reductions in terms of certain courses and income?
Well, I think it's hugely important that our universities don't hamstring themselves in terms of the way they compete, not just with each other. Wales is a very small market, but across the world. And universities must consider whether losing staff would mean that they are no longer able to provide a service for their students and possibly no longer able to attract an extra income as a result. As I said in answer to the member for Arfon, redundancy should be considered as a last resort and not as a first.
Cwestiynau nawr gan arweinwyr y pleidiau. Arweinydd yr wrth blaid Andrew R.T. Davies.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. First Minister, the interim report from the Commission on Health and Social Care published its findings today. The government obviously set this commission in motion and the final report is due the end of this year. Previous Labour governments haven't got a very good record when it comes to implementing detailed findings from commissions, such as the Williams Commission, for example. Can you give us a feel of how important the government, or what importance the government attaches to the findings from the Commission, and will it be the central plank for this government going forward in this Assembly, the way it shapes health and social care, the recommendations that the report comes out with?
Well, we wouldn't have set up the review on a cross-party basis if we weren't going to take it seriously. Obviously not. We look forward to the report when it's published, and that will form the basis of our thinking for the future.
I think what's important for us to understand, and I commend you for setting up the parliamentary review, because some of the findings that they've made available today, backed up by evidence, showing obviously in the next couple of years we'll see a 44% increase in over 65s and yet a 5% contraction in working age people, show that there are real challenges to be faced. And where those challenges can be faced cross-party, obviously those solutions will come a lot more easier. But it is vital to understand, will this Commission and its recommendations meet the end that many other commissions that the government has commissioned? And I use the example again, the Williams Commission. Or will these findings actually form the central plank of government thinking going forward to the end of this Assembly in 2022?
Well, we have to remember, of course, when he mentions the Williams Commission was opposed by other parties in this chamber. It wasn't as if the government decided off its own bat, despite the support of others, that the recommendations would move forward. With regard to health, this is a major commitment for us to make. We made it, of course, as part of our programme for government, and it is hugely important that we can do as much as we can to find common ground on health across parties, to understand what the challenges are, because the challenges are the same regardless of politics, and then to see how those challenges can be met. And that's very much part of our thinking. As I say, we will look forward to receiving the report and look forward to acting on as much of it as we can.
I think what would have given us more confidence is we could have had a clearer answer that would have said, yes, this will form our thinking going forward, the recommendations, and ultimately you look forward to delivering those recommendations rather than just looking forward to getting the report and then deciding what to do. Because time is of the essence, as Mansell Awood points out. The demographic time bomb has already gone off. The other part of the report talks about the skills crisis within the NHS and social care that needs addressing now. It talks of now, not in the future, but it's actually happening with our workforce planning at the moment. And importantly, it talks about structures and the way structures will, and I think the word that they use, the scale of the challenge means that the system is becoming unstable, which cannot be resolved by small step-by-step changes. So on this basis then, do you believe that that leads to the obvious conclusion that there will have to be whole-scale structural change within the NHS here in Wales and the social care sector? Or do you believe that a more incremental approach can deliver the solutions that the interim report points to, that the final recommendations will suggest needs to be taken up by the Welsh Government? Well,
there has to be change, it's clear. I wouldn't use the word wholesale. I'm reluctant to express a view without seeing the recommendations of the report, for obvious reasons, but we would want to implement as much of it as we can and to seek consensus across the chamber in order to do that. In terms of skills, there is no doubt that any kind of restriction on migration will make the skills situation worse, because, of course, the social care sector recruits heavily from outside the UK, as, of course, does the medical and nursing professions. And that's an impact we can't control directly here. But if he's asking me the question, is this simply an exercise that we are taking forward without there being a clear end game? The answer to that is no. We want to make sure that, working with other parties around this chamber, we can implement as many of the recommendations as possible. We have to see them first in order to make a judgment as to whether we can do that for all recommendations or most of them.
Arweinydd Plaid Cymru, Leanne Wood.
Diolch, Llywydd. First Minister, all of the opposition parties in the Assembly have called for a full independent inquiry into the decisions surrounding the Circuit of Wales project. Indeed, some of your own backbenchers have said that there are serious questions to answer. The first step in that process would be the publication of your own external due diligence report, and you've agreed to publish this. but only when the Assembly is in recess. Now, for many of us, this looks like a government that is seeking to postpone scrutiny for a decision that was itself postponed until after the election. Can the First Minister say whether his government has yet asked the company and the external advisers if they are happy for that report to be published? And in terms of the one piece of information placed in the public domain, which you described as unfortunate, is the First Minister able to assure us that no one associated with the government was involved in its disclosure?
Leak inquiry has been initiated by the Permanent Secretary. That will have to take its course. Secondly, the process of talking to the organisations involved who are mentioned in the due diligence report has begun with a view to publishing it. We want to publish as much of it as possible.
One of the reasons that an independent inquiry has been called for is because of a series of misleading statements made by the government, often during election campaigns. I'm sure that is coincidental, First Minister. You were asked on the 7th of April 2016 why the proposal had been rejected the day before, and you said, and I quote, "What happened originally was that they were looking for a guarantee of 30 million from us. It then went up to 357 million. When asked when that happened, you said, and I quote, "in the last few days." You again said to Wales Online on April the 11th, and I quote again, "It was in the last few days beforehand. We weren't to know that the guarantee would be inflated." Yet a senior director of Aviva Investors, Mark Wells, contradicts what you said. He denied that Aviva had requested a 100% underwrite a few days before the rejection. He says, and again I quote, "This deal has been worked up with Welsh Government through civil servants for many months, and nothing in our funding structure has changed in the run-up to this announcement." First Minister, only one of the two of you can be right. Can you tell us today which one of you is right and which one of you is wrong?
April 2016.
So you weren't, that wasn't a long-term discussion. Is that what you're saying, that you hadn't been in long-term discussion with that company? Are you denying that now? You said on BBC Wales on the 26th of April this year, in the run-up to the election, just a few days before, "I want the Circuit of Wales to work." End of. You added that since last year the funding model had changed. In your words, that is changing now, the model is better, you said. Can you explain what changed between that statement before the election and then the rejection a month later after the election? You've told us that in the last 10 days or so, you were told about the balance sheet classification issue. Lots of concerns seem to have been arising for you, First Minister, in the last few days. Your government's been looking at this project for 6 whole years. Why was the classification issued not once on this floor raised by you? Why wasn't it raised in the 28 different meetings that you had with the developers? And considering that £10 million or so of public money that has gone into this project, that could go up because the company behind the project says that there is a legal claim against this government to be made. First Minister, you decide to postpone this decision till beyond an election. You decided to postpone the due diligence publication to when this Assembly is in recess. Why didn't you decide to postpone the final decision so that you could have at least got Aviva and everyone else around the table to see if these issues that identified in the last few days could have been resolved?
Well, first of all, I'm sorry to give her a direct answer to a question she asked. She was clearly knocked backwards by it verbally. And let me give you some more direct answers. The project 6 years ago is not the same project as the project we dealt with. It's changed many times in terms of its financial structure. The project that we looked at was a project that we had seen recently in the course of the last few months. It's a project, of course, that was based on the guarantee that's out there publicly. We looked at the financial structure that was proposed. We went through the due diligence, and the due diligence revealed that there was a very high risk of the costs of the guarantee being regarded as being on balance sheet. I don't know if she knows what that means, but on balance sheet means that it will be treated as if we had given the company money now. It would mean we would find £157 million worth of capital reductions in this financial year. That's the risk that we took. Now, we worked with the company to see what we can do to help them. There was a meeting between the company and officials after the decision. It was explained to the company what the issues were, and they accepted it. They clearly haven't spoken to her because the company accepted the issue with regard to the issue being on balance sheet and the risks that that posed to us. They did not argue with it. Could I suggest she talks, perhaps, to the company to take their view on this? But one thing that Plaid Cymru have never said is whether they agree with the decision or not. Until we know whether they agree or not, so we can assess whether they think that there are high risks to be taken with Welsh public spending, then, of course, I cannot accept a lecture from the leader of Plaid Cymru.
Oh, come on. This is terrible. Group UKIP, Neil Hamilton.
Llywydd, I agree absolutely 100% with everything that the leader of Plaid Cymru has just said. And there are occasions when UKIP can be ecumenical. In the interest of the Welsh people, this is one of them. And it's something which perhaps we can follow up in the Public Accounts Committee, if not in a public inquiry, if that be not granted. But I want to ask about the First Minister's forthcoming meeting with Michel Barnier, the EU chief negotiator on Brexit, which I understand is happening on Thursday. Is he going to use this opportunity to complement the UK government's negotiating strategy, or to seek to undermine it? I believe that the First Minister accepts that we are going to leave the single market, and the government has said it is going to leave the customs union. That is something which I don't believe to be negotiable. I read that he is going to say to Michel Barnier that it's vital in the interests of Welsh jobs that we remain, if not members of the single market, at least with full frictionless access to it. But does he not accept that when you go into a negotiation, like Michel Barnier himself, you should play hardball and not softball? If you go into a negotiation accepting the fundamental tenets of the other side's arguments, then you're not likely to get the deal that you want, but a worse one. So what he should explain to Michel Barnier on Thursday is the advantages of mutuality here, both to the Europeans and to the British, of having the maximum possible free trade between us. And simply using this as an opportunity to grandstand against the negotiating strategy of the UK government is likely to fail anyway, but will also do the Welsh Government no good in its dealings with the UK Government at home.
Well, I'm grateful for his display of telepathy telling me what I'm going to say on Thursday. I'm grateful for his advice on that. I can say to him, I'm not going there to negotiate. I'm going there to explain the position that we have taken as a government in our white paper agreed with Plaid Cymru. And our position is very clear publicly. That once we are leaving the EU, the terms upon which we leave the EU are hugely important. As with regards undermining the UK's negotiating strategy, I have no idea what that is. And until we have a better idea what the UK government's own view on these things, rather than different voices, Boris Johnson again today, Michael Gove saying something different, David Davis saying something different, the Prime Minister saying something that she's repeated several times over that she's seen on a piece of paper, we need to know what the position of the UK government actually is. We don't know that.
The First Minister is obfuscating here. He knows perfectly well that the aim of the UK government is the same as the aim of the Welsh government, and that is to achieve the maximum possible degree of free trade between the UK and the EU. But this is a reciprocal process. And if we are not granted free trade to Europe, we will not grant the EU free trade with us. And given that they have a trade deficit of £61 billion a year with us, it's as much in their interests as it is in ours, as it is in trade worldwide, that we reduce barriers to the free exchange of goods and services. So if he uses this opportunity on Thursday to reinforce that message, he may do himself a bit of good with the UK government by going with the grain. I wholly agree with what he said earlier on about DEFRA ministers not meeting with Welsh ministers. I do believe that was disrespectful and unhelpful. But it may be that the attitude of the UK government towards the Welsh government is informed by the approach which he and his colleagues have taken to the Brexit negotiations. They may think, what is the point of meeting with them, because they're only going to disagree with us.
Well, the Prime Minister went into the general election on the basis of attaining a mandate to leave the single market, leave the customs union and leave the jurisdiction of the European Court of Justice. On each of those points, she failed. She failed. The British people did not support that view. And so now it's incumbent on us to find a way that provides the greatest level of consensus. Yes, we're leaving. Yes, nobody wants WTO rules to apply, but they will apply unless there is at least a transitional period, because there's not going to be a deal by March 2019. Nobody surely can believe that, given I've spoken to trade negotiators, and they'd say to me it takes 18 months to agree on what you're going to talk about, let alone getting a deal. These things are by nature very, very complicated. So it is hugely important that we look at transitional arrangements. We've put forward our view. It's in a white paper. It's very clear whether people agree with it or not. At least people can see that it's there. I have no idea what the UK government's current position now is. That's in no one's interests. And it's hugely important that they work with the devolved administrations to get there. We don't start from a position of trying to undermine the UK government. We will be vocal publicly if we disagree with what they're saying. But that's not where we start. But unfortunately, we can't even get to that point because the UK government at the moment has shut up shop to ourselves and Scotland. Now, that is not a sensible way forward if we're going to get a Brexit deal that attracts support across the UK.
Well, I made my point on that. But the EU comprises another 27 member states. With almost all of them, we have a trade deficit. In Germany's case, for example, we have a trade deficit which amounts to £25 billion a year. 1 in 10 of every car made in Germany is exported to the United Kingdom. There is a massive interest in Germany in retaining the maximum possible free trade with Britain. There is a huge deficit in most agricultural products in the UK, and therefore there is again, a mutuality of interest in maintaining the maximum possible freedom, for example, to export French wine, subject to the lowest possible form of restriction. And therefore, I'm asking the First Minister whether he will take steps, along with his colleagues, to do a tour of the capitals of Europe to talk to the governments of individual member states, because they won't be involved directly in the Brexit negotiating process, in order to see what mutuality of interest we can engender there to help put pressure upon the EU Commission, which is of course unelected, to take the most liberal attitude towards free trade between our respective countries.
Well, first of all, it's been made absolutely clear, and there is no dissent amongst EU 27 about this, that the UK's future arrangement cannot be as beneficial as membership of the EU. For obvious reasons, they take the view you can't have your cake and eat it, to use that phrase. That's the first thing to remember. The European Union is now stronger and more united, probably, than ever it has been. We must be very, very careful that that isn't a unity against the UK, and diplomacy must be used to make sure that that doesn't happen. This is not a negotiation of equals. The EU is 8 times bigger than the UK. Its market's far, far larger. It's far more attractive to foreign investors and exporters than the UK is, because it's got far more consumers than the UK. So we have to come at this from a realistic viewpoint. He makes the point about the EU exporting more to the UK than the UK to the EU in terms of numbers. Well, it would be odd if it didn't, given the fact it's 8 times bigger. Of course, it's going to export more in terms of money and numbers. But if you look at percentages, actually, we export far more of our exports into the European market than EU products coming into the UK. I think about 8% of the EU's of EU27's exports go into the UK. From Wales' perspective, it's 67% the other way. So actually, as a percentage, we stand to lose far more than Europe does. Bear in mind, of course, the EU has just signed a free trade deal with Japan. The German car manufacturers will eye that very, very greedily, because they will look at a free trade agreement. Japan's a huge opportunity for them in a market that's twice the size of the UK, bluntly, twice the size of the UK. The German car manufacturers have already said that they are, from their perspective, they'd want the UK to stay in. They are not going to press their own government for some kind of special deal for the UK. And the Germans value the EU and its unity more than anything else. I mean, that's been very clear over the course of the past few months. BMW are not a member state of the EU, and that's something we should remember. We are realistic. Mutuality is important. A good deal for all is important. But, of course, we're now faced with a position with a Prime Minister who went into an election with a clear programme of what she wanted to do and lost, or failed to win the election as a result of that. And that's why it's so important that the UK Government works with the devolved administrations to get to a position on Brexit that we can all try and support. But so far, the door's been shut.
Question 3, Vicky Howells.
Diolch, Llywydd. Will the First Minister outline the actions being taken to ensure that children and young people in the Cynon Valley do not go hungry during school holidays?
We're providing £500,000 for 2017-18 to accelerate the rollout of the WLGA summer holiday programme, and Penawine Primary School in Aberdare is one of the sites benefiting from the funding.
Thank you, First Minister. During the year 2015 to 2016, there were over 8,300 children who were eligible for free school meals within Rhondda Cynon Taff. And this means that more than 1 in 10 of all children in Wales who are eligible for free school meals reside within my county borough. New research from the Trussell Trust suggests that, and I quote, lone parents and their children are notably more likely to use food banks, suggesting that, even compared to the low-income population, lone parents and their children are particularly vulnerable to needing food banks. This is especially a problem within larger families and is exacerbated greatly during the school holidays when these families have no access to free school meals. We know that the Welsh Government has plans for an extended system of lunch and fun clubs. So I'd like to ask how preparations going ahead of the school holidays, which start in just a few weeks' time, and what evaluation of this scheme in tackling holiday hunger will take place.
Well, we are working with the WLGA in order to move the scheme forward, of course, in the coming summer holidays. Evaluation is in place. Evaluation, for example, of the previous scheme of the pilot scheme was done and indeed was published in February 2017, and the findings are made in relation to health, social and education outcomes, and the findings that we saw from the pilot scheme are very encouraging.
David Melding.
First Minister, this is a very important issue, and I commend the Education Secretary's announcement earlier this year to pilot these lunch and fun clubs. Aimed for primary schools at first, which I just wonder if it's going to be a scheme you will examine for the secondary school sector, because helping those that receive free school lunches in terms of healthy nutrition, eating and healthy and programme of activities, education attainment, all these things are very, very important. That group has some of the poorest educational attainment of any that attend school, some of it because the school holiday itself is not very conducive to keeping that pattern of learning going. So this is an area I think needs careful examination.
Well, of course, money restricts what we might want to do, but with the programme rolling out over the course of this summer, of course, there will be an evaluation of it, as I have said, and in future years, of course, we'll keep under consideration how the programme might be extended when and if the finance becomes available.
Neil McAvoy.
Diolch, Llywydd. First Minister, your party has been running the Welsh Government for 18 years, and yet there are still children going hungry. 200,000 children in Wales live in poverty. Don't you think that it's a disgrace that a member of your own party has to stand up here and ask you about children going hungry in the Cynon Valley when you've had so long to do something about that? Why have you failed? Why have you failed?
What did he do as Deputy Leader of Cardiff, I wonder, in terms of taking this forward? Not much, I suspect, but he's always keen, of course, to point the finger elsewhere. Look, he is right to point out that there are children going hungry. Much of that is to do with the current policies of austerity pursued by the UK Government, over which we have little or no influence. But we can see that there are more and more children who find themselves in families who are unable to cope financially, which is why we're putting this programme in place, in order that in Wales we have a programme that helps young children through the summer and makes sure that they can have food in their bellies over the summer. That is, to my mind, true socialism, and something indeed we should be proud of in terms of what we're doing in Wales.
Question 4, Mark Isherwood.
Will the First Minister make a statement on employability programmes in Wales?
Well, the Minister for Skills and Science will make a statement setting out the Welsh Government's approach to employability later this afternoon, and that will set out how we will deliver our Taking Wales Forward commitment to reshape employability support in order to enable individuals to gain and maintain sustainable employment.
Well, thank you for that. As you'll be aware, the UK Government's Work and Health Programme in Wales is currently out to tender, forecast to reach 16,000 disabled people, those with health conditions or those out of work for more than 2 years, although there are 270,000 economically inactive people in Wales, excluding students and pensioners, according to Welsh Government figures. How will you address concerns expressed to me that the Welsh Government's employability programmes, which we will hear more about later, are currently, we understood, not projected to begin until April 2019, having slipped a year, and further that there will be only one prime contractor operating left in Wales, despite the Welsh Government's statement it wants to use multiple suppliers, and that if it doesn't act now, will be forced to rely on external companies coming into Wales to provide those services. And finally, in this context, to address to the statement to the cross-party group on industrial communities today by the Bevan Foundation, that in terms of employability, we need a one-stop shop, quote, with wiring of schemes behind the scenes in a seamless service, whether they're UK, Wales or third sector.
Well, I mean, the Minister said we'll make a statement later on this afternoon. He is right to say that we're looking to commence delivery of our new programme in April of 2019. While we transition to the new programme, we are looking at what we can do now to better support individuals into employment. Those transition arrangements will focus on making amendments to the current employability programmes for the interim period up to April 2019 in order to deliver greater impact. We're testing and trialling these approaches to support the Valley's Task Force agenda. Again, there's a statement on that, if I remember rightly, this afternoon, and that will inform the development then of the employability delivery plan.
Rhiannon Passmore.
Diolch. The Welsh Government, our programme for government taking Wales forward includes a commitment to reshape employability support for job-ready individuals and for those furthest away from the labour market. It is important to recognise that employability is not just about jobs and skills. It is about getting every aspect of government policy, education, health, housing, communities working together to support people into sustainable jobs. First Minister, what does the Welsh people's endorsement of Welsh Labour at the Assembly, local and general elections over the last year say about how the people view our plans for increasing employability in our nation?
Well, of course, it shows that the people of Wales trust Welsh Labour to deliver economically, socially and for their communities. And, of course, we saw that again last month.
Question 5, Mike Hedges.
Llywydd. Will the First Minister outline the Welsh Government's support for the Swansea Bay City region?
Well, we are working with local partners to support business growth, to improve infrastructure and to create a more attractive economic environment across the region.
Can I thank the First Minister for that response? The first supplementary budget provides an extra £20 million for the Cardiff City region. Will the Swansea Bay City region get the same financial support from the Welsh Government when it needs it?
Yes, the Swansea City deal is structured around 11 major project proposals. There is a process set out that triggers the money going to Swansea in the same way as Cardiff. It's not identical, but the Welsh and UK governments have committed to jointly invest, subject to the submission and approval of full business cases in relation to the 11 identified projects and the agreement of governance arrangements for the deal, a sum of up to £241 million on specific interventions.
Susie Davis.
Diolch, Llywydd, and thank you for that answer, First Minister. It's been over 3 months now since the deal was signed between yourself and the Prime Minister, yet as far as I understand it, the governance structure is still unresolved. I think work does need to move on now on delivering those projects that are worth £1.3 billion to the local area and beyond, with a strong focus on the commercialisation and economic development of ideas, as well as the social and wellbeing goals, of course. I'm wondering, have you given any consideration to delivering the Welsh Government oversight of this through the Economy and Infrastructure Department rather than through the Finance and Local Government Department?
No, there are no plans to change that. The reason why the governance arrangements haven't been agreed yet is because the general election intervened, and that, of course, set back the timetable. But we are keen, of course, to get to a position where the governance arrangements are agreed in order to see the deal being delivered successfully.
Simon Thomas.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. What message would it send to those involved in the city Swansea Bay City Deal region if we lose a huge renewable investment project in the tidal lagoon due to dither and delay by the Westminster Government? And have you had any indication at all that they're going to make a decision on this?
What impression does it give? A poor one. Have we had any suggestion that they are close to making a decision? No. Again, there is no reason why this project should not proceed. The Secretary of State for Wales, I think today, said that he supported the Swansea Bay tidal lagoon. Well, if he says he supports it, he must deliver it. He is the Secretary of State for Wales. He can't say he supports something and then say, well, of course, I can't help to deliver it. You know, he has said that, and it's hugely important then that he is able to make sure that his voice is heard on the UK Cabinet table. I mean, if the tidal lagoon doesn't come, what assessment do we make of the voice of the Secretary of State for Wales around that table? So, yes, we know that 1,000 jobs will be created by the tidal lagoon. We know that the UK Government needs to make its mind up now in terms of the financial arrangements surrounding the lagoon. We know there's been a review. We know there is no reason now why it should not proceed. If £1 billion can be given to Northern Ireland, there is no reason why the lagoon can't proceed.
Caroline Jones.
Diolch, Llywydd. First Minister, the City region has the potential not only to transform the Swansea Bay region, but also deliver wider benefits to Wales as a whole. The Internet of Life Science and Wellbeing could help reshape the way we deliver healthcare in future. Key to the success of the Internet Coast vision of the City region is the transatlantic cable. Can you provide an update, First Minister, on the progress made in bringing the fibre optic cable from New York to Oxwich Bay, which is within my region?
Well, I'll write to the member on that, but of course this is part of the ongoing development of business cases as part of the City deal, but I will write to her in more detail in terms of that specific project.
Hywir Anca Davies.
Diolch, Llywydd. I very much welcome the news today that we've had that the Secretary of State, Greg Clark, will actually meet with a cross-party delegation of chairs of prominent committees here to advocate the case once again for the tidal lagoon. And I thank him for the courtesy he's extended to that cross-party delegation. First Minister will know that we had a debate here before the general election where there was universal support for the tidal lagoon and for the findings of the Henry review here in this chamber. It also has the backing of the higher education sector, the construction sector, the business sector, the CBI, individual businesses, the unions, local government, cross-party, right across the board. So we'll welcome the opportunity of taking that delegation and stressing the strong commitment. Would he agree with me that there could be no better signal of the UK Government taking an active, direct interest in Wales in terms of energy, but also in terms of national infrastructure, than to give the go-ahead for the tidal lagoon in Swansea?
Absolutely. I mean, it presses all the right buttons, if you pardon the use of that expression, in terms of job creation, in terms of sustainability, in terms of the environment, in terms of it being a clean source of energy, in terms of reliability and predictability. There is no reason why this project should not go ahead. We need that decision soon so the UK Government shows that the amount of money it has already committed to Northern Ireland can be matched to part to the money it's prepared to commit to Wales.
Cwestiwn 6-2 Lloyd.
Fawr Llywydd. A wnaeth y prif weinidog amlinellu pa gamau y mae Llywodraeth Cymru yn ei cymryd i annog unigolion i ddysgu ieithoedd newydd.
Mae Llywodraeth Cymru yn rhoi gwerth mawr ar dysgu pob iaith, Cymraeg, Saesneg neu ieithoedd tramor modern. Fel enghraifft o hyn, mae Llywodraeth Cymru wedi sefydlu dyfodol byd eang cynllun 5 mlynedd i wella a hyrwyddo ieithoedd tramor modern mewn ysgolion.
Diolch yn fawr am yr ateb yna, Prif Weinidog. Efallai byddwch yn ymwybodol o ffair iaith yr Alban, sydd am ddim i'r cyhoedd, ac yn derbyn cefnogaeth swyddogol gan Lywodraeth yr Alban. Cynhelir y digwyddiad ar gyfer unrhyw un sydd yn ymddiddori mewn ieithoedd ac mewn cynnwys seminarau, dosbarthiadau blasu iaith a pherfformiadau diwylliannol mewn dathliad anhygoel o ieithoedd y byd. Mae'n dathliad bywiog, egniol a chyffroes sy'n gosod ieithoedd lleiafrifol ochr yn ochr a ieithoedd mawr honedig y byd. Yn dilyn y llwyddiant yma, ydy Llywodraeth Cymru yn agored i'r syniad o gynnal a chefnogi ffair ieithoedd yma yng Nghymru?
Wel, mae wedi dweud byddwn ni'n agored i'r syniad. Roedd wedi astudio ym mha ffordd mae hwnna'n gweithio yn yr Alban. Gaeth ddweud wrth yr aelod, wrth gwrs, un o'r pethau sy'n mynd i ddigwydd yn yr Hydref yw bod sefydliadau ieithoedd Ffrainc, yr Almaen a Sbaen mynd i agor swyddfeydd yng Nghymru. Mae hwnna'n cam mawr ymlaen, achos mae'n sicrhau bod yna ddigon o athrawon ar gael i ddysgu ieithoedd modern hefyd. Mae hwnna'n holl bwysig, ond mae'r syniad yn un sy'n werth ystyried.
Mohamed Ashka.
Thank you, Madam Presiding Officer. The latest Language Trend Wales report found that the teachers were extremely worried about the future of modern foreign languages. More than a third of Welsh schools now have less than 10% of 14 to 15 years old studying a modern foreign language. And the statistic is 44% of schools have fewer than 5 pupils studying foreign language at AS level, and 61% have fewer than 5 foreign language pupils at A levels. Given the global future is having a limited impact, what action will the Welsh Government take to stem the serious decline in modern foreign language learning in Wales, please?
Well, I mean, the Global Futures, remember, is a 5-year plan that's aimed at improving and promoting modern foreign languages, so the judgment of that will be after 5 years. I mean, there is no question that there will be a need for our students to develop foreign language skills in the future. One of the issues around Brexit, which has not yet been properly understood or explored, is that English is per se the second language of people in the European Union. If the UK leaves, the influence of English starts to diminish. What does that mean? It may mean nothing, but we don't know what that will mean in terms of other languages becoming more predominant then within Europe, and the need for our own children and young people to learn those languages as a result. It's why, of course, Global Futures was published in October 2015, with a view, of course, to improving the situation markedly by 2020.
Cwestiwn saith, Rhina Piarwerth.
Ar drywydd tebyg iawn, a wnaeth y prif weinidog ddatganiad am gyflwr addysgu ieithoedd modern mewn ysgolion uwchradd yng Nghymru.
Wel, dwi ddim yn hoff iawn o ddweud gai gyfeirio'r aelod i'r ateb roi y sypeth munud yn ôl, ond mae'r ateb, wrth gwrs, ar un llinellau, sef, mae yna strategaeth gyda ni mwyn sicrhau bod mwy o athrawon ar gael, a hefyd bod mwy o ddisgyblion yn astudio ieithoedd modern yn y pen draw.
Mae wedi bod yn bleser croesawu disgyblion o 2 ysgol gynradd o Ynys Môn i'r cynulliad heddiw, Porthaethwy, Ysgol Cornhir, Llangefni a Parc y Bont Llanddaniel. A mi fe sy'n trafod dysgu iaith ychwanegol efo disgyblion Parc y Bont a Cornhir. A mae disgyblion Cornhir eisoes yn y gynradd yn cael gwersi Ffrangeg yn wythnosol, ac mi oedden nhw fel disgyblion dwyieithog, wrth gwrs, yn eiddgar iawn i weld cyfleon i wthio i ffiniau ieithyddol. Ond wrth gwrs mae'r dystiolaeth yn deud wrthon ni bod cwymp mawr wedi bod yn nifer y disgyblion sy'n dysgu iaith dramor yn ysgolion uwchradd Cymru. Ar adroddiad diweddara gan y British Council tuuriad ieithoedd yng Nghymru yn dangos cwymp o bron iawn i hanner y disgyblion sy'n eistedd neu'n sefyll arholiad tygau a lefel A rwan mewn iaith dramor fodern o'i gymharu a 15 mlynedd yn ôl. Rwan mae cyfres o weinidogion llafur addysg wedi methu ag atal y llithro hwnnw. Ond ydy y prif weinidog yn cytuno rwan y galwad ddiweddar y grŵp trawsbleidiol y Cymru rhyngwladol i'r siarad am yr uchelgais mae o greu Cymru ddwyieithog +1 droi yn weithredu ar hynny, yn enwedig yng nghyd-destun y ffaith bod cwricwlwm newydd ar y ffordd.
Bydd yn rhywbeth hollbwysig i ystyried yn y pen draw. Mae yna bwysau heddiw, wrth gwrs, Siambr hyn a hefyd tu fas ynglyn â ymha ffordd yn ni cyrraedd y targed o filiwn o siaradwyr Cymraeg erbyn 2050. Ond wrth gwrs, fel mae'r aelod i sôn amdano, rydym yn meddwl bod ni'n mynd i anghofio am ieithoedd eraill. Ac wrth gwrs, un o'r pethau bydd ni'n sicrhau wneud yw clymu y strategau sydd gyda ni am yr iaith Cymraeg gyda'r strategau sydd yn barod, sef Global Futures, mwyn sicrhau bod plant yn cael y cyfle i ddysgu mwy na 2 iaith yn y dyfodol.
Diolch i'r prif weinidog. Yr eitem nesaf yw'r datganiad a chyhoeddiad busnes, a dwi'n galw ar arweinydd y tŷ i wneud y datganiad hynny. Jane Hutt.
Diolch, Llywydd. I have added 3 oral statements to today's agenda. The Cabinet Secretary for Health, Wellbeing and Sport will make a statement on the interim report of the Parliamentary Review on Health and Social Care. And the Minister for Lifelong Learning and Welsh Language will make oral statements on the Welsh Language Strategy and an update on the Ministerial Task Force on the South Wales Valleys. papers which are available to members electronically.
Nick Ramsey.
Leader of the House, two things, if I may. Firstly, I attended Monmouth School's speech day on Saturday, a school that is achieving increasingly good results. Meanwhile, just up the road, Monmouth Comprehensive's new school building is under construction, partially funded by Welsh Government's 21st Century School programme. Two excellent schools, and schools which work closely together. I wonder if we could hear from the Education Secretary as to how the independent school sector in Wales and the state sector are working together and how they're being encouraged to work together. I think there's a lot of cross-pollination that can happen between the two. I know traditionally the independent sector is allowed to get on with doing its own thing, but I think lessons can be learned, certainly happening in Monmouth, and I think that there's good work that can be done across Wales. Secondly, I'd like to thank Julie James, the Minister for Superfast Broadband, or not superfast in some cases in some parts of Wales. She attended a meeting in my constituency last night that was well attended, and she reassured my constituents that a prominent knot spot just outside Chepstow in the Wye Valley does have hope of connection at some point in the medium-term future. I understand the Welsh Government's consultation on broadband is coming to an end shortly, possibly later this week, and it's very important, I'm sure you'll agree, Leader of the House, that as many people and businesses contribute to that consultation as possible, so that the Welsh Government knows where knot spots are and the type of services that will be needed, bespoke in many cases, to fill those knot spots moving forward. They weren't dealt with in the phase 1 of broadband rollout, but it's important now that people across Wales do contribute to that consultation so that you have the fullest picture as possible as to how to move forward.
Well, thank you, Nick Ramsey, for two very positive questions. The business statement. I mean, clearly, I recall visiting Monmouth Comprehensive School and being able, as Education Minister at the time, to help secure the funding of 21st Century Schools. I actually would like to revisit, perhaps, when I'm passing by, because I'm sure it is now splendid premises and having an impact on learning. But also, obviously, working in the community, education community within Monmouth. And I know that the Education Secretary will have heard your point about the interactions, which, of course, are fostered between the independent and our publicly funded sector in education. And I mean, that's about share of facilities sometimes, as well as shared learning. I think your second point is, I'm sure that Julie James would very much welcome the fact that you've reminded Assembly members to ensure that they get in their points from their constituents and in terms of broadband, superfast broadband, in terms of those hotspots, not spots, and those particular areas where we have difficulties. But I think the consultation on the next stage is, as you say, it's the final few % of premises not covered by Superfast Cymru rollout, or indeed by the telecommunication company's own plans. And we do want to make sure that everybody without access takes part in this consultation. And that is a message I'm sure that needs to be shared again. Thank you for that, Nick Ramsey, today.
Bethan Jenkins.
I met with residents from a housing association in Bridgend recently, Cyfarfod Housing, and I was wondering if we could have a statement from the Cabinet Secretary for Housing with regards to some of the issues that they've raised with me, with regards to how housing associations are monitored by the Welsh Government, what checks are made to ensure housing associations comply with the Welsh Housing Quality Standard, and are there any sanctions for those which fail to comply? And could the Welsh Government look at which housing associations charge tenants for their services? For example, some of the tenants that I spoke to at Cyfarfod Housing were saying that they don't actually need some of the services that they are paying for within these particular service charges, and feel aggrieved by that very point. I understand that we are short on time because we're coming to the end of term, but if we could have a statement on the relationship between government and housing associations and monitoring their progress, I would be very grateful indeed. The second statement that I wanted to request from Welsh Government was one from the Education Cabinet Secretary with regards to financial education. I note from today's news that the report from Estin, its thematic review, has come out and has said that more needs to be done to train teachers on financial education. Again, as I identified through my private member's bill, it's very patchy from area to area, with secondary schools being less effective in teaching financial education than primary schools. So I would welcome a statement on this to understand what the Welsh Government are doing in reaction to this particular thematic review and how we can progress on this particular agenda through the Donaldson recommendations.
Thank you, Bethan Jenkins. I think on your first point, there may be particular issues that you will feel it's appropriate to write to the Cabinet Secretary on in terms of your meeting visits to a particular housing association. Your general points are important in terms of the governance and accountability arrangements for registered social landlords and the housing association sector, particularly in terms of progress to the Welsh Housing Quality Standard. On your second point, yes, the opportunities that I know the Cabinet Secretary of Education would want to take forward and address in relation to curriculum and other responsibilities, and indeed a forthcoming LCM where we will have an opportunity, committee scrutiny opportunity to consider the impact on Wales as well.
Joyce Watson.
Diolch, Llywydd. Leader of the House, I'd like a statement on discretionary housing payments, please. Figures from Shelter Cymru have clearly shown that £100,000 of this money, which was there specifically to help people whose housing benefit didn't cover the cost of their rent, was sent back by local authorities to Westminster last year. And 5 councils, 3 of those in my constituency, did account for 75% of the money returned, and they were Carmarthen, Gwynedd and Ceredigion. That is in stark contrast to other councils, including Torfaen, Monmouthshire, Cardiff, Vale of Glamorgan and Anglesey, who spent all of the allocation, and as is the case with Torfaen, it was boosted with some of their own funds. The discretionary housing payment fund is extremely important at helping those who are struggling with their rent to be able to stay in their home and to stop them from becoming either evicted or homeless. So I'm keen, therefore, to understand if the Welsh Government has had any discussions whatsoever with the local authorities regarding this money being sent back, to understand why it is that some councils can not only spend the allocation but add to it, while others are, in my opinion, completely failing their tenants.
Joyce Watson is right in saying how important discretionary housing payments are. In fact, it was very clearly highlighted in the Shelter Cymru campaign, which I'm sure we all heard about last week, Waste Not, Want Not, a campaign highlighting their concerns and raising awareness that people could be entitled to the additional help through the discretionary housing payment scheme. Clearly, from the outset, in terms of my response, we must recognise that the discretionary housing payments are non-devolved and they're administered by local authorities on behalf of the Department for Works and Pensions. However, working in collaboration with Welsh local authorities, we have introduced improved guidance, ensuring more consistent handling of applications, targeting those in greatest need. And of course that must include understanding, and clearly Welsh Local Government Association has an opportunity here to spread the good practice from those authorities that the member has highlighted, who are not only spending up to the limit, for some of them are spending more, and deciding that this must be a priority, such as for Cardiff and the Vale of Glamorgan.
Mohammed Ashka.
Presiding Officer, Cabinet Secretary is just following up to Joyce Watson. Can I ask for a statement from the Cabinet Secretary of Finance and Local Government on procedure followed by the local authorities regarding the issues of certificate of lawful use or development in the area? A constituent of mine who is running a business, family business, for over 30 years in the same area in Newport. He applied for an to a Newport City Council for a certificate of lawfulness and existing use for the same business and paid £390, whereas the initial payment is only £190. After meeting the official and getting scrutiny of the application, he had to pay extra £190 to get his application put in the council. After 2 months, due to small error in the application, he was refused on the ground that he could not get or approve the lawful use of the minimum because he did not provide the minimum period required for 10 years in the same area and the same business. Whereas I said earlier, is running the business for 30 years. And the rate department is only next to the licenses department. And he paid £380. And the answer he got now, last week, if he has to get this license again, he got to reapply again and pay £380 again. Could we ask a statement from the Cabinet Secretary on what guidance the Welsh Government has issued to local authorities in Wales to ensure common sense prevail over the bureaucracy in such situation? Thank you.
Well, I think the member, clearly is listening to and representing his local constituent, a business. But I think you have explained, indeed, in terms of the recounting the experience that business, local constituent, has had, why he has found or she has found himself in that situation. This is a matter for the local authority, and it is a matter not just in terms of regulation and statutory underpinning. It is a matter of discretion on many occasions, but it is also in terms of compliance, and businesses do need to comply.
Llywydd Griffith.
Llywydd, bythefnos yn ôl, mi gafodd gyrrwr motobeic I ladd ar yr hyn sy'n cael ei alw'n anffodus yn Ifo Triangle. Cyfres o ffyrdd neu rhwydwaith o ffyrdd yn ardal Pentrefoelas a Cherrig y Drydion sydd wedi cael ei hyrwyddo gan y cylchgrawn ceir Ifo fel man da I fynd I brofi'ch sgiliau gyrru ac I wthio'ch car i'r eitha. Nawr, mae hyn I gyd wedi creu dros gyfnod diwylliant lle allwch chi brynu nawr sticeri ceir, Crycity ac yn y blaen sy'n hyrwyddo hwn fel rhyw fath o destination. Mae'n cael ei ddisgrifio fel life-size Scalextrics track, mae'n cael ei ddisgrifio fel Disney World for driving enthusiasts. Ond y cynlyniad wrth gwrs yw bod pobl yn cael ei lladd. Ddydd Sul yma, mi fydd yna 2 ddamwen angeol ar yr A5, nid nepell o'r ardal honno hefyd. Felly, gai ofyn am ddatganiad gan ysgrifennydd yr economi esbonio beth mae'r Llywodraeth yn mynd I wneud I daclo hyn, oherwydd mae angen approach aml asiantaeth I fynd i'r afel â hyn mewn gwirionedd, neu fel arall, dwi'n ofni fyddwn ni ddim yn gweld hyn yn stopio. Ond mae fyddwn ni hefyd yn gofyn i'r Llywodraeth I ystyried, ydy'r cylchgrawn Ifo wedi croesi ffin fan hyn, ynglyn â'r modd yma nhw wedi bod yn hyrwyddo yr Ifo Triangle yma, ac os na le I gyfeirio y cylchgrawn at ipso, sef sefydliad annibynnol safonau'r wasg, oherwydd nid ffyrdd rasio yw ffyrdd cyhoeddus Cymru, a mae rhaid I ni roi stop ar hyn am unwaith ac am byth. I'm also aware that the Community Secretary has made a series of statements around fire safety recently. But following the terrible Tower fire that, of course, we all know about of late, could we also have a statement from the Cabinet Secretary explaining what the government is going to do to ensure that the fire service in North Wales doesn't face further cuts after what has been a decade of cutting back on services? We know that 20% of Welsh firefighters have been lost over the last 10 years, and that there are now proposals as well to cut around 24 of our firefighters in North Wales. That's 1 in 6 of all the firefighters that we have, and also to scrap one of the 2 fire engines that serve the Wrexham area. It's austerity that's driving this agenda, whereas our priority, of course, should be saving lives. So do you not agree that cutting frontline services like this is wholly unacceptable, and we need a statement explaining exactly what the government is going to do about it?
Thank Llywydd Griffith for those 2 questions. I think in terms of the first question, which, as you say, is not just a matter of road safety, which, of course, the Cabinet Secretary regards as a high priority. This is about a particular area in North Wales where there has been this attraction and clearly risk-taking encouraged, it appears, and fatality as a result of it. And of course, you mentioned the latest of a motorcyclist. So, I mean, that's something that the Cabinet Secretary, I think, will certainly look at. But it may be helpful if you could also put that in writing to Ken Skates just to highlight the particular situation and the occurrences that you've described. On your second point, I mean, clearly the Cabinet Secretary for Communities is working very closely with the Welsh Fire Safety Advisory group that's been established. And it's, I mean, it is very important in terms of those responsibilities that fire and rescue authorities have in terms of their legal duties to promote fire safety. And recognising the huge responsibilities, and again, we can only say, recognising not only the responsibilities, but their courage and their skills is vitally important. But of course, this is back to the point where we would say to the UK government, well, it is very clear that the people, the public, and certainly the public of Wales, and this government wants for them to step up to the mark in terms of anti-austerity and giving us the resources in order to support our public services.
Julie Morgan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. There are two issues I wanted to raise. First of all, I had been intending to ask the Welsh Government what more could be done to ensure that there was a public inquiry into the contaminated blood scandal, following the letter from all the party opposition leaders in Westminster and, of course, support from all parties here in this Assembly. But it is great news that the Prime Minister has finally announced during the last few hours that there will be a public inquiry, and I think it's a tribute to all those patients and families who have campaigned for decades to get this public inquiry, because in Wales 70 people died and many more families have had their lives absolutely ruined, and they deserve answers. So it's very welcome there will be this public inquiry. But of course there's lots of questions now about the public inquiry, what form it will take, who will head it, how will people in Wales be involved. So can I call for a statement as soon as possible from the government about how they see the setting up this public inquiry, how Wales, will take part in it. It is absolutely essential that Welsh victims have representations in the process. So I ask for a statement as soon as we possibly can to look at what is a victory for all those people who've campaigned for so long. But we want to make sure now that this public inquiry does answer all those questions. Now, the second point I wanted to raise, which is linked, because it is about hepatitis C, of course, which was also, in some cases, contracted through contaminated blood. And we had a very successful debate here on hepatitis C on June the 14th, and everybody agreed that the big challenge is to get more people tested, to come forward, and there's an event tonight to launch the I'm Worth campaign to highlight this issue. But how would we be able to get regular updates from the government about whether the campaigns that the government and the NHS and others are doing to get more people to come forward, how are we able to keep track on how that is actually working? And I'd like to ask the Leader of the House if there are some ways that the Assembly can be kept updated on how what has been so successful, the Welsh Government paying for these drugs, 95% success rate in curing people, absolutely tremendous developments, and everybody we know of treated, but at least 50% of people who've got Hep C, they don't know they've got it.
Thank you, Julie Morgan, for those questions. And, it was Julie Morgan who led the debate on this issue in terms of your first question here in the Senedd, and the unanimous support from AMs and the Cabinet Secretary for Health in terms of pressing for a full public inquiry. And of course, now we welcome the Prime Minister's confirmation that an inquiry will be held into the contaminated blood scandal. And I think it's important, as Julie Morgan has said, that now that families, particularly of those who lost their loved ones as a result of the contaminated blood, are consulted about the form that inquiry will take. I understand that it has been expressed, that desire to consult families has already been expressed. It's right that we now, and I know that the Cabinet Secretary for Health, Wellbeing and Sport, who added his support for the call for the UK inquiry, will make a statement to that effect. I mean, I think we have to say that we are pleased as Welsh Government that at last the UK Government is going to recognise the strength of feeling of those affected and their families, but clarify what had happened to them and fully respect and engage with them in terms of the form that the inquiry will take. But I would also like to pay tribute to the role that Julie Morgan has played and in taking this forward, and also in terms of your second question, that we need to make sure that we do continue not just the cross-party work which you lead, Julie, but also as a government that we're responding in terms of taking forward awareness in terms of hepatitis C, enabling people to come forward. The campaign launch is very important, and I know that the Cabinet Secretary will want to update on future engagement of the Welsh Government in terms of that opportunity.
Mark Isherwood.
Could I call for a single statement on diagnosis of autism spectrum conditions? Only today I received a letter from Betsy Cadwell University Health Board regarding a constituent's daughter who had not received a diagnosis of autism through her child and adolescent mental health service, but did receive a diagnosis from an independent, experienced doctor, clinician, who is actually so esteemed in the profession that she contributes to NICE guidelines, is part of the NICE Insight community, and part of the World Health Organisation's internet-based study group in relation to the diagnostic criteria which is supposed to apply in this country. And worryingly, of course, that was a diagnosis that she was on the spectrum, but worryingly, the letter from the Health Board said the two assessments do not suggest significant differences, only a difference in label, and it's not an issue because Flintshire CAMs do not work exclusively upon a diagnostic label, and most of the interventions on offer do not require a specific diagnosis. However, as no doubt you're aware, yesterday across Wales there was widespread media coverage that failure to correctly diagnose autistic children could lead them to self-harm, of a mother saying if her daughter had an earlier Asperger's syndrome diagnosis, it would have saved her much anguish, and of the Swansea University Medical School academic who warned that parents fear children are suffering mental health problems because the autism spectrum condition is not being recognised. And she said what is consistent across the research is you are more at risk if you have autism of suicidal thoughts or engaging with self-harming behaviours, and it's particularly prominent in females, and particularly prominent in females who have remained undiagnosed until adulthood. Given that the new Welsh Government autism service being rolled out through the WLGA is going to take some time to reach North Wales and remains non-statutory, and that Paul Davies's long-awaited and hoped-for bill is going to take some time to pass through the Assembly, hopefully with universal support. We need to know what guidance and what interaction the Welsh Government will have with our health boards and CAM services to ensure that this sort of situation doesn't keep occurring.
Well, Mark Isherwood, you know, as the Welsh Government, we're committed to delivering the improvements that people with autism and their parents and carers tell us they want to see. And indeed, the Social Services and Wellbeing Act is beginning to transform the way that people receive care and support. And we're also delivering on the priorities of our new Autistic Spectrum Disorder Strategic Plan, investing £13 million in a new national integrated autism service. And this is crucially important. It's about that assessment, single Wales-wide assessment pathway, which of course you're reflecting concerns about how that can be taken forward and be meaningful for children, because it's a new single Wales-wide assessment pathway. It will make the system much clearer for families. it does include a 26-week waiting time target for children referred for possible ASD or ADHD, and also referrals to CAMS can be made across different areas. So it is important that parents who have concerns about their children contact their GPs, but the wider strategic arrangements and investment is very clear.
Steffan Lewis.
Diolch, Llywydd. Today, the Westminster Government published the Taylor Review into workers in the gig economy, and I think it's fair to say that the report has been seen as pretty much a damp squib. There's nothing concrete on the eradication of 0 hours contracts. There is a right to request guaranteed hours from an employer, but of course in an age where workers have to fork out £1,200 to get to a tribunal, it's very difficult to see how such so-called rights are going to be enforced. But of particular concern is the suggestion that a new category of worker should be introduced in UK employment law, a dependent contractor, which looks like it's a result of special pleading from those companies who don't like paying taxes, also not that keen on paying the minimum wage either. And I wonder whether the dependent contractor category might become something that increases over the years, especially as we leave the European Union and workers' rights are replaced by UK frameworks. Could we have a statement from the Welsh Government as a matter of urgency, especially given that this country is now increasingly becoming the exploited workers' capital of the UK?
Well, it is important that this report was raised. It is an independent report, as Steffan Lewis has said. I think in Wales we've talked about the importance of the way in which we're tackling these issues. We have a consultation at present, and indeed Rebecca Evans taking forward the consultation about 0 hours contracts in terms of the social care sector, and I hope Assembly members will be responding to that consultation. But I think also, importantly, in terms of tackling the gig economy, is our government's code of practice on ethical procurement, and looking at the ways in which we, in Wales, in terms of fairer work, and of course the work that we're taking forward as a Welsh Labour government, as far as that's concerned, our workforce partnership, particularly with trade unions, is crucial for us to take forward what we are proposing to do in Wales to tackle the inequities and also the abuse of this economy, which we're of course very aware of.
Mike Hedges.
Can I ask for two statements? I make no apology for asking for one on the tidal lagoon. I know the tidal lagoon has been mentioned twice this afternoon in questions to the First Minister, but I think it is such great importance to those of us who live in the Swansea Bay City region that I think we would like to have a statement on it, covering 2 points. One is the marine licence, which the Welsh Government are responsible for, and secondly, what discussions the Welsh Government have had with the Westminster Government about giving it the go-ahead. I mean, it's such great importance. I mean, I think of how Aarhus in Denmark has created a whole industry in terms of wind turbines. It was the first to do it. We've got an opportunity in South West Wales to be the first to do tidal lagoons and get the whole benefit of that. The second statement I would like to ask, and it really follows on from what Steffan Lewis has asked, because we have had a large-scale casualisation of the workforce over recent years. We've gone from the days of people queuing outside docks to being called, so now getting a text message, but the principle is exactly the same. This casualisation of labour is not good for the workforce, and it's not good for the country, it's not good for the taxation system. So I think that I would add my voice to that of Steffan Lewis and asking for a statement on what we can do. And I know that what the Welsh Government can do is limited because of what is devolved and what isn't, but to try and reduce the number of people who are plainly being exploited within this system.
Well, I'm glad that Mike Hedges has taken the opportunity to ask another question on Swansea tidal lagoons. We, as the First Minister said, we continue to be supportive of the benefits of the proposed Swansea Bay tidal lagoon. and we are awaiting for the UK Government's response to the Hendry report, waiting with exasperation, I would say, in terms of the slowness. I mean, interesting that the Prime Minister is asking for ideas and engagement with other parties. Well, she's got something on her doorstep that she could say yes to straight away in terms of engaging, with, of course, which is a cross-party support from this Assembly for the tidal lagoon. The Welsh Government's been meeting with Tidal Lagoon Power on the proposed Swansea project for a number of years across a range of areas to ensure Welsh businesses and the local economy gain maximum benefit. And in fact, in his review, Hendry recognised the integrated approach we've taken on skills and supply chain development in support of this important sector. And indeed, recognising the role the private sector and investors have played in taking this forward to the point where we now await the response from the UK Government. And I think Hugh Ranker-Davies talked earlier on, reported on the fact there's going to be a cross-party meeting, I think, with Greg Clark of chairs. I think that is very welcome. We would want to hear from that, but again, we will be pressing as a UK Government for a speedy response. I can only say, yes, Mike Hedges is absolutely right. I mean, I think the Welsh Labour Government is doing a great deal to tackle casualisation of labour and iniquities of zero-hours contracts, particularly in relation to social care. So I will seek a statement to update on all aspects of that work.
We are over time on this statement, but I will call a few additional speakers if they promise to be succinct in their questions, and we'll have succinct answers as well. Darren Miller.
Can I second the calls from Claire Hughes-Griffith for a statement from the Cabinet Minister with responsibility for transport on the Evo Triangle in my constituency? I'm very concerned that safety is deteriorating as a result of the glamorisation of this route to irresponsible motorists. One of the other features which Claire was unable to mention in his contribution to the request for a business statement was the fact that the internet is being used to glamorise this significantly. There are YouTube videos which are encouraging people to go and visit and petrol heads to gather in order to speed around this route, and indeed there are gaming companies as well which are also doing versions of this within their games in order to encourage people to visit. We have had some record improvements in road safety in Wales in recent years. I certainly don't want things to go in the opposite direction, because we failed to deal with this particular problem in my own constituency, and I do wonder whether there can be some move towards actually getting not just visiting enforcement but some speed cameras along this route, because that would absolutely stop this problem once and for all.
Thank you. Darren Miller's strengthened the case for a focus on the Evo Triangle and the way that it's been promoted. In fact, Assembly members, I think, can also, they have today usefully highlighted the dangers, and you can also raise those points yourselves with the magazines and in promoting it, and indeed in terms of social media. But GoSafe, the Cabinet Secretary was out there in the spring with GoSafe, and it's very clearly high on his agenda.
The Leader of the Chamber, just a quick statement on something which came up today on the Petitions Committee. A very courageous Beth Baldwin gave really moving testimony about Diabetes 1 and her family's campaign to improve early detection through policy. 1,400 children in Wales have the condition, and parents need to look out for the 4 T's. That's thirst, tiredness, going to the toilet often, and getting thinner, losing weight. The Baldwin family lost their son, Peter, through the condition, and Mother was very, very brave today. The Petitions Committee wrote to the Cabinet Secretary for Health back in February, asking for a meeting with the family. They were here today. The Cabinet Secretary for Health replied that he was unable to meet the family. So that's from February until today. He's been unable to meet this family. It's something so important to discuss. Could you provide a statement on the availability of Vaughan Gething to possibly maybe fit the family into his busy schedule?
Well, I thank Neil McAvoy for drawing attention to what clearly is a very important petition that's come before the Petitions Committee about diabetes 1, and I mean, indeed, of course, the Welsh Government, and I recall when I was Health Minister being very engaged in particularly how children are affected and indeed early intervention, diagnosis and all the important points that have been made by this family who gave evidence, and clearly the Cabinet Secretary will be aware now of that particular need and of that family's request.
Andrew Arty-Davies.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'd like to raise with the Leader of the House the possibility of having a statement. Although not in my constituency, I've been approached by workers who were deeply distressed by the news about coil colour today and the potential that 50 jobs could be lost by the end of the week in Newport. There does seem to be a dispute between the Welsh Government and this particular company. I don't particularly want to prejudice any discussions and negotiations that are ongoing, but the crux of the matter seems to be a claim in against the Welsh Government that now is putting a question mark over the long-term viability of the business, and in particular the 50 jobs that are within this business. It does seem to have got a strong order book from what I can deduce from talking to some of the employees this morning. To bring clarity to the picture that has emerged over the last couple of hours, could I encourage the Cabinet Secretary sitting next to you to make a statement and put as much information as possible in the public domain, as I say, without prejudicing any claims that might be before the government, so that employees and indeed the owner of this company can have clarity as to exactly where any dispute resolution might be and the financial implications to this company. Because the last thing I think any of us want to wake up to is Saturday morning, i.e. the end of this week, and there are 50 people out of work in Newport because of a dispute that seems to have been going on for some months.
I thank Andrew Arty-Davies for that question. I think it is most appropriate if the Cabinet Secretary wrote to all members, given that the issues that you raise in terms of not prejudging the outcome. I think the Cabinet Secretary will ensure that he writes to fully update members on the situation as soon as possible. I'm sure over the next 24 hours.
And finally, Simon Thomas.
Diolch, Llywydd. Ac gai ofyn am ddau ddatganiad gan y Llywodraeth cyn diwedd y tymor, gan fod dim amser am trafodaethau yna dadlau o'n bellach. Yn gyntaf oll, pa asesiad mae Llywodraeth wedi wneud o pwysigrwydd Euratom ynglyn â'r gwaith sydd i gael yng Nghymru. Yn benodol, wrth gwrs, mae gen i 2 safle niwclear, ond mae hefyd gwastraff niwclear yn cael ei stofio mewn safleoedd yng Nghymru, ac wrth gwrs mae defnydd o deunydd niwclear tu fewn i gwasanaeth iechyd hefyd ynghlwm â'r feoliadau sy'n cael eu trafod a'i cytuno ar lefel Ewropeaidd drwy dulliau Euratom. Roedd y llythyr i tynnu allan o'r Undeb Ewropeaidd, y llythyr enwog cymal 50, yn sôn am dymnu allan o Euratom hefyd, bod y cytundeb hwnnw yn hun o lawer na cytundeb i fynd mewn i'n Undeb Ewropeaidd. Erbyn hyn, dwi'n credu bod yn bwysig bod Llywodraeth Cymru yn gwneud ei safiad yn glir ynglyn â'r asesiad mae wedi wneud o'r perthynas Euratom i gwaith ni yng Nghymru a sut mae parhau yn y broses yna wrth i ni ymadael ar Undeb Ewropeaidd. A'r ail datganiad hoffwn i glywed, yn ywedig gyda'r sioe amaethyddol, llawer y sioe amaethyddol ar y gorwyl, ond y sioe fawr yn benodol mewn rhyw bythefnos, yw datganiad gan y Llywodraeth ynglyn â pryd, yn un debyg o weld y cynllun datblygu gwledig yn agor ar gyfer ffermio a trosio ar gyfer ffermio organic. Ni nawr bellach yng Nghymru yw'r unig wlad yn y Deyrnas Gyfunol heb gael cynllun trosio i ffermio organic yn ei le. Mae cynnydd yn ffermio organic, y gwerthiant organic yn 700 y flwyddyn. Mae pob pint sy'n cael ei buddsoddi o arian cyhoeddus yn elwa o 1 bunt ar 20 o masnach yn y maes organic, ac mae'n edrych yn chwythig iawn i fi bod ni angen gwafio'r arian sydd gyda ni o hyd cyn ni ymadael yn Undeb Ewropeaidd, bod y Llywodraeth wedi bod yn eistedd ar ei dwylo cyn belled yma agor cynllun ar gyfer ffermio organic yn y cwestiwn. Ac dwi ddim eisiau hwnna parhau dros y haf heb ateb a rhyw fath o canllawia pendant gan yr ysgrifennydd Cabinet ynglyn â pryd fydd y cynllun hwn yn cael ei agor yma yng Nghymru.
Thank you, Simon Thomas. Certainly we will look to the most appropriate response on the assessment of our relationship with Euratom in terms of impact on Wales. As you say, I mean, I think in news, radiologists being concerned, it's medical as well as environmental, and we will certainly look to the most appropriate statement to be made at what point on this assessment. On your second point, yes, indeed, and with the Royal Welsh forthcoming, I know the Cabinet Secretary will be expecting questions on this, and she will want to know that, and we will make sure that she knows that the question has been put today about the any transition to organic conversion schemes in Wales through the RDP.
Diolch I arweinydd y tŷ. Yr eitem nesaf yw'r datganiad gan ysgrifennydd Cabinet dros addysg a'r gymorth I fyfyrwyr yn 2018-19 a chyhoeddi crynodeb o ganlyniadau'r ymgynghoriad ar weithredu ymateb Llywodraeth Cymru I adroddiad Diamond, a dwi'n galw'r yr ysgrifennydd Cabinet I wneud ei datganiad. Kirsty Williams.
It is indeed a long title, Presiding Officer, and it's going to be quite a long statement as well. But, Presiding Officer, I am very pleased that today we can confirm that we in Wales are able to convert the principles of equity and excellence into radical and rational reforms of student support and higher education funding. Last November, I published the Government's response to the final Diamond report and launched a consultation on the implementation of our approach. I am now able to publish a summary report of those consultation responses and confirm the Welsh Government's position. Confirm the package of support that is available for full-time undergraduate, part-time undergraduate and postgraduate students from the start of the 2018-2019 academic year. Confirm the maximum tuition fee levels that Welsh institutions can charge for full-time undergraduate courses, and highlight the efforts of Welsh universities as our sector confirms it will be the first in the UK to be a living wage sector. The responses to the consultation were positive about our intention to deliver, with only minor modifications, the full Diamond package. I would like to take this opportunity to thank everyone who took the time to respond to the consultation and to our stakeholders who have been keen to contribute to the development of policies that I believe will be a benchmark for other nations and systems. However, it is clear that there is a job of work to do in communicating the new system. In particular, we must reassure parents that the fundamental shift to supporting students with day-to-day costs rather than post-graduation fee repayment addresses the very concerns that they often raise. We will need to work closely with universities, student finance authorities and key advocates on this issue. I will launch a communications campaign to promote the new system of support in the autumn, and I would also hope that members here will take up that challenge. A copy of the summary report of the consultation responses, which also includes confirmation of our final proposals, has been placed in the National Assembly Library. Having considered the responses to the consultation, and having discussed our proposals with the Student Loans Company and Her Majesty's Treasury, I am pleased to confirm that, subject to regulations being made, we will be introducing the following packages of support for students who start their first year of their course in the 2018-19 academic year. For full-time and part-time undergraduate students, a new, fairer and sustainable system of support will be introduced. Additional support will be available to ensure that students have enough money to meet their day-to-day living costs. Every student will be entitled to support equivalent to the national living wage whilst they study. This will mean that eligible full-time students will receive maintenance support of £11,250 if they study in London and £9,100 per year in the rest of the UK. Grant support will be targeted at those most in need, although every student will receive a minimum grant of £1,000 regardless of household income. Students from the lowest household income will receive the highest grant, up to £10,250 in London and £8,100 in the rest of the UK. Initial estimates suggest that 1/3 of full-time students will be eligible for this full grant. The average household income for a student in the current system is around £25,000. Under the new system, such a student will receive around £7,000 a year in non-repayable grant. And for the first time, part-time undergraduate students will receive parity of support for maintenance costs on a pro-rata basis to their full-time counterparts. I would like to thank the Student Loans Company for their hard work, diligence and imagination in getting us to a point where we have been able to deliver this significant programme of reform. And I am confident that we have established a strong relationship that delivers for Wales and our citizens. As I announced previously, we have also accepted the Diamond Review's recommendation on support for postgraduate students. The new system of support, which will bring parity of support for postgraduate students, will be introduced in 2019-2020 academic year. However, in recognition that the postgraduate changes will be introduced later than that for undergraduate students, I will provide enhanced support in 2018-2019, subject to the necessary regulations being made. This will be made up of an enhanced loan of £13,000, which will be available to students wherever they choose to study in the UK. In addition, the Welsh Government will provide funding to Welsh institutions through HEFCW to provide additional support for postgraduate students who choose, and it is expected that this will be the equivalent to around £4,000 per student. NUS Wales are to be congratulated for making the case for part-time and postgraduate students and not just the traditional 18-year-old. It is clear to me that progression into postgraduate study is the contemporary challenge of our seriousness in widening access. It is unfortunate that there has been a 14% drop in Welsh postgraduate taught student numbers over the last decade. As we head with such speed into a future shaped by innovation and high-tech industry, it is our duty to enhance part-time and postgraduate opportunities. Therefore, and in line with the announcement contained in the UK Government's budget, we also intend to introduce a postgraduate doctoral loan scheme from 2018-19. Eligible students who are ordinarily resident in Wales will be able to borrow up to £25,000 as a non-means-tested loan. But, just as I'm pragmatic enough to seek advantages of English initiatives when it makes sense to do so, I also know that developments across the border bring other consequences for our operating environment. Wales needs a stable, sustainable and progressive higher education funding settlement that supports students when they need it most and enables our universities to compete domestically and internationally. I can therefore confirm that, because of the reduction in real terms value of tuition fees, the outlook for the Welsh Government budgets and the financial pressures and relative competitiveness of our universities, we will return to the pre-2012 policy of an inflation-linked maximum tuition fee level for the next 3 academic years. This, of course, will continue to be paid for via a publicly supported loan system with income-contingent repayments made only after graduation. Members will know that I have previously set a challenge to universities on the living wage and their sense of civic responsibility. So, having now confirmed that students will receive support equivalent to the national living wage, I am pleased to recognise University Wales's announcement that all Welsh universities will become living wage employers. And they have also confirmed that they will sign up to the Government's Code of Practice on ethical procurement and employment. This is a clear demonstration that our education system is based on values of equity, excellence and civic responsibility. And I expect to see further developments in the sector's commitment to a civic mission over the coming weeks and months. Presiding Officer, our new progressive and fair system represents a fundamental shift in the way we support students and our institutions. By investing in the success of full-time, part-time and postgraduate students, Wales can and will be the only country in Europe to have taken this huge step forward. Together, we can ensure we capture and maximise the potential of all our citizens and of all corners of our nation.
Dyma'r.
And can I say thank you to the Cabinet Secretary for giving advance notice of her statement and for publishing the summary of responses as well to the consultation on the Welsh Government's position. It's very timely that this should be made, particularly before the summer recess, because, of course, young people will be wanting to prepare for future academic years and thinking very much about their future. And I'm grateful that there's been some clarity provided today over the Welsh Government's position on a number of issues, particularly around the start of the new regime in 2018. And I think it's fair to say that the Students' Loans Company have been working very hard with the Welsh Government to achieve the ambition of being able to introduce the new system of support by that particular date. Can I welcome also the continued recognition that there needs to be absolute parity of support for part-time students with full-time students as well. That is something which, of course, there hasn't been previously, and I know that many people, including the NUS and other organisations, including HE providers like the Open University, have been calling for that clarity and parity. So very pleased to see that also. I also want to welcome very much the support which is going to be in place for postgraduate students. We know that the Welsh Government was very late clarifying its arrangements for this coming academic year in September. It was only February of this year, I think, when you clarified those arrangements, which was completely unacceptable, frankly, for people wanting to make plans about postgraduate study. So it is pleasing to know that there's been a little bit more clarity, certainly about the 2018-19 situation, and that people can begin to make their plans in respect of that. But I do wonder why it is that the new system of support for postgraduate students is going to be implemented later than that for other students. Why is it 12 months on? You don't explain that within your statement, and I think it is important to get on the record precisely why that is the case. I think it should come as no surprise to us that we've seen a 14% fall in the number of postgraduates taught in Wales. That is because there has not been any support for them up until this academic year. And, of course, we've had that lack of clarity, as I've just indicated to you. I know that that's not all on your watch, Cabinet Secretary, but it is a fact, and therefore it doesn't surprise me that we're losing postgraduates, or we have been in recent years. I'm hoping that your announcement today will enable that situation to turn around, although I do believe that it may take some time. Also pleased, very much pleased, that you're not just rejecting things which are taking place over the border, but when sensible things happen, you're also seeking to emulate them. So I was very pleased to see that too. I think it is important to get some stability into the tuition fees situation. So I note that you have said that you want to go back to this pre-2012 policy of linking the fees to inflation. But I just wonder, Cabinet Secretary, if you've thought about the potential implications of that should there be a significant change in fees elsewhere in the UK, either up or down, and I suspect the previous is more likely. But if that is going to be your position for 3 years, are you still going to be committed to that if there is a significant shift elsewhere, which may, of course, end up disadvantaging Welsh universities? I noted in the consultation comments that there was a suggestion that the new regime could look at pegging the system of maintenance support not to the national living wage, but potentially to the living wage foundation figure in terms of support. And I wonder whether you could clarify whether that was something that you have considered as part of your position, and if you have, why are you not looking at sort of seeking to move towards that over a period of time? In addition, Cabinet Secretary, I think there are some things which you haven't referred to, which I think it's important to get some clarity on. So there were many respondents to the consultation that referred to the squeezed middle, these individuals who may be at the margins in terms of the level of income that they have, just over the income threshold perhaps, or those individuals who may have more than one child going through the university system at the same time, and the difficulties and challenges that that might pose for them in terms of supporting their dependents. I wonder if you could say anything as to what your consideration of people in that position might have been, and whether there may be an opportunity to look again at the system of support so that it recognises the difficulties that those families might be in. In addition to that, of course, many people have referred to those individuals who might be estranged from their parents and families, and therefore it would be inappropriate to take into account their familial income in order to determine what level of support those individuals might get. You haven't referred to that at all in your statement today. You haven't clarified your position on how you intend to ensure that individuals who are estranged from their families might be able to access higher education through this new regime, and it would be helpful if you could give us some clarity on that. In addition, there was a call from the Children, Young People and Education Committee for you to consider what support you might be able to give to people from underachieving ethnic minorities with low representation and proportion of individuals going to university, and the Gypsy Traveller community. And I wonder whether you might be able to comment on whether there might be specific ring-fenced support that you might be able to make available as a government to individuals in those situations. Another group which is disadvantaged under the current system, of course, are the over 60s who face discrimination in terms of their ability to access support. If they are going to be completing their courses after their 60th birthday, there's no support available for them at all. And I wonder whether you can say whether you're going to do anything to address that discrimination against older people. And finally, if I may, it's a question about bursaries. And again, there were many, many comments in the consultation responses about the availability of bursaries, particularly nursing bursaries. But of course, I know that you've been looking at your colleague, working with Cabinet colleagues at looking at other bursaries which you might be able to extend. I wonder whether you can give any clarity on the longevity of nursing bursaries and what other bursaries you might be considering introducing into the new regime. Thank you.
That is a long list of questions, Presiding Officer, so I'll try to get through them as quickly as I can. I think the parity between modes of study is what makes this package of support so important and unique, and I believe it will be the subject of other nations looking to see what Wales has done. Indeed, Scotland are already committed to a review of their own system and are looking very closely at what is being done here in Wales. With regards to why the postgraduate programme comes in a year later, that is because despite the very hard and very genuine work that's been undertaken on behalf in conjunction with Welsh Government and the Student Loans Company, they have not been able to make all the necessary changes in time. So postgraduate support comes online into the formal system a year later, but you will see from my statement I was not prepared to leave those postgraduate students dangling. There will be loans available from this new academic year 2017, addressing the issue that there's been no support previously, and that has put Welsh students at a disadvantage. I've used the earliest opportunity that I could, taking on this job, to address that. But for students, postgraduate students in 2018-2019, there will be money directed through HEFCU to the Welsh universities to support postgraduate study. Importantly, that will be for students who choose to study at a Welsh institution, and I will be looking very closely at the impact that that policy has on what else we might like to do to incentivise students studying at Welsh institutions. That comes back to the point you slightly closed on with regards to bursaries. You'll be aware that myself and the Cabinet Secretary for Education have worked very hard to create a bursary system for nurses that rewards those people who study in Wales but also commit to working in the public sector in Wales. And we'll be looking to build on that example. For instance, I'm very keen to look at the issue of ALN pathways into teaching. If there is a commitment to stay, to train in Wales and then to stay and work in Wales, and we'll be using this interim year of postgraduate support to look at the evidence and to build on what we might do in that regard. It is true, Darren, to say that we cannot operate in isolation from decisions that are taken across the border because of the student flow back and forth. I wish it was different, but I have to deal with the realities that I am in. If there are significant changes to systems of student support and higher education finance across the border, then obviously I will take that into consideration when making decisions about situations in here. But it would be foolhardy to think that we are not operating in the HE sector across the England-Wales border and in fact competing internationally because of the nature of the sector. The living wage, the type of living wage that we are supporting students with is in line with the Diamond recommendations, and that's why we're moving forward with that regard. Independent students, if they are genuinely independent from their families, they will be judged on their own income. And they will just need to demonstrate that they are genuinely independent of that. There will be no specific support for aspects of the BME community or Gypsy traveller at this stage. Let's be absolutely clear. This is a system that is universal based on household incomes. As I said in my statement, we anticipate that 1/3 of Welsh students, regardless of where they come from in Wales, will be entitled to the full grant payment. Indeed, because of the relatively low wages in Wales, the average Welsh student will be in receipt of a grant of £7,000 per year to assist with their living costs, which they will not have to repay. With regards to the over 60s, the policy is in line with that pursued in England.
Llyr Griffith.
Diolch Llywydd a diolch ysgrifennydd am eich datganiad chi. Dwi'n meddwl bod e'n mynd â ni gyfeiriad annisgwyl. Mae llawer o'r hyn i chi wedi dweud yn gadarnhad, felly o'r hyn i chi wedi amlinellu ni yn flaenorol, ond mae yn dda cael y cadarnhad yna yn enwedig gan bod prifysgolion y myfyrwyr wrth gwrs wedi bod yn chwilio am yr eglurder yna mewn pryd ar gyfer bod yn gwneud penderfyniadau yn y misoedd sydd i ddod. Wrth gwrs, yr coeddiad mwyaf arwyddocaol fan hyn yw'r ffaith bod chafswm y ffïoedd dysgu nawr yn mynd i fod yn codi gyda chwyddiant, a i chi'n gwneud y coeddiad yna bod yn rhywbeth i chi wedi i wrthod yn y gorffennol, a fydden ni licio gofyn i chi felly esbonio beth sydd wedi newid oherwydd dim ond rhyw fis neu ddau yn ôl o'ch chi'n dweud mae dyna oedd y polisi fan hyn yn y Siambr, a fydden ni licio gwybod beth sydd wedi newid eich meddwl chi oherwydd canlyniad hyn yw y bydd dyledion myfyrwyr yn cynyddu o'r lefelau echrydus o uchel i ni gweld yn barod, a i ni'n gwybod wrth gwrs bod lefel llog sy'n cael ei dalu ar y benthyciadau, mae'n uwch na unrhyw log mae'n nifer ond ni'n dalu ar forgeisi ar hyn o bryd. Ac mae'r penderfyniad yma'n cael ei wneud ar adeg pan mae'r drafodaeth ynglyn â holl ddyfodol y ffïoedd dysgu yma yn fyw iawn gyda arglwydd adonis hyd yn oed yn dweud bod y ffïoedd dysgu yn wleidyddol farw, yn politically dead yn ei eiriau fe. Wel, yn amlwg ddim yng Nghymru bod ganddo ni fanifesto gan y Blaid Lafur a wythnosau nôl oedd yn dweud y fysen nhw'n scrapio ffïoedd. Mae nawr ganddo ni lywodraeth llafur yng Nghymru sydd yn cydsynio i weld lefel y ffïoedd yn cynyddu o flwyddyn i flwyddyn. A chymod, mae meddwl bod chi'n hapus i roi'r baich ychwanegol yn ar y myfyrwyr yn siomedig o dweud y lleia. Dwi'n nodi ac yn rhannu siom Undeb Cenedlaethol Myfyrwyr Cymru yn hynny o beth. Yn enwedig o gofio wrth gwrs bod yr IFS hefyd yn dweud wrthon ni bod dyledion mor uchel nawr bydd 3/4 graddedigion byth yn talu nôl yn llawn y ddyled. Felly, chi'mo, mae yna gwestiynau ehangach dwi'n meddwl sydd angen i ystyried yn fan hyn hefyd. Felly, gai ofyn pa ystyriaeth roioch chi opsiynau amgen yn ytrach na taflu'r baich ychwanegol yma ar y myfyrwyr. Ond nid oedd na unrhyw bosibilrwydd y fydde modd defnyddio hefcw felly i gwrdd â chostau cyrsiau dritach yn lle fel dwi'n dweud taflu'r baich ar ysgwyddau y myfyrwyr. A gewn ni hefyd eglurder ynglyn â pryd a phwy fydd yn gorfod talu y ffïoedd ychwanegol yma. Ydyw yn gynnydd fydd yn cychwyn fel y bydd myfyrwyr yn cychwyn i cyrsiau o 2019 ymlaen, neu ydy hwn yn rhywbeth fydd yn dyladwy gan myfyrwyr sydd eisoes o fewn y system ac eisoes yn ymgymryd â'i hastudiaethau. Mi fydde eglurder yn help. Dwi'n croesawu yr ymrwymiad i gyflogau byw, wrth gwrs, yn y prifysgolion ni, ond Mae yna bach o irony fan hyn, oherwydd dyma un o'r sectorau gyda'r bwlch mwyaf mewn cyflogaeth i fewn iddo fe, a tra bod hi'n iawn yn bod ni'n edrych ar lefel cyflogaeth rhai sydd ar waelod y sgêl, dwi yn meddwl bod rhaid i ni edrych ar ben arall y sgêl hefyd, a bod angen gwneud mwy i gau y bwlch yna, a fydden ni yn licio clywed eich barn chi ynglyn â hynny. Chi wedi sôn o flaenorol am rhyw fath o beilot o safbwynt y gefnogaeth ariannol i fyfyrwyr i sicrhau fod e'n portable ac yn drosglwyddiadwy o fewn y Deyrnas Unedig, ond hefyd tu hwnt yn yr Undeb Ewropeaidd a thu hwnt i hynny. Mi fydden ni'n falch o ddiweddariad ynglyn â lle ni arni ar hynny. Does dim cyfeiriad i'r Coleg Cymraeg fan hyn. Dwi'n gwybod mae yna argymhellion wrth gwrs yn Diamond, a dwi'n gwybod bod yna waith yn digwydd ar y ffrynt yna. Fydden ni'n licio eglurder ynglyn â pryd gewn ni wybod mwy am newidiadau posib o safon Colegau Cymru ac yn sicr cynladwyedd ariannol. Coleg Cymraeg, nid Colegau Cymru, Coleg Cymraeg. Ac wrth gwrs, fydde ddim un datganiad ynglyn â Diamond yn gyflawn heb mod i'n holi ynglyn â'r argymhelliad o ddod â chynlluniau ger bron i annog graddedigion i aros neu ddychwelyd i Gymru ar ôl graddio er mwyn sicrhau y gwerth gorau i economi Cymru o fuddsoddiad y treithdalwyr. Allwch chi roi diweddariad i ni o ba ystyriaethau pellach i chi wedi rhoi hyn, a pryd y gawn ni mwy o fanylion mewn ymateb, wrth gwrs, i'r argymhelliad oedd yn Diamond ar y mater yma.
Thank you very much, Llywydd, for those questions. With regards to setting fee levels, what I've always said consistently in this chamber is that I will take a number of factors into consideration when addressing that point. Those factors have included the state of the Welsh Government's own finances, impact on students, and indeed the state of the finances of the sector as a whole. Only earlier today, in First Minister's questions, we had one of your colleagues talk about the challenges in Bangor and potential job losses in Bangor. Your colleague sitting next to you, Simon Thomas, is often concerned, rightly so, about job losses in the higher education sector in his own area. And I've had to take a number of factors, including decisions taken across the border in England with regards to fee levels. But what is important, I think, to remember that fee loans are only payable after graduation and only once graduates are earning £21,000, and they are indeed written off after 30 years. So those people who benefit the most economically from going on to a higher education course pay the most back. Welsh students are also unique in the sense that they are eligible for an up to £1,500 to be written off their balance of their loans once they start a repayment programme. That is unique to Wales, and it's my intention to continue to do that. But let's be absolutely clear about the work of the NUS with regards to a pound in your pocket, the concerns that students have expressed, families have expressed, that it is the day-to-day living costs that are the largest barrier for people going on to study at a higher education level and, crucially, staying in higher education. If you look at the situation across the border in England, where there are no grants available, regardless of what your background is, there is no financial help for the day-to-day living costs. It is students from a poorer background that disproportionately drop out after their first year at university. And I never want to see a Welsh student who is capable of sustaining themselves academically on a HE course have to drop out because of day-to-day living costs. And we are unique in the system that we are delivering for Welsh students today. As regards to Labour manifestos, it's not for me to defend the manifesto of the Labour Party, but the Welsh Labour manifesto in the Assembly elections last year said that Welsh students would not be put at a disadvantage and they would be better off than English students. And that manifesto commitment, along with my own party's manifesto commitment, is honoured here today. Welsh fees will still be lower at Welsh universities than Welsh students are paying in English institutions, and Welsh students are paying to attend Scottish universities. Let's be absolutely clear about that. And Claire, you quoted the IFS. Well, let me be clear about what the IFS have said about student finance. And I quote, Bringing back maintenance grants would have the advantage of allowing government to target specific students or courses that have wider benefit to society. The government, they were referring to Westminster, the government should put more weight on the latter rather than the former, i.e. reducing fees. It is that the approach they should take to making policy. We are doing exactly what independent experts say we need to do in this country. And incidentally, with regards to inflation linking fees, that's exactly what your party did when you were in government here in this National Assembly for Wales. It's exactly what you did. Desperate, but true. True, Simon. True. Very true, Simon. It's very, very true. The fee level, and I'm sure, Simon, when you were the special advisor in the government, you did it for the very same reasons that I'm doing it today, to support the sector. The fees, if I could go on to answer the rest of Llyr's questions, the fees will apply to the entire cohort from 2018-2019. With regards to living wage, can I say I am delighted by the announcement of Universities Wales yesterday that Wales will become the first HE sector to move to being a living wage employer. This is really important because up until now, with the exception of Cardiff University and the Open University, that was not the case. This is good news for the lowest paid workers in the sector working in institutions the length and breadth of Wales, and it is only right that we do so. We cannot advocate for a living wage for students when the people who are cleaning the lecture theatres, the halls of residence and the toilets are not treated with the same way. And I am delighted, absolutely delighted that University Wales has made progress in this area when they have not been willing to do so. But there is more to be done. There is absolutely more to be done with regards to transparency with the higher levels of pay within the institution, and I continue to have a very productive dialogue with Universities Wales about the importance of this issue, transparency around this issue, and I hope that I will be back in the chamber before too long to make another positive announcement with that regard, and I will continue to have those discussions with them. The member talks about the future of the Coleg. As the member will know, I removed the budget for the Coleg Cymraeg out of HEFCW this year to protect funding for the very important work that the college does, because I was concerned that because of the strains on HE finance that the work of the Coleg might be undermined. So we've taken specific steps to protect that funding in this year, and I await with interest the report of Delith Evans that will give this government some independent advice on the future of the Coleg and how the Coleg's role should be developed going forward. With regards to this issue of getting people to come back to Wales, well, there are things outside my portfolio that we need to do. We need job opportunities for those people to come back to Wales. We need affordable housing in parts of Wales so that people can come back and afford to buy houses and raise their families there. But our commitment to this is absolutely clear in the establishment of our interim postgraduate loan measures. Those postgraduate, not loans, sorry, everybody can get a loan. Those postgraduate grant measures will only be available to those people who come back to study in Wales. And that's a commitment, that an indication of how I want to be able to use the public resources to incentivise those who will come back and contribute. As I said in answer to Darren Miller, we're already working with Von Geffen with regards to nurses in that regard. I'm looking to explore with regards to ALN learning and other opportunities.
Michelle Brown.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and thank you for your statement, Cabinet Secretary. I welcome the parity that you've announced between part-time and full-time students and between undergraduates and postgraduate students. And I'd like to add my own thanks to those of the Cabinet Secretary, to the National Union of Students, for fighting the good fight for part-time and postgrad students for so long. I also welcome the proposal that doctoral studies should be supported. However, I fail to see how offering £1,000 per student, regardless of income, is a positive step forward. The Cabinet Secretary may say that we may be talking a relatively small amount of money here, but that money could be spent elsewhere in the education system, such as making essential repairs to a rural school. Welsh Government's constantly complaining that they're not given sufficient funds, but yet you can find the cash to give this handout to students from families on higher incomes. Whilst I am not necessarily against the principle of a student loan system, I'm wary of saddling Welsh students with debt at the beginning of their careers. Graduates are now facing debt at the same level as my first mortgage was. Is this really what we want for Welsh students? I would welcome the Cabinet Secretary's explanation of how she is ensuring that students and graduates receive a quality career service that will help them make the best decisions about which course to study and how much debt to incur. At the end of the day, these people are going to be saddled with an amount of debt. We need to make sure that they understand the level of debt, how long that's going to take them to pay off, and that's actually a proper and worthy investment into their future before they actually incur the debt. Without a quality careers advice, we risk Welsh students incurring debt for no good reason, as I said. I do believe the Cabinet Secretary has missed the opportunity to incentivise students to study those subjects such as science and engineering, which are desperately needed in our economy, by providing free tuition and means-tested grants for those subjects. I'm also concerned about the potential inflation of student costs which could be caused in terms of rent, etc., as landlords and others cotton on to the fact that students have access to loans and potentially more money. We saw it happen when student loans were introduced in the 1990s. Rent for student accommodation rocketed for a start. And so what is the Cabinet Secretary's assessment on inflation of costs for students due to the measures announced today? Thank you.
Presiding Officer, can I thank Michelle for her question? I believe higher education is a joint endeavour, one where the individual benefits, but also we as a society benefit too. And that's why the universal grant of £1,000, which was recommended by Diamond in his independent review, will be taken forward. This government believes in the principle of universalism within that progressive system, and that's why we will fulfil the recommendation by Diamond. It's incongruous for the member to argue on one hand that the £1,000 should not be paid, but on the other hand then talk about the issue around student debt and tuition loan. What we do know is abolishing tuition loans and not supporting individual student upfront costs benefits the middle classes and the better off more. Yeah. So you can't have it both ways. The member is correct, though, and I should have answered this, I should have addressed this in answer to Llywydd Griffiths, and I apologise for not doing so here, about the issue around interest rates. I am concerned about interest rates and how they are applied to student loans. And as a result of that concern, I have written to the UK Government on that issue, expressed my support for a review of the interest rates and to keep rates as low as possible. And I have made it clear to Joe Johnson, the Minister in the Westminster Government, that we need to work collectively together on this particular issue. So I'm not forgetting about this point. This is an important point, and we are taking action to try and address this at a UK level. The member is also right to talk about careers advice. And I would urge everybody thinking about applying to university to look at the latest LEO survey. The LEO survey will tell you what the likelihood is of what you've studied leading to a job and the rates of pay that you would get. It makes very interesting reading. And if you do so, I suspect that we will see a rush of students applying for the computer science course in Swansea, because that course leads to high levels of employment with very good levels of wage. So you're right, we do need to make sure that students are getting proper careers advice before they make an application to a university, and teachers who are advising them need to be aware of the plethora of information that there is out there for students to help them make those choices, because undertaking a degree course is not to be taken lightly. It's something that really does need some proper consideration, and looking at the prospects at the end is an important factor to consider. With regards of subject-specific support, I understand that as UKIP policy, Diamond looked at subject-specific support rather than a universal system, and he came down on the side of a universal system and rejected the proposals for subject-specific
Support.
Diolch i'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet. Yr eitem nesaf yw'r datganiad gan yr ysgrifennydd Cabinet Iechyd a'r adroddiad interim yr adolygiad seneddol ar iechyd a gofal cymdeithasol. A dwi'n galw ar yr ysgrifennydd Cabinet i wneud ei ddatganiad. Vaughan Gething.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The establishment of the Parliamentary Review into the long-term future of health and social care in Wales was a key commitment in taking Wales forward. I announced the setting up of an independent panel of experts in November 2016, and today sees the publication of its interim report. The review will conclude this December with the publication of a final report. The independent review panel is chaired by Dr Ruth Hussey, the former Chief Medical Officer for Wales, and consists of national and international experts in the field of health and social care. And at the outset, I want to thank Ruth and her fellow panel members, and indeed everyone who's engaged with the panel, for their commitment to this important work. I also welcome the cross-party support for the review and the nature with which opposition spokespersons and the chair of the Health and Social Care and Sport Committee have engaged in it, and this of course comes from an initial agreement between my party and Plaid Cymru at the start of this Assembly term. Now, the agreed terms of reference set for the review are challenging. The panel are tasked with assessing and making recommendations on how the health and care system might deliver improved health and wellbeing outcomes for people across Wales, reduce existing inequalities between certain population groups, and how best to enable the whole health and social care system to be sustainable over the next 5 to 10 years. Change in the system is essential for future financial sustainability. Without effective action to reduce cost pressures, increase efficiency or reduce the demand for services, the Health Foundation have shown that NHS spending in Wales will need to rise by an average of 3.2% a year in real terms to 2030-31 just to keep pace. Cost pressures for adult social care are projected to rise even faster than for the NHS, by an average of 4.1% per year. I'm pleased that the panel has responded at this still early stage of their work with an insightful interim report. Over the next few months, the review will be holding discussions across Wales, engaging with key groups and working with stakeholders on integrated modes of care. They will also look in more depth at some key issues and make clear recommendations on key issues for the final report. The panel rightly recognises the tremendous commitment of the health and care workforce and its significant achievements. However, the case for change in how health and social care services should be organised in future could not be clearer. As the report shows, the changing makeup of the population presents a particular challenge. Wales has the largest and fastest growing proportion of older people in the UK. Whilst that is of course a source of celebration, an increasing older population with more complex health conditions and needs will also lead to a greater need for care. At the same time, the proportion of working age people will shrink, providing a smaller pool of taxpayers, informal carers and potential employees in health and care. Despite our recent successes in recruitment, Wales, in common with many other countries, sees shortages in certain professional fields. In common with many post-industrial societies, Wales is already experiencing inequalities in health and wellbeing outcomes. And the panel has shared the view expressed by professionals and the public alike that healthcare is not always provided effectively based on the needs of service users. However, there are also positive opportunities to be seized through the faster uptake of technologies and a more systematic approach to innovation, which could help deliver more effective care. Many people will, of course, recognise this picture. What comes across clearly in this interim report is the pace at which rapidly changing social and technological factors are impacting on service provision. The report is clear that health and care will not be sustainable if traditional service configurations and the ways of working are perpetuated. The report makes clear that new models of delivering health and social care are needed. But the panel did find significant consensus among health and care stakeholders about what the characteristics of a future integrated health and care system should be, and these are a universal primary health service which promotes well-being of the population, a greater emphasis on preventative care, individuals should be supported to self-manage where possible and safe, greater access to online support, wherever possible, services provided home first or in the community, with access to hospital care only for services a hospital facility can provide. A more flexible model of home-based care and support that enables the individual to have control over when and for how long they use a service, a seamless coordination between different types of care, an orientation of a care culture to focus on the outcomes a citizen wants and can achieve, and a relentless focus on quality and efficiency, with staff having a supportive and engaged working environment. Now, all of those above issues can be enhanced by new technology and informed by shared data and analytics. However, whilst there is, of course, a broad consensus on the vision, the panel report that health and care organisations are searching for advice and practical support on how this is to be delivered consistently across our system. To address this, the panel suggests that the next steps for Wales are to identify the most promising broad models of whole health system and social care, drawing on international evidence. And the new model should then be used at scale to deliver whole system transformational change. These new models of care should include a combination of hospital, primary care, community health and social care providers. They should work in different settings, such as urban and rural, and of course take account of Welsh language needs. The panel envisages that a limited number of models could be widely trialled, developed and evaluated. The panel will set up a stakeholder forum to work with them to develop these new models and the principles that should be used to plan future service development. And doing this work now will create momentum and an environment for progress after the review has concluded. Alongside this, the panel's view is that new models alone will not be enough to ensure sustainable services without parallel action on a number of enablers. And these are outlined in the report as areas which the panel will look to develop recommendations. And they are public dialogue, the workforce, digital and infrastructure innovation, and crucially, making change happen faster. This is a strong interim report, and I welcome the practical approach that the review panel intend to take to their work. And I look to health and care organisations, to members of the public to respond with equal vigour and to work constructively with the parliamentary review over the coming months.
Thank you very much. Angela Burns.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I'm delighted to be able to speak to this statement, and like you, Cabinet Secretary, I would like to add my thanks to Dr Ruth Hussey and to the members of the panel for their work on this. And I've appreciated very much the open and transparent way in which the Chair and the panel have engaged with myself, and I know with other Assembly member colleagues, and with the Health and Social Care Committee. I think that this is a seminal moment for Welsh Government, for every politician actually, for the NHS and for the care sector. And I think that the report that they have produced, the interim report, is very, very clear and lays out not just the scale of the challenge that we face, but some of the possible routes with which we might go down to solve some of those challenges. I think there's not much in this report that none of us knew about, but sometimes you have to ask somebody on the outside to tell you the obvious, because you know it, but you've got to hear it again. And I think they very carefully stated again a lot of the problems, a lot of the issues, a lot of the challenges that we all know so well, but they've done it in a very cool and dispassionate way, and they've laid it out very clearly. So it's the sounding board that we needed, and we've had that. I think that the report is very clear, again, on a number of things. One is that the pace of change must accelerate, that the doing nothing is not an option we can afford to take, nor should we take. I was very struck by how very clearly they lay out that there are a lot of green shoots already showing within the NHS landscape. Great models of innovation out there, but that somehow there is a barrier to those innovative models taking root and flourishing and being able to be transplanted to other areas and being able to gain credence throughout the whole of the NHS. So for me, this report very clearly identified that we all know the direction of travel, but that the roadmap isn't clear for an awful lot of organisations with which we need to work. So as ever, the question is, what are those barriers to improvement? And I look forward to the second stage of the report. I met with Ruth Hussey this morning, and she was very clear that in the second stage of the report that they want to bring out some of that detail. Having said that, though, I think that there are some clear lessons we could start learning from now. So, Cabinet Secretary, I'd like to ask you just a few of those questions, because there's so much you could speak about on this report. It's very hard to actually discern the best bits to talk about in the time given. I think the report shows that Welsh Government has struggled to drive some good policies through. So my first question to you is, how will you skill up your department, your officials, so they are better able to lead and persuade for change? My second question is, given the first, how will you see managing the tensions created by these decisions for Wales that the report talks about? And I can totally buy into that need. And what type of decisions do you foresee that they might be? Macro, minor, and what kind of scale? And given those tensions from the first and second question, how will you engage and take with you local communities? Because I do note in your statement, the one thing you do not mention is public engagement at any great level. And that is something that this report is really, really, really strong on. And I'm concerned that you don't mention it in your statement. And I would like your assurance that public engagement and the voice of the patient, the user, and those who have yet to use the NHS will be heard in all of this. The report identifies areas that already need work, and I don't think we need to wait for a second report for the conclusion to know that we need to look at how we bring co-production into health and social care, how we transform and transfer information. And I wonder if you can outline what steps you think you might be able to take already. How you might be able to support the highly fragile care sector, how you might be able to support, and I love this word, the care force, the people who give the voluntary care to all of those families at home and all of those loved ones, and what can we do now to support them. I'd be very interested to know what we might be able to do now to look at the training needs and the pay and conditions of our care force, the paid care sector, because I think that they are being left behind in the race towards trying to improve our NHS at the moment. I was delighted to see that this report talked a lot about housing and about how our homes are going to become the place where we will receive health and social care in the future. And I would like to understand, Cabinet Secretary, if you have plans to talk to your colleagues about how we can start to address some of the housing needs. For example, I know in my own constituency, of all of the houses being built, whether they're being built privately, by the county council or by housing associations, it's a tiny percentage that are being built to house people with disabilities or house people with dementia, the elderly, to put in stair lifts, whatever it might take. And yet it seems to me, having read this report, we must ensure that more of our public and private housing stock is able to take care of us. I think the report is very clear about how many people are going to become, are going to be able to need more and more support in their homes. I have picked up your very, very gracious comment or nod there, Deputy Presiding Officer. I shall gabble through the last little bit and actually just ask one more thing. The Leader of the Opposition asked the First Minister today whether or not this would be the direction of travel. Now, I think that this is a really great cornerstone to start building a future for our NHS. I think the workforce of the NHS, I think the politicians, I think the patients are all exhausted by where we're at and that we need to have a clearer, brighter future. And I would like to really understand where your commitment is to taking forward this report. I am sure that over the years we will argue about the delivery of some of it and about whether one thing should be a priority or another. But this skeleton that has been drawn up here, I think, is very, very strong. And I would like to know and be reassured by you, because I don't think we got that right answer from the First Minister, that this actually is going to be taken and used and not just left on a shelf to gather dust, as so many other reports have been in the past. Thank you. Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you for the comments and questions. And I welcome your recognition at the start that the panel have been open and transparent, but also that this has, as I've said in my opening statement, come from a genuine cross-party engagement. It started as being an agreement between Welsh Labour and Plaid Cymru, but there's been, from not just those two parties, but everyone in this chamber, the willingness to sit down and agree on the terms of reference and the panel to undertake this particular report. So there is a challenge that each of us accepted in starting this process. And I hope that you found the way in which the government has engaged with this as parties to be generally open as well, because this is a concern for all of us. And not just to one particular party to confront. And I think it really has been useful to have a generally independent group of national and international experts to validate the concerns, the challenges and the imperative for change that we have often debated and discussed in previous Assembly terms. I do want the Chair of the Committee may tell us about his previous incarnation as Assembly member where similar issues have been floated. But the challenge we now have is that the challenge is more acute. We have even more demand coming into our system. We have even more demand based on the age of the population, on our public health challenges, demand that is driven by the behaviour of healthcare professionals and social care professionals, but also about the reality that the money is getting tighter and tighter and tighter. So pretending we can run the same system now in 5 and 10 years' time will see all of our constituents and their interests compromised. And I welcome the recognition about the change in innovation that is already in progress. Look, I think the points that you started to make about the balance between having local and regional leadership and innovation that comes bottom up and the responsibilities of local groups, whether they're GP, whether they're primary care clusters, whether they're health boards or organised in between, but also the point about the central guiding hand that is made in the report, but also in the previous OECD report. And members of this chamber regularly ask about wanting the government to intervene and provide a central guiding hand and direction on a whole range of issues, from what happens in a particular ward, a particular GP surgery, to sort of health board-wide challenges. And we need to find a balance on making sure that central direction is provided to help unblock some of the challenges that have prevented change from taking place previously, without simply then saying that centrally the government will decide everything about health and social care. And that's a challenge that we recognised before, and equally it's set out for us very clearly in the interim report. And I look forward to the next stage with the models of care that should provide more answers about how we do that. But whilst we wait another 5 to 6 months for that to happen, we've still got business to do now about trying to improve our system. What the interim report does do, as you've recognised, is it allows us to make some of that progress now, to validate the direction of travel and to think about how we provide the additional steps, the additional progress that we want to make in empowering people locally as well as nationally as well. And I do take seriously your point about public engagement. When we talk about the interim report now being used to talk to stakeholders, well, the public are the biggest group of stakeholders. And I hope now having a report that sets out again the interim nature of this report to engage on and around, not just the big, what do you think about health and social care, but here's a report that says, here are big challenges we face, here are the drivers for change, here's the need and the imperative for change, here's what's working already, here's what we still need to improve, and should lead to a more informed conversation, not just incidentally as there are public events to take place, but a deliberate and planned way to engage with citizens as well. And that's important as much as it is important to talk to staff groups and to the third sector directly as well. So I'm very clear, and I think the panel are also clear, that's part of their mission over the summer. And what this also has done in terms of your reference to prudent healthcare, well, we see that already in both the Social Service and Wellbeing Act, the scheme in that, but also in prudent healthcare, involving and engaging the public as citizens who make their own choices rather than having choices made for them. That's very clear and is set out in the report, but also in the work that we're trying to do to drive across our whole system. That also goes into your point about the care sector, where Rebecca Evans is already leading on the work. We've regularly said we want to see the paid care sector to have the status of the profession raised. That includes the training and investment we make in the workplace. And I recognise what you say about housing as a key determinant in health outcomes, as well as places where health and social care is delivered. And I will finish on this point, Deputy Presiding Officer, but your point about the future direction of travel, I'm happy to confirm that the mature conversation that led to this review being started in the first place is where I want to take on from today and when the report is provided to us. Because if we think these challenges are too important to ignore, there's a challenge for everyone in this room and beyond about how we then talk about, discuss and agree on what we will do next. I expect this review and the government response to it to form the direction of travel for another decade or so. And to do that, we should absolutely engage across party about how we want to find the greatest areas for consensus and agreement on moving forward. What I can't do, though, what no one in this room can do, is to say that they will accept everything and anything that the report says. We have to have a sense test on what comes back about that. We have to respond openly about what we can do and how quickly we think we can do that together. But this absolutely will be a key part of setting the direction for the future and how each of us respond in this chamber, including, of course, the government.
Thank you. Rhain ap Iorwerth.
Diolch, Dirprwy Llywydd. Gai ddiolch i'r ysgrifennydd Cabinet am y datganiad yma. A mi na ina hefyd ddefnyddio'r cyfle yma i ddiolch i Erwthysu a'i thîm am y gwaith yma nhw wedi wneud hyd yma. Dwi'n falch iawn bod ni mewn sefyllfa rwan lle dyn ni yn gallu cael y datganiad yma. Dwi'n falch o weld y sylw yn y wasg ag ati heddiw i'r adroddiad yma, ond mae'r ysgrifennydd cabinet, dwi'n meddwl, yn iawn ein atgoffa ni. Mae cynnar yda ni mewn difri yn y gwaith mae y panel yn ei wneud, ac mae adroddiad interim ydy hwn. Dwi'n croesawu nifer o'r canfyddiadau sydd wedi cael ei dwyn i'n sylw ni. Mae llawer ohonyn nhw, fel dwedodd Llefarydd y Cydwadwyr, yn eitha amlwg. Ond beth sy'n yn bwysig rwan ydy beth sy'n cael ei wneud o'r canfyddiadau yma wrth i waith y panel barhau, a pa fath o argymhellion fydd yn cael ei gwneud ar sail y canfyddiadau, a pa fath o fodela fydd yn cael ei datblygu. Dwi'n edrych ymlaen i weld hynny'n digwydd dros y misoedd nesaf, ond dyna fo, mai adroddiad interim ydy hwn, dwi'n meddwl bod rhai o'r cwestiynau yr hoffwn i gofyn rwan yn ymwneud â'r cama all gael eu cymryd rwan gan y Llywodraeth mewn difri o ystyried yr hyn glywson ni gan yr ysgrifennydd cabinet ei hun yn dweud bod yr achos dros newid yn sut mae iechyd a gofal cymdeithasol yn cael ei drefnu yn y dyfodol yn gwbl glir erbyn hyn. Wel, os ydy o'n glir, siawns bod yna rai cama y gall y Llywodraeth fod yn ei cymryd rwan, heb ddisgwyl am yr adroddiad ei hun yn y pen draw. Mae'r adroddiad unwaith eto yn pwysleisio gwerth integreiddio iechyd a gofal cymdeithasol. Mi fyddwn ni'n ychwanegu at hynny bod integreiddio adran a tai y Llywodraeth leol i mewn i hynny yn bwysig hefyd. A da ni'n gwybod bod yna sylweddoliad o werth integreiddio, ond bod hynny ddim yn digwydd. Felly, y bydd yr adroddiad terfynol yn rhoi rhagor o gig ar yr asgwrn, tybed ydy'r ysgrifennydd cabinet yn cytuno nad oes rhaid i ni efallai aros i'r Llywodraeth ddechrau edrych ar sut y gall canllawiau, protocols, camau gweithredu i sefydliadau mwyn i galluogi nhw i weithio fo'i gilydd gael eu tynhau rhywfaint, a bod y gwaith yna yn digwydd rwan. Ynghlwm â hyn, mae'r broblem o sefydliadau unigol yn cymryd penderfyniadau ynglŷn â'u cyllidebau sy'n rhai synhwyrol iddyn nhw'u hunain, ond sy'n weithiau yn arwain at roi pwysau ychwanegol ar gyllidebau gwasanaethau eraill. Sut mae Llywodraeth Cymru yn mynd i ddechrau newid diwylliant o fewn gwasanaethau cyhoeddus fel bod hyn yn stopio, oherwydd mae hynny'n mynd i fod yn gam pwysig tuag at wireddu yr syniad o integreiddio. Mae'r adroddiad interim hefyd yn cefnogi llawer mwy o fuddsoddiad mewn gofal sylfaenol, primary care. Da ni yn cytuno'n llwyr a hynny, felly pa newidiadau yw adran o all yr ysgrifennydd cabinet i wneud rwan mwyn sicrhau bod ni'n dechrau meddwl mwy yn herma'r rhoi gofal sylfaenol yn gyntaf. Ac yn ola, mae'r adroddiad hefyd yn cydnabod gwerth technoleg. Weithiau dydy technoleg ac yn arbennig yr cyflymder newid dyn ni'n ei weld mewn technoleg a'r posibiliadau newydd mewn technoleg ddim yn cael ei deall yn ddigon da gan reolwyr a chomisiynnwyr iechyd, ac o bosib bod hynny wedi golygu nad ydy'r sylw priodol wedi cael ei roi i'r maes yma yn y gorffennol. O ystyried hynny, ydy'r ysgrifennydd cabinet yn meddwl y dylen ni ddechrau meddwl am bobl broffesiynol ym maes IT a pobl broffesiynol ym maes technolegau eraill, y dylen ni ddechrau gweld nhw fel gweithwyr iechyd proffesiynol sy'n chwarae rôl gwbl allweddol mewn dilifrio gwasanaethau, yn gwneud yn siŵr bod y gwasanaethau yn gweithio, a sicrhau bod technoleg yn cael ei gynnwys i'r eithaf mewn llwybrau gofal i gleifion yng Nghymru. Mi adawer cwestiynau yn y fan yna. Adroddiad interim cam pwysig, ond dwi'n meddwl bod yna gama y gall y Llywodraeth fod yn ei cymryd mor gynnar a hyn yn y broses.
Thank you. Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you for the comments and the questions. I too look forward to the models of care, the new models of integrated care that the the review team will bring forward to us with their final report, and I'm sure they'll be challenging for us in a number of different ways. And that's part of the point about setting up the process. It is supposed to be challenging and difficult. It's supposed to ask us awkward questions. And a number of us come back to the points both you and Andrew have made about delivering change and the difficulties in doing that. Partly because it's a big and complex system, and even in the private sector. Where I used to work in a firm that had 20 odd offices around the country, delivering change within a system where everyone was employed by the same organisation. You found culture was different in different offices. Delivering a single system, say for case management, was actually more difficult than you thought it would be. So to deliver something across our health and social care sector, not just health, but health and social care, is going to be understandably difficult. But our challenge is to recognise, as I said earlier, that imperative for change, and recognise we haven't done as much as we would have wanted to previously. And we should be honest about the fact that even on a real evidence base, all of us are pulled in different directions by local pressures. Every time there is a significant service proposal for change, understandably, members in every party will be put upon pressure to fight local and to say that there is a different reason why change could not or should not happen. Now, we have to be prepared to recognise that. And when those new models of care are provided to us to consider, and with the suggestion and recommendation from the review panel that they are then trialled and then scaled up significantly and quickly across the country, that will be difficult for every party, not just for one in this chamber, and for people locally in a range of different areas. But the challenge otherwise is we go back to, well, actually, we slow the pace of change, and we allow change to happen to us, rather than making an informed choice about what we want to do differently. And that goes back to some of the points you then made. And I think it's interesting your point about how we incentivise or require integration within the health system, actually, between different parts of secondary and other acute services, as well as primary care and secondary care, but also between health and social care and other partners too. And some of that is already happening. You know, we've got pooled budgets coming in the scheme and the Social Services and Wellbeing Act from April next year in a number of services. We've got public service boards and regional boards already working together as partnerships, and the way they're making decisions together. And some of that is about, if you like, the more genuine bottom-up, where people are sitting together and realising they could and should do more together, and there's more value to be gained by actually those different public sector budgets working together with decision-making. What the review also sets out for us is that on its own that is unlikely to be enough. So the outcomes frameworks, the competency and the key performance indicator we set for people are having enough that are common across different sectors to enable and require people to work together at the same time. We also have the challenge of working with the police, the most obvious non-devolved group that have a real interest in and an impact upon health and care outcomes. So that also goes into some of the steps we've already taken in, for example, incentivising primary care to work differently together. We've required people to work together in clusters. We had points that were dependent on the quality and outcomes framework taking part, but also money that went with that. So as an incentive as well to say, here's money, you get to choose how you spend locally to meet the needs of your collective local population. So some of that is already happening, and the review team are positive about the work of clusters. The challenge again is, how do you then understand what local innovation looks like, and then how do you get to the point of evaluating that and deciding what to do more of, and then what to disinvest in as well? And that's the more difficult choice that we often have to make. And finally, just on this particular area, already requiring and expecting some things to happen, we know we've had a challenge on working across health board boundaries. That's why Aelodau'r and ABM are working together. They've had a joint planning meeting already. They know, and they've very sensibly and wisely agreed to my invitation to meet on a regular basis to plan services together. And the same in South East Wales as well, with Cwmtaf and Arran Bevan and Cardiff and Vale. Because actually there are services not just in specialist services, but in the way in which we deliver normal elective services as well, where there could and should be planning across those boundaries to make sure the services make sense. And if we can't drive that sort of way of working into our service, then we're unlikely to see the sort of significant change that we want to, and that you and I and everyone else in this room thinks is necessary for the future of the service. And that goes into how and why we invest in primary care, the choices we've already made, but we need to do more of that, because the pressure is almost always to invest on staff and in expensive services in a hospital-based setting. We need to do more to hold a line and to see that investment come into primary care and community care. And I recognise the well-made points that you highlight on technology and the ability to have not just a once-for-Wales approach in key systems, not just to have a system where you can transfer information between primary and secondary care and the social care sector, but also for the citizen themselves to have more control over their information and access to how to use the the system. We can do that in so many different areas of our life already. You can bank online and have access to really sensitive information. Our challenge is how to enable the citizen to have access to their own healthcare information and in a way that should help them to manage their own conditions and make more informed choices. There's real potential there, but again, we need to be much better at meeting the expectation of how people already live their lives, and I want to enable that to happen on a consistent basis across the country as well.
Thank you. Lee Waters.
Deputy Llywydd. Cabinet Secretary, I'd just like to follow up the point on public engagement. We haven't lacked expert analysis over the last decade or so in the challenges facing the NHS in Wales. But one of the things the system has found extremely challenging to do is engaging with communities. And here is a famous case study in how not to do it in the reshaping of services at Prince Philip. And in all credit to the team there, they're a case study in how to do it, in the way they then picked themselves up, drew on the clinicians and the community in coming up with a new solution, which is now being seen as a model for elsewhere. I've been disturbed in recent weeks by the changes we're seeing in primary care, where doctors' surgeries are having to close lists or having to hand back their contracts. And the way that's being communicated with their patients leaves some room for improvement. I've met recently with the Chief Executive of Aelodau'r to discuss this, and he fairly points out that these are privately run, contracted businesses, a point that is little understood, I think, amongst the general public, and there's a limited amount that the Health Board can do if these private businesses aren't willing to cooperate. And it's these doctors' surgeries who often communicate these difficult messages by imperfect means. So, for example, a poster on the door as a notice to people that the doctor's surgery has been closed to new patients. So I just wonder if the Cabinet Secretary could tell us about the next stage of work, how public engagement is going to be hardwired into the approach that's needed, and also whether or not the models that we're working with are going to be reviewed as part of that. Because if we do have a primary care model that relies upon private businesses who may or may not want to cooperate in this agenda, is it time to look again at that model?
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you for the question. It's one that I've discussed previously with the member for Llanelli, and not just, to be fair, in relation to his own constituency, where not just with the Prince Philip, where, as you recognise, there was a good example of what not to do, as well as then the way in which that was successfully then achieved, and the same in Cynulliad as well in some ways, in that there's a really important message here, I think, for being able to talk to the public early enough, but in a way where they trust where the message comes from. Now, I've got national responsibilities that I certainly don't try to walk away from a contract out of. I'm quite happy to take on board those responsibilities. It's the privilege of the job. But equally, if clinicians aren't part of that, it makes it very difficult for people to trust the information and the imperatives for change. And we really do need a conversation that isn't just between the health service in the shape of people who are chief executives and executive members of a board. They have a responsibility for that, yes, but actually local clinicians, people are used to seeing and trusting. Because otherwise, I don't think people will trust the reason and the rationale, because it's easy to understand why members of the public are instinctively suspicious and almost always think the first reason is this is about money, and you're not prepared to spend money on the service, rather than it's about much, much more than money. And there are things, even if we were in times of plenty in public service spending, there would be a need to change some of the way in which we deliver care. And that's part of the challenge that we will have. If we can't engage our clinical community and healthcare professionals and social care professionals in being part of that conversation, we're unlikely to see the sort of pace and scale of the change that we are told yet again is absolutely critical to the future of our health and care system. That's why it is important, as I said in response to Angela Burns, that in the next stage, the biggest and most important group of stakeholders, the public, the citizens themselves, are engaged in the conversation as far as possible. And I think the way this has been covered today has been helpful in that. But let's not pretend this will be the first item on the news agenda for the next 6 months. There'll be a challenge about how we make sure that engagement is real and meaningful, even if we honestly accept that not every person in Wales who has an interest today will be engaged in the same way come, say, November, when the report is being written and prepared to come back to us. But that isn't the debate that can stop then. It isn't simply we get the report and say, right, that's it, we're not interested in anyone else. There's got to be the constant process of engagement. And it goes back to your point about the way in which people engage in change at a local level, and often people are surprised to hear that change is required or necessary or proposed. And the first reaction is to fight against that change. And again, I understand that completely. It's a reaction in every single community across the country. If we don't get clinicians engaging in a more open way to discuss and debate these issues with the public, we're unlikely to see that change at all. And on your point about the primary care model, there is change already taking place. And some people see this as a bit of a threat to the independent contractor model. Well, actually, the biggest change to that model comes from new entrants into the profession, many of whom don't want to buy into that way of working, either because they don't want to buy into a building and the potential liabilities of that for the future, or because they simply want to be more flexible about their career. Not every person who comes out of training to be a doctor or any other form of healthcare profession wants to say, I'm committed to being in one community for pretty much the rest of my working life. Now, we need to recognise that change and find a way to allow those different models of care to work. And to be fair, I actually think that both the Royal College of GPs and the BMA are being very pragmatic about that discussion in supporting their members who want to maintain the independent contractor model, and at the same time enabling those other members of their membership bodies to actually find different ways of working with health boards and that wider multidisciplinary team. So I think there is genuine cause for some optimism, but that doesn't mean to say that that makes it easy.
Thank you. Caroline Jones.
Diolch, Llywydd. Thank you for your statement, Cabinet Secretary. I would also like to place on record my thanks to Dr Ruth Hussey and the panel for keeping me and my team regularly updated on the review's progress. The interim report starkly lays out the challenges facing health and social care in Wales. We are at an evolutionary moment with our health and care systems. We adapt or we perish. This is not a problem that can be solved by simply throwing money at it. As Dr Hussey correctly identifies, we have to make urgent systemic changes to the way we deliver care. We have to work smarter. We have to spend smarter. Cabinet Secretary, I welcome this interim report and the findings set out by Dr Hussey and her team. We now have a much clearer view of the challenge facing us as a nation and the challenge facing us as politicians. I'm convinced that we have to change the way we deliver health and social care in the future. It is now up to us here in this chamber to convince the public of the need for change and to engage with them in designing our future health and care system. Cabinet Secretary, how do you plan to encourage as many members of the public as possible to engage with the parliamentary review? The panel suggests a new number of models of care could be trialled and evaluated. Cabinet Secretary, if you can answer at this stage, how long will the trials run and how do you plan to run such trials concurrently? Whichever new models of care we adopt, they will all rely on new technology and shared data. Cabinet Secretary, can you outline the steps, the steps your government is taking to improve NWIS to ensure it can adapt to future needs? However care is delivered, we need a workforce to deliver it. We need to encourage more young people to become doctors, nurses, physios, occupational therapists and pharmacists. We also need experts in machine learning and big data, computer network specialists and programmers. Cabinet Secretary, what is the Welsh Government doing to encourage more young people to study STEM subjects to ensure we have the workforce we need in future? It is vital we deliver the necessary changes as quickly as possible if we are to ensure future generations we will have a health and social care system that meets their needs. Regarding our infrastructure, as has previously been mentioned, if people are to be encouraged to stay in their homes, we must make sure that with an ageing population, that new housing is built to recognise the changing needs in building regulations to accommodate disabled needs. Our infrastructure regarding public transport is in future also going to have to change. I look forward to working with the parliamentary review over the coming months, to receiving the final report and working with you, Cabinet Secretary, to deliver the recommendations made by Dr Hussey and the panel. Diolch yn fawr. Thank you.
Thank you. Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you for the comments and questions. I'll do this in reverse order. Again, I've recognised the points about housing, but again, you make a point about transport and transport needs, both to specialists in hospital centres, but also physical access to local care as well, and how that will be delivered, how much will be delivered in centres that people travel to, and how much will be in someone's home. And that is intrinsically, I think, also linked to the way in which we deliver telehealth and make that much more accessible and commonplace. We already have good examples of that, and again, this about the comments that Rhian ap Llawn made earlier, things we could do now, and actually delivering a more demanding but evidence-led approach on telehealth is one of the things I think we could do, and I'd be surprised if that doesn't form part of the final discussion in the report and recommendations. On your point then about education and encouraging people to study different subjects, well, of course, that is a cross-government perspective. Not just the pre-16 curriculum and the early years, which both Alan Davis and Kirsty Williams have a direct interest in, about how we equip and encourage people and our childcraft, what that does to improve people's attainment and their aspirations for the future, all the way through school education and beyond, where actually people then make different choices about what they want to do. There is something, again, about the curriculum for healthcare professionals, and they undertake their own training. If we want people to work in a different way as part of a multidisciplinary team, they need to be trained to work in that way whilst undertaking their qualifications too. So I recognise the points there that are being made. And on the NWIS, or the National Wales Informatics Service, there is a challenge there that's set out in the report about how they adapt to future needs, and it's more than just the points were made by both Angela Burns and Rhian ap Llawn. It is also about the ability to actually think about how we actually gear that up. Not about delivering once for Wales methods and making sure health boards and trusts buy into that, but actually how it actually manages to maintain the work that is already done, because the report recognises that much of what NWIS does is maintaining what already exists. And the space for it to develop and deliver new systems is not always easy. The ability and, if you like, the capacity and the power to do that. And it poses some questions in the report about how much can be done on developing either in-house capacity or actually about working in partnership with other software developers working to a commission provided by NWIS. And I think it's a very sensible conversation to engage in and take forward. On your point about how long the trials will run on the new models for care, I'm not in a position to answer that. I don't even know what the new models of care are yet. I definitely haven't seen an advanced copy of the report for 5 or 6 months' time, I can assure you of that. But when that is provided, we'll then have a sense from the panel itself about at what point in time they might advise us that we would need to wait to then have enough evidence to look for system-wide change in the way in which we deliver services. So we'll all have to wait a few more months to see what the trials will look like, let alone how long they will then run for. And in the point about engaging the public, again, this has been mentioned by previous speakers too, and I certainly recognise that we need to consider how we do that deliberately and specifically. I think calling for the public and encouraging the public to engage is one thing, not just about what we've done today, but in future engagement as well. I don't think anyone seriously expects me to knock every door in the country asking people to respond to the parliamentary review. Some people might not want to see them on their doorstep, frankly. But there is that broader point about all the different actors around our health and social care system and how they are partner wanting people to engage as well in the third sector, have a large reach potentially into their own supporter and engagement networks in ways that other organisations don't, and they could be really important in getting the public to genuinely engage, debate and discuss these ideas. And the final thing I'll say is that whilst I don't quite agree with your analogy to Darwinism and whether people change will just happen to us or we'll wither away, the point about this is we have a choice to make. Unlike people where change happens to you and that evolutionary process, we have a real choice to make about how we choose to change our system or whether we sit back and allow change to happen to us. And I absolutely believe that we should choose what to do with our future whilst we have the ability to do so and not wait for someone else to make that change for us.
Thank you. Di Lloyd.
Diolch, Deputy Llywydd. Can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for his statement and thank Dr Ruth Hussey for her hard work, her and her team, so far. Would the Cabinet Secretary agree, however, that some matters need urgent action now? We've heard some of them from Rhian and others. But in particular, the recruitment and retention of our junior medical staff in our hospitals. Now, once qualified, stop being a medical student, you end up being a junior hospital doctor. Everybody's a junior hospital doctor, in other words, before you carry on further training to become a consultant surgeon, a GP, a consultant physician, or whatever. So that's where our doctor pool comes from. But our junior doctors are feeling unloved at the moment, and their tremendous commitment to their vocation going unrecognised by managers in hospitals at all levels as they cope with huge workloads, rota gaps, high-risk life and death decisions, and having to battle for time off for study leave and exams, and even time off to get married. Now, It wasn't like that in my day as a junior hospital doctor, admittedly some time ago now, but Cabinet Secretary, how will you address these matters today?
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you. And to be fair, it's an issue that is regularly raised with me by both the Royal College and the BMA as well. And what I think is helpful and, again, different, and part of what gives us an opportunity, is that we do have a different relationship compared to other parts of the UK. It's a much more adversarial relationship across our board, and that is a point that is regularly raised by junior doctors themselves. And the challenge is how we capitalise on that and actually take proper advantage of it and encourage people to come here to work and to stay. And equally, they don't simply say that because I'm not Jeremy Hunt, that means everything is fine, because there are very real challenges. And the report again recognises some of the opportunities that exist about e-rostering, about giving people different choices about how to manage their own life, where people often have other responsibilities and not just their work as well. Again, in your day, I hesitate to say how long ago that might have been, but in the past, people expected to work very long hours, and they accepted that was what you had to do. Whereas actually now, whether there are men or women in the workforce, lots of people who acquire different responsibilities outside work, with families in particular, make different choices. And so you don't find doctors who are prepared to say, someone else will bring up my child while I'm in work for 80 hours a week. So we do need to think properly about how we manage that and the numbers of people we need in our workforce to make the whole system run. And I recognise the point you make about the differing way in which health boards engage their junior doctors. That's an issue that's brought to me by stakeholders, an issue that's recognised within the service, and improvements they need to make as well. But also the point about study leave and how we think creative about how we could do something that could make a real difference to whether people choose to stay in the profession and in this country too as well.
Thank you. And finally, Lynn Morgan.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I think the way we deal with our elderly population in future will be the way we're judged as a nation. So it's critical that we get this right. I think there's some very eminent professionals on this review board, and I'm looking forward to hear their final recommendations. But I think one thing has come across very clearly in this report and in others, and that is the current situation is unsustainable because of demographic challenges that we are facing. So what we need is some radical thinking. And I've always been of the view that elderly care should form a part of an economic development strategy, as well as being a social and health strategy. And some of the ideas that we've been proposing in pilots in the Economic Development Plan for Rural Wales actually does that. It brings together this idea of economic development and care being part of the same thing. And I would encourage the Minister really to speak to his colleagues about how we really comprehensively have an all-government approach to this. It cannot be simply in the silos of health and care. We have to extend it beyond that. Now, over the past few months, I've also brought a group of experts to do some blue skies thinking together on how we tackle this issue of care in Wales in the long term. And I think we're very aware that you're firefighting, that actually there's a problem now. We're trying to do some broader thinking in an atmosphere where we are able to say things that are difficult to say. And despite some of what we've done, following a discussion with the chair of the Parliamentary Review Team, is that we focused on areas where the review is not concentrating. So despite the suggestion in the interim report that there's a need for capital planning, it doesn't really focus on the issue of buildings and housing relating to care, although there's an appreciation that more care will have to be done at home. And crucially, this review doesn't look at the issue of financing care either. So I think if in Wales we should be leading, and to do that we need to find some answers to these difficult questions. But we will only do that if we work together on these issues. And it's got to be beyond Plaid and Labour. I'm really glad that already we're extending beyond that. But we have to answer this cross-party, or we simply won't find a solution, because these are really, really difficult conversations to have with the public. And just finally on that point of communication, we have to appreciate that communication with the public, you know, there are so many people who don't understand that actually you have to pay for your own care home now. They don't appreciate that. So if we're suggesting something different, then we've got to be aware, people have got to be aware of the current situation before we suggest other things in future. And just finally, on my question, there was a report this week that 32% of long-term carers had not had a day off in 5 years. Is this something that also should be addressed?
Thank you. Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you for the comments and questions. And again, the report, one of the drivers that's recognised is the significant expansion in our older population. We both import older people who want to retire to Wales, as well as more people who have been here for a longer period of time, actually just living longer. And as I said, it's a cause of celebration, but it does come with a challenge for us. And I think it's fair to say that in discussions, not just with the Minister, Rebecca Evans, but also with Ken Skate, there's a recognition about the economic value of the care sector. And recognising it's a big employer already, and if we improve the working conditions and the pay of people in that sector, there is an economic impact as well, and often for broadly poorer people. You know, people that go into the care sector tend not to be people from significantly economically advantaged backgrounds, certainly into the paid care sector. And there is something about raising the status of the profession, as I said earlier, in response to Angela Burns, and also what we do about how we actually help the sector. And actually understanding the future, what that looks at. That's why things like market position statements are important in taking forward the scheme of the social services and wellbeing, so people can make choices and decisions about the future, whether they are small independents within the sector or larger operators as well. And the point about capital planning, this is about the health and care estate. And by that, I don't mean people's homes, you know, where people are constructing areas to provide health and care in, so primary care, secondary, and of course in residential care as well. But there will be a need to think about, again, about our housing quality standards, because our housing associations are not just people who provide, if you like, standard social housing that people live in. Lots of the housing they provide are care homes, and they provide lots of extra care now as well. It's a developing feature, and the challenge will be, is what's being created really what we think is going to match the needs of the population we have now and in 5 and 10 years and longer as well? And that's a challenge about how people do work across not just the government, but partners outside government too as well. And on your point about funding, we specifically ruled out and didn't go into funding of the future of the health and care system. The review's remit is significant already. To add that in again would be even more of a problem. And actually, general taxation funds are a large part of what we talk about. To try and then say we'll have a different view here, actually there are wider UK-wide questions about the funding of public services, not just in Wales but across the UK. And your final point on carers, the Minister will have something positive to say, I believe, about how we actually provide more support for carers in the here and now, to make sure they do have the opportunity for respite and a proper break, because that isn't something we should put off till 5 and 10 years' time.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. Next item on our agenda this afternoon is a statement by the Minister for Lifelong Learning and Welsh Language on the Welsh Language Strategy. And I call on Alan Davies as Minister to make that statement. Alan Davies.
Diolch yn fawr, Deputy Llywydd. Gweledigaeth y Llywodraeth yw craidd miliwn o siaradwyr Gymraeg erbyn 2050. Gweledigaeth glir yn un o ni fel cenedl. Dyna beth sy'n gyrru y strategaeth newydd. Mae'r Gymraeg yn rhan bwysig o pwy ydyn ni. Ydyn ni'n siarad Gymraeg neu beidio. Mae angen i ni fod yn falch o ein dwyieithrwydd ac mae'n amser ni gymryd y camau nesaf ar ein taith fel genedl dwyieithog. Os ydyn ni am gweld y gweledigaeth yma, a cyrraedd miliwn, mae'n rhaid i ni gymryd y camau cyntaf ar ein taith nawr. Mae heriau o blaen ni, ond heb osg gallwn ni ein wynebu gan wybod bod ni ar sail gadarn eisoes i'r gwaith. Mae strategaeth newydd yn nodi 10 newid trawsnewidiol sydd angen i ni fynd ar afel yn nhw, a mae rhain yn ymwneud creu siaradwyr trwy'n system addysg, defnydd o'r Gymraeg yn y gweithlu ac yn gymdeithasol a trwy'r gwasanaethau. Creu amodau ffafriol sy'n sicrhau sailwaith a chyd-destun i'r Gymraeg, pethau megis cefnogi economi cymunedau Cymraeg, swyddi tai a cefnogi'r iaith yn maes technoleg digidol. A gai bod yn glir, nid jyst creu miliwn o bobl sy'n gallu siarad Gymraeg yw'r nod, ond miliwn o bobl sy'n gallu ac yn dewis defnyddio'r Cymraeg. Mae strategaeth yn rhoi bwyslais yn naturiol a'r gynlluniau I gynnyddu yn sylweddol nifer o siaradwyr Gymraeg newydd. Rofe'r ffocws a gryfhau cyfnodau pontio rhwng y blynyddoedd cynnar I addysg statudol yn y lle gyntaf, ond hefyd ar gefnogi un continuum addysg Gymraeg mwyn cynnig y cyfle gorau bosibl I bobl ifanc datblygu I fod yn siaradwyr Cymraeg hyderus. Bydd gofyn am uchelgais, cefnogaeth ac arweinyddiaid caden gan awdurdodau lleol, llywodraethwyr a penaethiad ysgolion I gyrraedd ein target o 40% o blant mewn addysg cyfrwng Gymraeg erbyn 2050. Bydd gweithrediad eithriadol o'r cynlluniau strategol y Gymraeg mewn addysg yn allweddol I gyrru'r y gwaith yma. Byddai yn gwneud datganiad bellach ynglyn â'r adolygu'r cynlluniau strategol y Gymraeg mewn addysg yn ystod yr wythnosau nesaf. Rydyn ni'n ymwybodol wrth gwrs a bydd hyn yn her, ond rhaid I ni wynebu heriau fel hyn I sicrhau ein gweledigaeth. Her amlwg arall fydd yn sicrhau digon o weithlu I weinyddu ehangu hwn. Bydd angen gweithredu yn bwriadus I sicrhau bod digon o bobl ifanc yn dymuno dysgu ac hynny trwy'r Gymraeg. Cyhwyddwyd gweinidog addysg a sgiliau'r wythnos diwethaf I bwriad I fuddsoddi 4.2 miliwn o bunnoedd o'r cyllideb addysg eleni mwyn datblygu ymhellach y gweithlu athrawon cyfredol I addysgu'r Gymraeg ac I gyflwyno addysg trwy gyfan y Gymraeg. Bydd hyn yn cynnwys I hangi'r cynllun sabathol ac ymestyn rhaglen gwaith y consortia'r addysg. Bydd angen ni hefyd gefnogi ein pobl ifanc I taith iaith ar ôl gadael ysgol. Wrth iddyn nhw'n fynd I addysg bellach and uwch, ac wrth iddyn nhw ymuno ar gweithlu. Edrychaf ymlaen a darllen adroddiad o'r adolygiad o'r Coleg Cymraeg Cenedlaethol ar y camiau nesaf sydd ein hangen I symud tir yn y maes yma. Rhoddir yr un ffocws a gynyddu defnydd yn eir o'r Gymraeg. Mwyn yr iaith llywyrchu, mae angen mwy o siaradwyr Cymraeg newydd a mae angen i'r rhai ni sy'n medru'r iaith I defnyddio hi yn reolaidd. Mae rhwydweithiau Cymraeg trafodiadol wedi gallorogi cenhedloedd o bobl I defnyddio'r Gymraeg yn gymdeithasol. Mae'n hefyd wedi llwyddo I greu cyd-destun yr iaith tu hwnt i'r gyfdrefn ysgol neu gwaith ac hefyd mae gyda ni rheswm I fod yn diolchgar am ei cyfraniad pwysig. Ar ôl ffigurau 2015, mae o gwmpas 10% o'r boblogaeth yn defnyddio'r Gymraeg yn rheolaidd hyn o bryd, ac dyn ni eisiau gweld hynny'n cynyddu I 20% erbyn 2050. Dwi'n edrych ymlaen at gyhoeddi papur gwyn yn mis Awst eleni yn cyflwyno cynigion ar gyfer bil newydd yr iaith Gymraeg, gan sicrhau ein bod yn gweithredu yn y dull mwyaf effeithiol a phosibl les pobl Cymru. Mwyn cefnogi ymdrechion I gynyddu nifer o siaradwyr Gymraeg a'i defnydd o'r Gymraeg, mae angen creu amodau ffafriol I hynny digwydd. Bydd y pwyslais newydd a ddatblygu economaidd yn rhanbarthol yn allweddol I sicrhau fod pob rhan o Gymru yn gynnwys cymunedau Cymraeg yn elwa yn economaidd. Mae hynny yn allweddol I dyfodol y cymunedau hynny. I gefnogi hynny, cyn diwedd y mis hwn, bydd nodyn cyngor technegol 20 yn gael hi gyhoeddi, ynghyd ag canllawiau a fframwaith asesu risg i'r Gymraeg a gyfer datblygiadau mawr, I adlewyrchu yn bellach yr angen I ystyried y Gymraeg yn maes polisi cynllunio. Ac wrth I natur cymdeithas newid, ac wrth I datblygiadau mewn technoleg digidol barhau yn y dyfodol, bydd angen ni weddnewid y tirwedd digidol Cymraeg a ro pwyslais arbennig a ddatblygiadau technegol iaith. Mae strategaeth hwn yn nodi pwynt tyngynfennol i'r Gymraeg felly. Nillai yn bod yn torchu llewis ac yn ymateb i'r her rydyn ni yn ildio. Ymroddiad yr ymateb i'r her a gedi yn y strategaeth yma, uchelgeisiol tymor hwn, hir dymor hwn. Rydw i'n glir iawn yn y man bod rhaid I Llywodraeth Cymru arwain trwy esiampl a dangos arweinyddiaeth os ydyn ni gyrraedd ein uchelgais. Llywydd, cychwyn ar y daith yn unig yw y strategaeth. Mae gan bob un ohonyn ni cyfrianiad i'w wneud, yn gefnogwyr, yn ddysgwyr, yn siaradwyr gyson. Gallwn ni gyd yn fod yn un o'r miliwn. Presiding Officer, my statement on the Government's Welsh language strategy today is not simply a statement for those of us who speak Welsh today. It is a statement and policy for the whole country. I hope also that it is a policy that will unite the nation and one which will also challenge us as a nation. And if we succeed in meeting this challenge, will change fundamentally who we are as a nation. I am asking us today to subscribe to a vision which draws a line under the debates of the past. Today, I want to move beyond the conflict and confrontation that we have seen all too often over the future of the language. The Welsh language belongs to us all. It is our inheritance. It is a part of us all. This is a vision where we each share our country and share our cultures together. I want all of our children to leave school confident in not only understanding the basics of the language, but also the culture that it underpins and the history that has made us the people we are today. I am determined, and this government is determined, that we will succeed in this endeavour. It is an historical commitment and one which will help define all of our futures. We will provide the vision and the leadership, but we also know that no government, no minister and no parliament will deliver this strategy and determine our success or otherwise. That will be determined by our country and our people. Those people who use and speak the language and learn the language and ensure that their children are confident in the language. And in changing Wales, we will also change the United Kingdom. If we are able to create a truly bilingual nation in this family of nations, we will help make the UK as a whole a different place. A place where our language is recognised as an essential part of this British inheritance and British experience. In that way, it is also a challenge to the UK as well, and particularly a British media that all too often seeks to either ignore or ridicule our culture, and a British establishment that takes no interest in the reality of a British identity that doesn't conform to their prejudices. Presiding Officer, in closing, I hope that this is a statement that will find a resonance across the whole country, and a statement that will be the beginning of a journey that we will embark upon together. 2 languages, 2 cultures, but 1 nation. Thank you very much.
Susie Davies.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywydd, a diolch i chi hefyd, Weinidog, am y datganiad heddi. Datganiad cyntaf, wel, siŵr fi'n mynd i gael gymaint o'r rhain, achos gwrth mae hyd y bywyd y strategaeth yn un hir iawn. Mae rhaid i dwi yn licor neges sylfaenol bod y strategaeth yma i un o ni yn lle yn rhannu ni, achos mae ni gyd yn gwybod am sut mae'r iaith wedi cael ei defnyddio gan pobl gwahanol dros y degawdau diwethaf, a rydyn ni gyd gobeithio gweld diwedd hynny. A mi'n neud yn bach o arbrawf yma, heddi, Gweinidog. Mi wedi wneud y nodiadau yn Saesneg, mi trio troi nhw yn y Gymraeg fel wy'n siarad. Felly, hoffwn i ddechrau gyda gwaithlu addysg. A mae hwn yn bwysig, achos wedi gweld cwymp yn nifer o pobl sy'n dysgu trwy'r Gymraeg yn ddiweddar. A wi'n nodi y cynllun sabothol, ac wrth gwrs wy'n gwerthfawrogi hefyd y cynllun hyfforddi gan Mudiad Maethrin sydd wedi cael ei nodi yn y strategaeth ei hunan. Hoffwn i gwybod, falle mae'n gynnar i ofyn y cwestiwn yma, ond sut mae'r syniad o gan cynllun hyfforddi gan Mudiad Maethrin yn mynd i weithio mewn lleoliadau ddi-Gymraeg yn y cyfnod presennol? Achos gwrs ni gyd yn edrych ymlaen at cenhedlaethau o plant ifanc dwyieithog, plant ifanc sy'n siarad Cymraeg neu Saesneg heb feddwl am ba iaith maen nhw'n siarad. Ond i dal yn becso am y cyfnod presennol a sut mae cynllun yn mynd i gweithio yn ystod y cyfnod hynny. Achos mae yn bwysig i pobl ifanc, yn arbennig yn y cyfnod pontio, gweld neu clywed yr iaith fel rhan naturiol o'i bywydau nhw, hyd yn oed os nad oes y prif iaith y lleoliad penodol. Felly, os chi'n gallu gweud rhywbeth ynglyn â'r ymrwymiad yn ystod o tymor byr ynglyn â hynny, hoffwn fod yn ddiolchgar iawn. Hefyd ynglyn â'r cynllun sabothol, mae hynny wedi gobeithio i rai sydd wedi cael y siawns i cymryd mantais o hynny, ond wi dal yn becso mae rhai sydd ddim yn gallu cael ei ryddhau o'i ysgolion neu y gweithlu, os mae'n addas i hynny, eto yn y cyfnod presennol. Sut mae pobl sydd yn ein hysgolion sydd eisiau cymryd mantais o'r unrhyw gyfle i gwella gloywi yng Nghymraeg, sut mae'n gallu elwa o hynny? Achos dwi ddim yn gweld bod hwn yn mynd i bod yn hawdd. Wy'n ni'n gwybod i gyd y problemau gyda athrawon y cyflenwi, a mae cwestiwn wrth gwrs yn ehangu iddyn nhw hefyd. Wy'n cytuno 100% bod ar ôl 15 blwydd oed, dyn ni ddim eisiau colli y sgiliau bod y pobl sy'n dod fewn i'r system fel plant ifanc nawr a mynd i gael gobeithio. Dyn ni ddim eisiau gweld yr iaith mynd nôl i rhywbeth cymdeithasol neu sy'n cael ei colli gyfan gwbl ar ôl 16 blwydd oed. Felly, ydy'n bosib i weid eto yn fanwl beth sy'n mynd i digwydd yn y system addysg bellach neu yn prentisiaethau i atgyfnerthu y gwerth a'r pwrpas o fod yn ddwyieithog. Ac os chi wedi gweud, dechrau ar diwedd ac araith am pwrpas bod o'r un genedl ar hynny, ond mae yna nifer o ffyrdd fewn i hynny, a gyda'r cyfnod presennol, mae gyda ni dal y problem o pobl sydd wedi cael falle profiad gwarthus, os mae wedi dod o'r iaith, os mae wedi dod lan trwy'r system Saesneg. Felly, ydy'n bosib i weid beth sydd wedi cael ei cyflenwi erbyn hyn o edrych ar y iaith Gymraeg fel sgil cyfathrebu hanfodol, fel rhan anatod o'r cyrsiau galwedigaethol yn arbennig yn y sectorau fel gofal plant, gofal cymdeithasol, lletygarwch. Mae'n werth, dim cwestiwn y newydd, fi'n gwybod ni, ond hoffwn ni gwybod os na fydd rhyw fath o gynnydd erbyn hyn, hoffwn ni wybod am hynny, a os ni wedi clywed rhywbeth am hynny ar gyfer pan mi'n symud ymlaen gyda'r strategaeth. Fel y wedys i, hoffwn ni gwybod am y byd gwaith, felly pan chi'n sôn am creu amodau ffafriol, i ddewis i ddefnyddio'r Cymraeg, dim jyst i cael sgiliau, ond i ddefnyddio nhw. Wrth gwrs, mae'n y gwestiwn dros safona. Mae safona, mae gyda nhw lle yn y gwaith lle, ond i fi, mae'n y ffordd o greu gyflenwad yn lle creu galwad. Bydd yr strategaeth hon, ond yn llwyddiannus os mae'n creu galwad yn fy marn i, anyway. Wi jyst wedi gweud cybl o geiriau ar profiad gwael pobl sy'n wedi dod trwy'r system Saesneg. A wrth gwrs, wy'n gwynebu rhywbeth sy'n digwydd yma, a mae cenedlaeth yn newydd o pobl sy'n ddwyieithog, os mae hwn yn gweithio'n dda. Mae'n cyrraedd y gweithle, ond mae pobl sydd yn y swyddi uwch wedi dod trwy'r system gwahanol. A maen nhw wedi dod trwy hynny gyda'i agweddu sydd falle ddim yn bositif a sydd ddim yn awyddus y gawn ni weid ynglyn â'r Cymraeg. A hoffwn ni glywed sut mae strategaeth yn mynd i ysgoi sefyllfa lle ni gael pobl sy'n sy'n dechrau yn y system gwaith yn ddwyieithog, ond maen nhw'n dod o hyd i pobl hun na nhw gyda agwedd hollol gwahanol, a falle sydd ddim yn gwerthfawrogi y sgiliau sydd gyda nhw sydd wedi cael ers y cryd os mae strategaeth yn gweithio'n dda. A hoffwn ni jyst gwybod os mae yna ffyrdd i osgoi unrhyw fath o gwrthdaro diwylliant. Felly, ydych chi'n mynd i, gallech chi weid sut ti'n mynd i fonitro a mesur llwyddiant y canolfannau Cymraeg odolion sydd gyda ni ar hyn o bryd. Yn gwybod early days yw hyn, ond sut mi'n gallu dysgu rhywbeth wrth y profiad hynny i fod yn siŵr bod mi'n trio dod i fewn i'r gwaith le heb beichiau neu wrth dyniadau, os hoffech chi, i weithwyr neu cyflogwr. Achos mae dal yn disconnect rhwng y ddau sy'n dechrau yn y system nawr a'r rhai sydd wedi bod trwyddynt a falle wedi cymryd ar hen agweddau gyda nhw. Diolch yn fawr.
Licen ni diolch i Susie Davies am ei groeso cyffredin ar gyfer y geiriau ac y datganiad ac y strategaeth. Gai gweud hyn wrth ymateb i chi, Susie? Dyn ni'n dechrau â daith fan hyn, daith o dau gynhedlaeth I gyrraedd 2050. Taith lle mae rhaid ni wneud buddsoddiadau yn gynnar, a dyna beth dwi wedi trio gwneud heddiw trwy dangos rhyw fath o darlun o beth dwi'n gobeithio gwneud yn ystod y cynulliad presennol y Llywodraeth yma, achos dwi'n meddwl bod e'n bwysig gosod targedau, ddim ar gyfer 2050 a pwy bynnag sy'n gweinidog pryd hynny, ond hefyd targedau ar gyfer y Llywodraeth yma, tra mod I yn gweinidog. Ac mae rhaid creu rhwydwaith, strwythwaith, ble mae'n bosibl sicrhau atebilrwydd ar gyfer y Llywodraeth yma, y Llywodraeth presennol hefyd. So, dyn ni'n gobeithio gwneud hynny heddiw ac dros yr wythnosau a misoedd nesaf. Mi fydd y Mudiad Meithrin yn un o'r partneriaeth pwysicau sy'n gyda ni, fel dyn ni'n symud ymlaen, sicrhau bod gyda ni ystrwythwaith o'r grwpiau meithrin ar draws Cymru, a mi fyddwn ni'n parhau I gydweithio gyda nhw. Dych chi wedi gofyn lot fawr o cwestiynau bwyty datblygu'r gweithlu. Mae Kirsty Williams wedi comisiynu gwaith Delyth Evans, ac mi fydd y drofiad gweithgo Delyth Evans yn cael ei cyhoeddi yn ystod yr wythnosau nesaf, a mi fydd yr adroddiad hwnnw yn dechrau creu darlun o sut ydyn ni yn gallu datblygu addysg bellach trwy gyfan y Gymraeg, sicrhau bod gyda ni cwrsiau ar ôl 16 trwy gyfan y Gymraeg ar gyfer pobl sydd eisiau gweithio gyda enghraifft y Mudiad Meithrin, ond hefyd datblygu sgiliau a gwasanaethau newydd trwy gyfan y Gymraeg. A mi fydd gan Kirsty Williams datganiad I wneud ar hynny yn ystod yr wythnosau nesaf. Ond dyn ni yn gweld bod y Gymraeg, mae'n bwysig gweld y Gymraeg fel sgil gyfaithrebu yn y ffordd dych chi wedi disgrifio. Ond hefyd, mae rhaid bod y Gymraeg yn fwy na hynny. Fwy na dim ond sgil cyfaithrebu dych chi'n defnyddio pan bod angen yn y gwaith. Mae'r Gymraeg yn fwy na hynny. Mae Gymraeg yn rhan anfodol o'n diwylliant a hanes a genedl ni. A mae rhaid ni hefyd cydnabod werth y Gymraeg oherwydd beth yw hi, a ddim jyst oherwydd mae'n sgil yn y gweithlu. A dwi eisiau pwysleisio y bwysigrwydd o hynny. Fel rhan o'r taith, mi fyddai yn cyhoeddi papur gwyn yn y Steddfod, ac mi fyddwn ni yn dechrau proses o drafod pwy ddath o strwythwaith deddfwriaethol sy'n angen arno ni dros y blynyddoedd nesaf. O'n I glir yn y meddwl I, ac dwi'n gobeithio bydd aelodau yn cytuno, bod angen gosod y gweledigaeth yn gyntaf, gosod y strategaeth yn gyntaf, a wedyn ni trafod sut ydyn ni'n gweithredu y strategaeth a sut ydyn ni'n cyrraedd y gweledigaeth. A felly, o'n i'n glir, o'n eisiau gosod y strategaeth yma, a wedyn ni gael trafodaeth y bwyty y deddoriaeth a'r bil newydd ar gyfer yr iaith Gymraeg. A mi fyddwn ni'n dechrau y proses o drafod y bil newydd yn y Steddfod. Mi fydd hynny yn parhau I fewn i'r Hydref, a wedyn ni pan ni wedi cael y sgwrs cenedlaethol y bwyty hynny, Dwi'n gobeithio gallwn ni dod â cynigion deddu nôl i'r cynulliad yma mwyn I aelodau gael trafod y cynigion fydd gyda ni, a dwi'n gobeithio gwneud hynny yn gynnar iawn yn y blwyddyn newydd. Ac pan dwi yn sôn y bwyty amodau ffafriol ar gyfer y Gymraeg, dwi'n sôn y bwyty pwy fath o hawliau dyn ni angen fel Cymru Gymraeg, sut dyn ni'n gweithredu ein hawliau fel Cymru Gymraeg, a sut ydy'r gwasanaethau cyhoeddus ac eraill yn gweithio tu fewn I system statudol fydd yn sicrhau ein hawliau fel Gymru Gymraeg. A mae rhaid ni gael y trafodaeth felly, a mi fyddwn ni, dwi'n edrych ymlaen at hynny. Ond fwy na hynny, ac na I benni gyda yr ymateb yma, dwi eisiau symud y bwyslais o rheoleiddi I hybu ac hyrwyddo. A dwi eisiau symud y bwyslais I trafodaeth ac I sgwrs cenedlaethol y bwyty'r Gymraeg sydd yn positif a bwyty sut ydyn ni i hangu defnydd o'r Gymraeg, sut ydyn ni yn ei hangu y cyreiddiad y Gymraeg os ydych chi'n licio. Symud i ffwrdd o'r hen drafodaethau diflas y bwyty gwrthdaro fel ydych chi wedi awgrymu, ac sôn y bwyty sut ydyn ni yn gallu i hangu'r Gymraeg a gwneud hynny fel genedl, a gwneud hynny yn cynnwys pob un ohonyn ni. Yn aml iawn, dyn ni'n trafod strategaethau Gymraeg yn dim ond yn y Gymraeg, ond mae hwn yn strategaeth i Gymru. Gymru Gymraeg a Gymru di-Gymraeg gyda'n gilydd.
Llawn. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Mi ydych chi wedi cyhoeddi dogfen bwysig iawn heddiw yma, ac mae o yn gam cychwynnol cadarnhaol ar y siwrna i gyrraedd y targed o filiwn y siaradwyr erbyn 2050. Mae'r Llywodraeth wedi adnabod themau allweddol fydd angen i blaenoriaethu ar gyfer tyfu'r nifer o siaradwyr Cymraeg. Wrth gwrs, y glo man, y rhaglen waith a'r manylion gweithredu fydd yn bwysig wrth symud ymlaen. Mi fydd hefyd angen penderfyniad i oresgyn pa bynnag rwystra ddaw cer bron a phenderfyniad ag ewyllus gwleidyddol cwbl gadarn dros gyfnod hir. Dwi'n dechrau drwy drafod gymuned a'r economi ac yn falch o weld bod yna ddealltwriaeth o'r cysylltiad rhwng y Gymraeg a'r economi a chymunedau yn y ddogfen yma. Mi ydych chi'n nodi fel hyn, mae angen mwy na swyddi i gadw pobl yn yr ardaloedd hyn a'i denu yn ôl, a ydych chi'n sôn fan hyn am y cymunedau efo dwysedd uchel o siaradwyr Cymraeg. A ydych chi'n mynd ymlaen i ddeud, mae angen hefyd gyrfaoedd da i ganiatáu i bobl symud o swydd i swydd. Yn eich datganiad pnawn yma, ydych chi wedi deud fod angen i'r Llywodraeth arwain drwy esiampl a dangos arweiniad os ydyn am gyrraedd yn uchelgais. Mi fydda gweld arweiniad clir felly o ran swyddi a'r math o swyddi o ansawdd da ni eisiau gweld yn y broedd Cymraeg yn arwydd clir gyn eich Llywodraeth chi o hawydd chi i addangos y ffordd a chreu esiampl. Fe ellid fod wedi sefydlu'r awdurdod cyllid newydd yn y gorllewin, ond ni wnaed hynny. Mi wnes i awgrymu ar y pryd, pan fyddan ni'n cael y drafodaeth honno, fod angen ailedrych ar feini prawf y Llywodraeth pan ddaw hi'n fater o wneud penderfyniadau ar leoli cyrff newydd, os ydy'r Llywodraeth o ddifri am gryfhau'r cymunedau lle mae'r Gymraeg yn iaith bob dydd. Felly, yng nghwestiwn cyntaf fi ydy, fyddwch chi yn mynd ati'n fwriadol fel Llywodraeth i greu swyddi Llywodraeth newydd yn yr ardaloedd sydd â dwysedd uchel o siaradwyr Cymraeg, ac a fyddwch chi'n mynd ati'n fwriadol i adleoli allan o goridor ffyniannus y De Ddwyrain pan fydd yna gyfleoedd yn codi. I droi at y maes addysg, mae'r glo man yn hollol bwysig yn fan hyn yn bendant. A mae gennych chi rai targeda yn y rhaglen waith, a dwi'n ddim yn sôn am y strategaeth, ond y rhaglen waith sydd yn holl bwysig. Ac enghraifft, cynnydd yn nifer yr athrawon cynradd sy'n addysgu trwy gyfrwng y Gymraeg o 2,900 i 2,100 erbyn 2021, sef 200 yn fwy. Cynnydd yn nifer yr athrawon uwchradd sy'n addysgu Cymraeg o 500 i 600 erbyn 2021, 100 yn fwy, a'r nifer sy'n addysgu drwy gyfrwng y Gymraeg o 1,800 i 2,200 erbyn 2021, sef 400. Rwan, di hwnna i fi ddim yn swnio'n rhyw symia mawr, ddim yn swnio'n gynnydd mawr. Ydy o'n ddigon? Neu ai fi sydd yn falle ddim yn gweld lle mae hwnna'n ffitio mewn i weddill y strategaeth? Mae gen i gwestiwn penodol hefyd ynglyn â'r maes addysg, sef yr cynlluniau strategol addysg Gymraeg. Mi ydan ni angen gweld hein yn llawer mwy uchelgeisiol os da ni am gyrraedd y targed. Ac ar hyn o bryd, da ni ddim wedi gweld llawer o gynnydd, dwi'n gwybod bod chi'n cytuno efo hynny. Sut fydd arian y gyllideb rhaglen ysgolion unfed ganrif ar 20 yn cael ei defnyddio i gefnogi'r cynlluniau strategol mewn addysg ac i gefnogi datblygu cyfleusterau newydd? dwi'n nodi bod y rhaglen waith yn un 4 blynedd a'r strategaeth i'w gweithredu dros gyfnod llawer hirach na hynny wrth gwrs. Mwyn cynnal y momentum yna, mi fydd angen sefydlu corff hyd braich mwyn sicrhau cysondeb, cynnal trosolwg a chadw cyfeiriad ar ôl 2021. Mae'r sector yn sicr yn cytuno efo hynny, ac fel rhan o'r gyllideb bresennol fe gytunwyd i symud ymlaen efo sefydlu corff hyd braich. Nghwestiwn ola fi ydy, be di pwrpas y bwrdd cynllunio sydd wedi bod yn cwrdd yn ddiweddar, ac a fydd hwnnw yn datblygu i fod yn gorff hyd braich, yr corff yma sydd ei angen, ac os y bydd o pryd fydd hynny'n digwydd. Diolch.
Eto, licen i diolch i Llyfaru Plaid Cymru am ei croeso cyffredin i'r strategaeth ac i'r rhaglen gwaith. A dwi'n falch bod chi wedi canolbwyntio ar y rhaglen gwaith yn eich cwestiynau ydych chi'n iawn. Pan dwi'n edrych o'i gwmpas i fan hyn yn Bai Caerdydd, ond pan dwi'n teithio o gwmpas Cymru ac pan dwi'n gatre ymlaen a'i Gwent, dwi'n gweld ewyllus da i'r Gymraeg yn bob man. Mae'n un peth sydd yn uno ni fel genedl. Dwi'n gweld ewyllus da gan cymunedau lle mae'r Gymraeg yn rhan bwysig o bywyd cymunedol ac hefyd ewyllus da yn ardaloedd ble dyw'r Gymraeg ddim yn rhan o fywyd bob dydd y cymuned. A dwi'n gweld hynny yn rhywbeth dwi eisiau parhau ac i hybu dros y blynyddoedd nesaf. Ond ydych chi'n iawn, dyn ni yn gwneud ymrwymiad glir i sicrhau bod gyda ni cynlluniau economi a gyfer pob un rhan o Gymru yn gynnwys y cymunedau ble mae'r Gymraeg yn iaith cymunedol. Ac mae rhaid i'r Llywodraeth sicrhau bod ni'n buddsoddi hefyd yn y cymunedau felly. Mi ydych chi wedi gweld polisi glir y Llywodraeth yma i symud swyddi tu fas i Gaerdydd a symud swyddi i ardaloedd gwahanol yng Nghymru. A mae hynny wedi bod yn bwyslais, mae'r Llywodraeth yma wedi mabwysiadu ac mae wedi bod yn bolisi parhaol y Llywodraeth presennol. Efallai bod y certh i gyd ddim yn mynd yn y lle roedd fysach chi wedi dewis ac mae hynny siŵr o fod yn wir. Ond mae'r banc datblygu wedi mynd i'r gogledd, of course, mae trefnidiaeth wedi mynd i'r cymoedd ac mae'n awdurdod cyllid hefyd wedi symud. So, dyn ni wedi gweld bod hynny yn bolisi o symud swyddi tu fas i Gaerdydd, buddsoddi yng Nghymru fel genedl a ddim jyst yn y prif ddinas. A dwi'n credu bod hynny yn rhywbeth sydd yn holl bwysig a mi fydd y polisi hynny yn parhau dros cyfnod y cynulliad yma. Ac dwi yn siŵr bod y polisi hwnnw yn cynnwys y gorllewin ar gogledd yn ei cyfanrwydd, of course. Ac mi welwch chi hynny yn digwydd dros y misoedd nesaf a'r blynyddoedd nesaf. Pan ydych chi'n dod i addysg, ydy y targedu yn ddigon. Dwi'n credu bod y targedu yn uchelgeisiol ac yn ddigon am nawr. Mae hyn yn daith. Dyw ddim yn strategaeth 4 mlynedd. Dyn ni wedi cyhoeddi rhaglen gwaith o 4 mlynedd ar gyfer hyd y cynulliad yma. I allorogi pobl ac i'r allorogi'r Llywodraeth yma ymrwyo i dargedu tra bod ni mewn grym yn ystod y cynulliad yma. Ac mae'n gwaith cynulliad a Senedd Cymru, of course, i sicrhau y gysondeb ac i sicrhau atebylrwydd y Llywodraeth yn ystod y cyfnodau sy'n dod o blaen ni. Ydych chi wedi gofyn cwestiwn penodol y bwyty'r wesps ac mi sonais i am hynny yn y datganiad. Mi fyddai yn wneud datganiad dros yr wythnosau nesaf. Dych chi'n iawn, dwi'n cytuno gyda chi a gyda'ch dadansoddiad bod angen wesps sydd yn gryf, cynlluniau strategol Cymraeg mewn addysg sydd yn gryf ac yn adlewyrchu uchelgais y Llywodraeth. Ac mi rydych chi'n gwybod hefyd bod Aled Roberts wedi bod yn gweithio ar hyn ers rhyw 6 mis erbyn hyn ac wy'n disgwyl gweld y drofiad gan Aled yn ystod yr wythnosau nesaf. Mi fyddai'n cyhoeddi i adroddiad a mi fyddai'n sgrifennu at pob un awdurdod lleol yn ystod y gyfnod nesaf i gofyn efo nhw cymryd i weithredu yn y ffordd fydd angen i cyrraedd y fath o targedu sy'n gyda ni gyfer pob un o'r cynlluniau gwahanol. Ac pan ydych chi'n cwestiynu y cyllideb ar gyfer y rhaglen ysgolion, adeiladu ysgolion, gai gweud hyn? Dyn ni wedi gweld lot o cwestiynau dros y dyddiau diwethaf bwyty cyllideb y Gymraeg. A ble mae'r Gymraeg, ble mae'r cyllideb y Gymraeg. Ac dwi eisiau bod yn glir yn y meddwl i, a dwi eisiau aelodau bod yn glir hefyd, bod ni ddim yn ynysu'r Gymraeg mewn un adran yn y Llywodraeth yma. Mae'r Gymraeg yn mynd i gael ei integreiddio i bob un adran y Llywodraeth a pob un o weithgareddau y Llywodraeth a pob un o'r rhaglenni Llywodraeth. Felly mae uchelgais ni y gyfer y Gymraeg fydd yn rhan canolog o'r rhaglen adeiladu ac adnewyddu ysgolion. Does dim un cyllideb ar gyfer ysgolion Saesneg ac un cyllideb gwahanol ar gyfer ysgolion Gymraeg. Mae yna un cyllideb addysg ar gyfer system sy'n cael ei weithredu yn y ddwy iaith. A mi fyddwn ni'n gweithredu felly. Dych chi'n sôn a bwyty cwrdd hyd braich ac dych chi'n gweud bod yna cefnogaeth i hynny. Dwi ddim yn gweld gymaint o gefnogaeth na hynny i unrhyw i sefydlu cerff gyhoeddus newydd, mae rhaid gweud, ond mae gyda ni cytundeb presennol ac dwi'n mynd i wneud cynigion glir yn y papur gwyn fydd yn symud y polisi ymlaen a dwi'n edrych ymlaen at cynnal y fath o sgwrs a trafodaeth ar hynny dros yr wythnosau a misoedd nesaf.
Neil Hamilton.
I would like to give a warm welcome to this report as well, and the general approach which the Minister has brought to this. This is a series of measured and practical steps, I think, to go towards achieving the ultimate ambition of 1 million Welsh speakers by 2050, but I'd also like to commend him on the eloquence with which he concluded his statement about the reasons for supporting the Welsh language and embedding it in the culture of the people of Wales, even in those areas where it has long since disappeared as the everyday language of the people. And I think that's exactly the right approach to bring to this. And it's useful, I think, to have somebody doing this job who didn't grow up to speak Welsh at home and has learned the language. And it will be the great challenge of the future to convince the English monoglots section of the population, which is by far the greater at the moment, that this is an adventure in which we must all take part. So I agree with what the document says, is that, in particular, that the government strategy can't force individuals to use the language, and for the language to truly flourish, we're counting on each and every one of us to embrace the idea of a bilingual Wales. And so we have to carry the people with us and go with the grain of public opinion, but also to lead it as well. And I would, in this context, also like to commend Plaid Cymru's contribution, which we debated last week in this document, Reaching the Million, and the importance, initially at any rate, of ensuring that we retain a robust social heartland for the Welsh language in the West and in the North. But it is important for us also to have a strategy for breaking out of the traditional areas which are still largely Welsh-speaking, because we don't want to see the Welsh language largely confined to what you might call a lager within our own country. And if we are to succeed in our ultimate objective, then we do have to convince people who don't hear the Welsh language spoken on a daily basis at home or in their communities, that this is worth making an effort to engage in. And the great challenge now will come, of course, in WESPs, in areas which pose these greater challenges. And we must certainly do our best to avoid the kind of confrontation that we saw, sadly, in Llangennech in the last year. And we must work harder in those circumstances to convince people that it's not going to set children back to learn through the medium of Welsh. What Simon Thomas said the other day about the value of learning another language, whether it be Welsh or any other language, is absolutely true. At school I learned 3 languages, German, French and Russian, as well as Welsh, although I had to give up Welsh in order to do one of the others. We don't do that today. And I don't know whether that has made me a more intelligent person as a result, or a more eloquent person, but it has certainly added several dimensions to my life, which I'm pleased to have. And so there is a value in this beyond the nuts and bolts arguments of economics that we've heard about, which are important, but to be honest, given that English is the lingua franca of the world generally, it's going to be a problem for all other languages, in a sense, to compete with it in international commerce and the world of the internet. But we've got to bring reassurance to parents that this is something which is of value to children. We've seen a collapse in the teaching of modern languages generally in the United Kingdom, not just in Wales. In recent years, the British Council did a survey only 2 years ago, which found that only 22% of pupils take GCSEs in languages other than English or Welsh. That, I think, is deplorable, because languages are seen to be difficult. Well, amongst the languages that I've studied, Welsh actually is a rather less complex language to learn. Vocabulary is smaller. Words are made to do more things in Welsh than other languages. We don't have problems of cases and conjugations and so on. And it should, with a bit of effort, be an easier language to absorb and learn, say, a language like Russian, which I mentioned earlier on. So this is an important step, but what has also been said about the importance of the earliest years can't be overestimated, and I would like to commend the work done by Mudiad Maithrin in this respect, and the ambition to see 150 new cylchoedd, 3 to 4 year olds, is the beacon of hope, I think, for language, because the other interesting thing which I discovered from the Plaid Cymru report was that 18.8% of 3 to 4 year olds were Welsh-speaking in 2001. That had risen by 5% to 23.3% in 2011. It'd be interesting to know, if we could, what the figure is now, to what extent we're making progress along this road. The ambition in this document of having 35% is an important intermediate step, I think, and so I commend the approach which the Minister has to that. So if we are to succeed in this objective, it is in embedding the language in the earliest years when we are the most absorbent. I can tell you from my own experience that at the age of 68 it's much more difficult to recover vocabulary, let alone learn new words, than it used to be. So I think it's important for us to realise that there is an overwhelming consensus in the Assembly behind this approach, but that consensus is not reflected to the same extent outside, and therefore we all have to play our part in bringing people on board this exercise. And certainly on behalf of my own party, I'll say we will hope to play our part in this as well, because I think we can be useful to the government in this respect, as representing part of the community that isn't normally associated with the adventure on which we are all now embarked.
I'm grateful to you for your kind remarks and for the welcome you've given the statement, and both the approach and the tone that we have used in moving this policy forward. You describe the policy as an adventure, or strategy as an adventure. It's certainly a journey, and it's an exciting journey. And it's exciting because it isn't going to be those of us in this chamber here who determine its success. It's going to be the parents who take individual decisions. It's going to be the parent who decides to use Welsh with a child to transmit the language through the generations. A parent who decides to send their children through the Welsh medium system, or the parent who helps their child doing their Welsh homework in an English medium school, or the people who change the language that they use when they're in a rugby club or in a pub or wherever it happens to be. The people who actually make an effort to use the language on a daily basis and to ensure that future generations use the language. And I hope that in doing so, the country itself, which has been on one journey with the language, will go on another journey in a different direction with the language. My own family moved to Tregear at the turn of the last century, and they were entirely Welsh-speaking when they moved from Aberystwyth to work in the collieries of South Wales, and they lost the language, and the language died like a fault line in the family before the Second World War. And now we're seeing my children, my parents' grandchildren, learning and speaking Welsh as a first language and regaining the language, and the language is reborn in the family. And I hope in the same way we'll be able to see that in many families and in many different parts of Wales. I know the Education Secretary shares a very similar family journey herself, and I hope that in that way we will not simply see the language as acquiring only a skill, but also win hearts and minds of people across the country. And we will move away from the sense of, if you win, I lose, a zero-sum game that we've seen all too often in the past, where if we speak Welsh when we exclude people who speak English, and a bilingual policy is Welsh speakers being forced to speak English. So we need to move away from those sorts of contradictions, and we need to move away from that approach and that tone of debate. And in doing so, it is a journey that we will embark upon as a country. I have already been speaking through our officials to the local authorities across Wales on their own strategic plans for Welsh. As I said in answer to a previous question, I will be making a statement on that and making an announcement on that in the next few weeks. But I hope that we will reassure parents, but also inspire parents and inspire people to learn the Welsh language, to enjoy using Welsh, not to worry about getting every mutation right and every issue of grammar correct, but to enjoy using the Welsh language and to feel comfortable using the Welsh language and to feel comfortable doing it socially as well as professionally. And we start that in the early years. And I hope that the experience that parents will have of a good experience of their child learning two languages early in life is something that will stay with them and enrich them in their lives in a way that has enriched me and my family in our lives.
Lee Waters.
Diolch, Llywydd. Minister, can I commend you for today's statement and the ambition behind the policy? We should be in no doubt that this is a radical cultural policy which goes against the grain of language use for a century or more, and this is not going to be an easy task, but I think it's absolutely right that we're aspiring to do this. I want to focus, if I might, on the education system. You set a target of having 70% of learners being able to use the language with confidence in all aspects of their lives by 2050, and you've set out a clear ambition for the Welsh medium sector to be a significant part of achieving that. But it seems to me the Welsh medium sector alone is never going to be able to achieve a growth of that scale. And I also do think it's morally wrong, if I can use such strong language, that children who are educated in the English medium sector are denied effective use of the language. My own 9-year-old daughter is a bright kid and can't speak a word of Welsh. Her teachers don't speak Welsh, and there are many, many school children across Wales. In fact, 68% of 7-year-olds are in English medium schools, and we are denying them the language of our nation, and I think that is wrong. And I think this strategy must address that, not simply address the expansion of the Welsh medium sector, which is the relatively easy bit to do, but address the much more challenging bit of having the vast majority of schools to teach Welsh in a way where they are able to meet that target of using the language with confidence in all aspects of their lives. And you say rightly in the strategy that success is dependent on developing the skills of the workforce. That is a mammoth task. So perhaps you can tell us how, in practical terms, you intend to do that. And if you could also tell us a little bit about what the Welsh Government itself intends to do to achieve the objectives of this strategy within the Government. Diolch.
Can I say how much I absolutely agree with the points that were being made by Lee Waters? You know, as a minister, you tend to visit a number of different schools and institutions. I visited school in your constituency. About 6 months ago, I visited my old infant school with the Education Secretary. And it's always a curious example, of course, experience to go back to your own school. When I started in Glenhowie Infants, it was in 1968-69, something like that. The only Welsh I heard was once a year on St David's Day, where we had an Eisteddfod, where we were taught how to sing a particular song, and we sang that, and then we went back to our daily lives. And it was a real joy for me to spend time with talking to teachers and talking to people there, where children in the foundation phase were having Welsh words introduced to them. So we were introducing colours and numbers and introducing the concept of the language to them in a way which would have been unthinkable when I was growing up in Treviga. So I hope that we'll be able to introduce more Welsh into the continuum of language acquisition that we've debated and discussed as part of the new curriculum in the English language sector in a way which isn't confrontational, which doesn't create the cliff edge, which doesn't force and compel people to get everything right in every aspect of grammar and of the language, but to be able to feel comfortable listening and learning and speaking the language, and to do so in a way which encourages language use, not discourages people by being overly aggressive on different aspects of it. So I hope we'll be able to do that. You've mentioned the workforce. It's absolutely critical that we're able to do that. Something like a third of teachers in Wales at the moment are able to speak Welsh. And not all of them are able to teach through the medium of Welsh or to teach Welsh as a subject. So we do need to invest in training for teachers to make teachers feel comfortable in able to both introduce aspects of a language as well as teach the language. But overall, my concern is absolutely the same as yours. I do not want to create an education system where some people learn and speak and are able to use Welsh fluently and easily, and then the other half of the system is unable to understand even the basics. And that tends to be what we have today. And that's what we've got to move away from. And I hope that children and young people, when they leave school at 16, will be able to speak and to use Welsh, some to a greater degree than others, but will be at least able to feel comfortable with the language and hearing the language around them and understanding the basics. Some will choose, of course, to go on and study at greater length, and the best of luck to them. Others will choose not to do so, and best of luck to those as well. But certainly what I'm anxious to do is to ensure that we have a bilingual education system where everybody is able to have the same opportunity to acquire the language and to understand the culture that it underpins as well. And so the English language sector is as important, and as you say, perhaps a bit more difficult than perhaps the Welsh language sector. And the Welsh Government itself has to recognise that when you can't change the world without changing yourself. And I hope that the Welsh Government itself recognises this isn't a policy for Wales, but a policy for us as well as a government. And we will need to look again at how we operate as an administration to ensure that we operate bilingually as well, and not simply send missives out from Cardiff Bay or Cathays Park telling the world how they should operate. We need to do that ourselves, and that is something I'm confident that we will do.
Ni allan o amser ar yr eitem yma, ond os gael gwestiynau byr a bachog ag atebion byr hefyd neu ymestyn y sesiwn rhyw gymaint oherwydd ei phwysigrwydd ei dau Lloyd.
Llywydd, llai ddiolch i'r gweinidog am ei ddatganiad ac hefyd i longyfarch am ei weledigaeth. O'n eisiau dim ond canolbwyntio ar un pwynt yn herma hyrwyddo yr iaith Gymraeg yn gyffredinol fel rhan o'r strategaeth yma, hyrwyddo gwybodaeth am Gymru i bobl sydd yn falle yn newydd i'r syniad yna. Felly, da chi'n deud yn ogystal â phwydleisio bod yr iaith Gymraeg yn etifeddiaeth werthfawr i'r 2 miliwn o boblogaeth Cymru, pryd nhw'n siarad yr iaith aipidio, fel da chi'n deud. Ond gan gofio, mynd nôl mewn hanes i'r 7th ganrif, cyn i bawb arall ddod yma, iaith frodorol wreiddiol yn Ynys Prydain oedd yr hen Gymraeg. Felly, mae'n etifeddiaeth ddim jyst i bobl Cymru, ond i bawb yn Lloegr hefyd, ac yn rhan o'r Alban, o Gairedin i lawr. Felly, yn gyffredinol, yn ogystal â'r angen i hyrwyddo yr Gymraeg a gwybodaeth am Gymru tu fewn i Gymru, allai bwysleisio hefyd y pwysigrwydd o mynd â'r gwybodaeth am ein hanes ni fel cenedl ag iaith, falle dros y ffin hefyd. Diolch yn fawr.
Dwi'n cytuno gyda chi, ac o'n i'n eisiau gwneud exactly y pwynt hwnnw yn fy'n datganiad lafyddi pan o'n i sôn y bwyt i'r iaith Gymraeg fel iaith Prydeinig ac yn profiad Gymraeg fel profiad Prydeinig. Mae'n hynod o bwysig bod ni yn dim yn estyn mas tu hwnt i'n ffiniau, ond bod ni gyd yn cyd-deall yn gilydd fel Prydeinwyr. A dwi'n credu bod hynny'n rhywbeth sy'n holl bwysig a rhywbeth mi fyddwn ni'n parhau i bwysleisio.
Wel, dyma ni yn cychwyn ar ein siwrne gyda'r darn cyntaf o'r map yn ein dwylo ni. Gwerthfawrogi tôn y gweinidog yn sôn am yr iaith fel ffordd o uno'n cymunedau'n diwylliannau, a'r hefyd bod angen ymdrech genedlaethol, nid just polisi llywodraeth mwyn llwyddo gwneud hynny. Chi wedi pwysleisio yn yr atebion pa mor genhennid bwysig yw'r blynyddoedd cynnar yn creu siaradwyr Cymraeg a creu disgyblion Cymraeg yn galw am addysg Cymraeg. Yn y pwyllgor o iaith Cymraeg, eithon ni dystiolaeth wrth mudiad meithrin bod angen creu dros 600 o gylchoedd meithrin dros y cyfnod mwyn diwallu'r galw am addysg y blynyddoedd cynnar yn y Gymraeg. Ac yn y strategaeth mae'r Llywodraeth yn sôn am 150. Allech chi esbonio y gwahaniaeth yn y weledigaeth rhwng y ddwy safbwynt honno yn gyntaf. A'n fras yn ail, ni'n ffodus iawn eich bod hefyd yn weinidog sy'n gyfrifol am gweithlu'r cymoedd. Allech chi esbonio sut mae'r strategaeth Gymraeg yn effeithio ar y drafodaethau hynny?
Weles i'r tystiolaeth gan mudiad meithrin i'r pwyllgor ac tystiolaeth arbennig o dda. Mi ofyn nhw, of course, yn sôn am y targed o 2050, a mi fysa rhaid cael 600 o cylchoedd meithrin erbyn 2050. Mae'r rhif sy'n gyda ni yw 150 ychwanegol erbyn 2031. Felly, mae gyda ni rhywbeth y gwmpas 400 ar hyn o bryd, a mae hynny yn mynd i ni lan ar 500 erbyn 2031. Felly, dwi'n meddwl bod ni'n bell i ffordd, achos mi fydd rhai cylchoedd, of course, yn unol gyda'i gilydd, mi rai yn tyfu, a felly mae'n fluid yn y ffordd mae'n cael ei datblygu. Y pwysigrwydd, a dyn ni'n cyd-fynd gyda y mudiad meithrin ar hyn, yw bod gan plant yn gynnar iawn yn ei bywyd nhw yn cael yr un cyfle mynychu cylchoedd Cymraeg a dwyieithog ar draws y gwlad yn cael y cyfle i dechrau dysgu Gymraeg mor gynnar a posibl yn ystod i addysg nhw. Pan mae'n dod i weithlu y cymoedd, dwi eisiau sicrhau bod y Gymraeg yn rhan o bywyd y cymoedd eto. Oedd yn ffantastig i fi yn bersonol i ymweld ysgol Bro Helig am ddynetholaeth a gwrando i blant yn siarad Gymraeg gyda ac yn Tredigga, ac yn Glynebwy, ac yn Brymawr, ac dechrau adfer i'r iaith Gymraeg mewn ardal ble mae'r Gymraeg wedi bod ar goll ers ganrif. A dyna lle dyn ni eisiau gweld, dwi'n cofio cyfarfod chi yn Tirgwryd, yn Pontedawe, ble mae gen i cyfle arall i adfer yr iaith Gymraeg mewn cymunedau ble mae wedi colli tir. Ac dwi'n mawr yn gobeithio bod y gwaith dyn ni'n wneud yn y gweithlu'r cymoedd, dyn ni'n canolbwysio ar y ochr economaidd o hyn o bryd. Ond, fel dyn ni'n symud ymlaen dros y blynyddoedd nesaf, dwi'n mawr yn gobeithio hefyd bydd yna bwyslais newydd ar y Gymraeg yn y cymoedd a sicrhau bod y cymoedd yn ardal ble mae'r Gymraeg yn cryf unwaith eto.
Ac yn ola, Adam Price.
Mae'r strategaeth yn pwysleisio'r dimensiwn ranbarthol o ran datblygiad economaidd a'i pwysigrwydd yn arbennig i'r brwydd Cymraeg traddodiadol oherwydd i ymdebygrwydd yn economaidd ac o ran demograffeg. Ac eto, ar un o bryd, mae Llywodraeth Cymru yn awgrymu map o ranbarthau economaidd sy'n rhoi'r ardaloedd Cymraeg yna mewn gyda ardaloedd mwyafrifol Saesneg i iaith. Ydy'r Llywodraeth o blaid creu ranbarth economaidd i'r gollewin Cymraeg fel bod ni'n gallu gwireddu ar y potensial sydd yna fel sy'n cael ei ymlygu yn y strategaeth?
Dwi'n credu bod rhaid i ni buddsoddi yn economi ardaloedd ble mae Gymraeg yn iaith cymunedol. Ond be dwi ddim eisiau gwneud yw creu y giltacht fel petai, yw creu cymuned neu rhanbarth ble dyn ni yn creu y Gymraeg fel dyna lle mae'r Gymraeg yn cael ei siarad. Ni'n i'w ateb wrth aelod i Gastell Nedd a bwysicrwydd o hybu'r Gymraeg yn y cymoedd hefyd. Mae rhaid i ni sicrhau bod y Gymraeg yn pyr i bob un cymuned lle bynnag ydyn ni yn ein gwlad ni. Dwi'n cydnabod bod rhaid ni buddsoddi, ac wedes i wrth ateb i Sian Gwenllian, bod rhaid i ni sicrhau bod gan y Llywodraeth gyfrifoldeb i'r cymunedau lle mae Gymraeg yn iaith cymunedol ac sicrhau dyfodol economaidd i'r cymunedau felly. A mae hynny yn rhywbeth dwi'n gweithio arno fe gyda'r ysgrifennydd yr economi. A pa mae ysgrifennydd economi yn wneud i datganiadau a bwyty'r polisi economaidd rhanbarthol, bydd lle i'r Gymraeg yn integreuddedig yn rhan o hynny.
Diolch i'r gweinidog. Ar eitem nesaf yw'r datganiad gan yr un gweinidog, y gweinidog y Gymraeg a dysgu gydol oes, ar y wybodaeth ddiweddaraf am y tasglu gweinidogol ar gyfer cymoedd y de, ac unwaith eto dwi'n galw ar Alun Davies.
Diolch yn fawr Llywyd. Dwi'n falch i gael y cyfle gwrando i fi unwaith eto. A dwi'n falch iawn gael y cyfle i trafod gwaith y tasglu gweinidogol ar gyfer cymoedd y de. Mi fydd aelodau yn ymwybodol bod ni wedi sefydlu y tasglu blwyddyn yn ôl i weithio gyda cymunedau a busnesau ar draws cymoedd y de i sicrhau bod ni'n gallu creu newid economaidd sydd yn para ar draws y rhanbarth i creu swyddi o ansawdd da sy'n agos at cartrefi bobl, gwella lefelau sgiliau ac yn creu fwy o gyfoeth yn y cymoedd. I would like to place on record, Deputy Presiding Officer, my gratitude to the task force for its work over the last 12 months. I want to thank my own colleagues in Government, Ken Skates, the Cabinet Secretary for the Economy and Infrastructure, and Julie James, the Minister for Skills and Science. The membership of the task force has been extended over the course of a year, and new members include Fiona Jones from the Department for Work and Pensions and Gaynor Richards from Neath Port Talbot Council for Voluntary Service. The first year has been fast-paced. We have met with, talked with and listened to people living and working in the valleys. These conversations have been lively, insightful and challenging. They, together with the evidence the task force has taken over the course of the last year, have helped to shape our priorities for the future. Deputy Presiding Officer, we're not simply creating a plan for the valleys, it is a plan from the valleys. We know we need to work differently to and learn from previous initiatives and programmes that are focused on the valleys. This cannot and will not be another top-down approach towards regeneration and economic renewal. We will continue to work with communities across the South Wales valleys. The task force will make sure that we use existing resources in a coordinated way and will focus on the priorities that have been identified by those communities. These priorities will be set out in Our Valleys, Our Future, our high-level plan for action, which will be published on July the 20th in Ferndale. Deputy Presiding Officer, as a result of the feedback we received from people living and working in the valleys, we have developed the plan and the actions we will take over the coming years around 3 themes: good quality jobs and the skills to do them, better public services, and the local community and environment. At the same time, the issue of transport was raised by people across the whole region, and this is something we will also address in the coming months. The need for good quality jobs and access to skills training was a clear priority for people and businesses with whom we have spoken. People told us that there are just not enough job opportunities within reach of their local communities, and too often the jobs that are available are on 0-hours contracts or they are temporary or agency work. It is a task force ambition that by 2021 we will have closed the employment gap between the South Wales valleys and the rest of Wales. This means helping an additional 7,000 people into work and creating thousands of new, fair, secure and sustainable jobs in the valleys. It is timely that the Minister for Skills and Science is today setting out the Welsh Government's new agenda for employability. This work will help to widen our efforts to support people who are out of work into jobs and create better conditions for work. The task force will help to ensure the new employability agenda will deliver maximum benefits for our valleys communities. Deputy Presiding Officer, the task force will also target investment to secure new strategic hubs in 6 areas across the valleys. These will be areas where we seek to focus public investment in order to create new jobs and further opportunities to attract private sector investment. We will work with local communities, local authorities and businesses to ensure the focus of each hub will reflect the opportunities and demands of each area and their aspirations for the future. One of these hubs will be the new Automotive Technology Business Park for Ebbw Vale, which the Economy Secretary announced last month. This will be backed with £100 million over 10 years and will support jobs and investment across the heads of the valleys. We will look to maximise job opportunities in the local economy, the foundational economy. Businesses we use every day and see all around us, such as retail, care and the food industry. We will also encourage and provide support for existing and potential entrepreneurs. I have seen how this can work in my own constituency and would like to see this happening across the whole of the valleys. Each area of the valleys is unique, but each community has a rich heritage and culture. The valleys are also home to some of the most breathtaking but underappreciated and underused natural landscapes in Wales. We heard frequently in public meetings and discussion groups that we need to do more to celebrate and capitalise on the valley's natural environment. The task force will therefore explore the concept of a Valleys Landscape Park to help local communities build on their many natural assets, including the potential for community energy generation and tourism. We have also heard from many people about the fabric of our towns and communities and how we need to invest in the future of our valleys towns. At the same time, people spoke with a passion about the litter and fly tipping that disfigures too much of our local environments. All of these are issues that we will address over the coming few months. We are launching Our Valleys, Our Future at a time of unprecedented infrastructure investment in South Wales. The South Wales Metro, the two city deals, the Welsh Government's commitment to invest in affordable housing and the M4 Relief Road all offer opportunities for people living in the valleys. These are opportunities that we must and will maximise. I am determined the task force will make a real difference to Valleys communities over the course of this Assembly term. This is the beginning of a longer-term journey which has been shaped by people working and living in the valleys. We must now work together to turn this vision into action on the ground. Once the plan is launched, we will continue to talk with people to make sure that these actions are shaped by people living in the valleys. Drawn on those views, we will also develop a delivery plan with targets and outcome measures. This plan will be published in the autumn. This will have a clear timetable for delivery. We will have a structure in place to ensure there is accountability for this work. We have a cross-government board that will ensure and provide oversight and accountability for the progress made against our commitments. It will be supported by a number of different work streams, and I will be asking members of the task force to lead work on these different work streams. Deputy Presiding Officer, I'm excited to be a part of this work in the valleys. This is a part of Wales that is close to my heart. It's where I was born and brought up. It's where I represent today. The task force will build on the lessons learned from previous regeneration schemes, shaped by the feedback we've received from communities across the valleys of South Wales. Our Valleys, Our Future offers hope for a brighter future. People living and working in the valleys deserve nothing less.
Thank you. Andrew Davis.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Minister, thank you for your statement this afternoon. It does remind me of a predecessor of yours, Leighton Andrews, who was up and down on his feet in the same afternoon, serving us several statements at once. I hope you don't have the same political future as, obviously, that particular minister had. But I do welcome your statement. Obviously, you have put a huge amount of personal energy into this and government energy into it, and rightly so, in fairness, and also your cross-government approach, rather than looking at it from a silo point of view, thinking this is mine and I'm just going to lead it. By taking Cabinet Secretaries with you on many of the public meetings does give confidence that government is looking at this in the collective, because I think it is fair to say that many of the valley communities can say that in some instances they might well have heard of all this before, but actually if you look at economic activity, if you look at education standards and many of the key indicators, sadly we haven't seen the improvements we would all wish to see, and above all it's about in the next 5, 10, 15 years building that economic activity within the valleys so that they do become sustainable, they do become generators of their own futures, and above all they do become places that people generally want to live and work in as well. I do note from your statement, Minister, that you say that next week you will be launching the high-level plan, Our Valleys, Our Future, but then we have to wait till the autumn till we get the performance indicators or how you will measure measure yourself, which you touched on in the latter part of your statement. I'm just wondering why the disconnect, because surely to make it a coherent plan, you already understand what indicators you're aiming for, and so why aren't the two linked in? Because for us to have confidence that this plan is more than words on paper, we do need to be able to see the progress and measure the progress, not just as politicians, but as communities from the valleys, as I said, so they can have confidence that you're moving in the right direction. You touched on your opening remark about how you've been led by the communities themselves, and rightly so, and I'd be keen to understand where you believe a job is local enough to be determined as being a job within a local community. You touched on that in your statement here. Within reach of their local communities is the word that you talk of. Yet much of the economic levers that the Welsh Government has used over the last couple of years certainly has generated levels of employment along the coastal belt here, in particular in South Wales, that has seen obviously many people moving out to the valleys for that employment, those employment opportunities. So I'd like to understand, do you see the employment window as the entire South Wales area, or are you focused very much on generating local employment within the communities themselves, and how do you succeed in doing that? Because you do touch on creating additional 7,000 jobs in this period up to 2021, I believe you're talking of. Are those genuinely new jobs that you are looking to create, so they're over and above what's already in the valleys, or are they just merely jobs that would be filling jobs that already exist, either in the public sector or the private sector or the voluntary sector? So can we generally be looking forward to 7,000 new job opportunities over and above what already exists within the valleys? You touch also on the 6 strategic hubs which you're looking to develop in the valleys. I'd be interested to understand how you're developing that concept, what exactly they stand for. Are they merely mini enterprise zones? Because you identify the one that you've got in Blaen y Gwent, for example, which came out of the Circuit of Wales announcement as being a model. Well, that is a themed model in that it is around the automotive sector, and so with the rollout of the 5 remaining hubs that you would have left in this concept, what do you actually mean, and geographically, how will they be spread around the valleys area, and in particular, what budget lines will be allocated to create the opportunities? Obviously, in Blaen y Gwent, you've identified £100 million over 10 years for that particular hub. Can the other 5 hubs look forward to the same level of funding? Because, again, I think it's important to understand what resource Welsh Government are putting forward into this concept. And I do caution the build it and they will come philosophy, because actually we've seen that philosophy does not work. And so if that's going to be the mainstay of your economic activity, please give us some meat on the bone so we can understand what we can deem a success and what the concept will deliver. And in closing, I do welcome the reference. I do welcome the reference to. I do welcome the reference to the natural environment. I hope the Leader of the House is all right. So, I was a little concerned then that I'd have to come over and give you the kiss of life.
That's enough to revive anybody.
I can see the colour has come to the Leader of the House's face. Is that a hot flush? And in closing, I would congratulate the Minister for identifying the natural environment within the valleys. As someone with a farming background, I do think this has been a massively underused resource that exists within the valleys. And I have dealt recently on a cross-party basis with Heaven from Caerphilly and obviously from Cynon Valley as well, and other members across the Chamber, around the commons that sit on top of the valleys, that are huge open spaces that do form an important economic facility for agriculture, but also they do play an important role in the natural environment within the valleys. And I'd be grateful for an explanation how the Minister sees that natural environment playing a genuine role in the renaissance of the valleys that we all want to see, in particular across all the valleys.
Minister.
I'm grateful to the Leader of Welsh Conservatives for his kind words and welcome for the statement this afternoon. Can I say, to him. When the First Minister asked me to take on this responsibility of coordinating and leading this work, I was very, very clear in my own mind that in creating a Valleys Task Force, we don't want to create another either quango, or we don't want to create another sort of delivery machinery in its own right. But what we needed to do was to bring together the existing functions of government and to ensure that all parts of government take on a responsibility for delivering in the valleys of South Wales. And, you know, and the task force itself then brings the focus and brings and is a catalyst for action to enable those things to happen. And we certainly don't want any further complex delivery structures, and we don't want duplication. What we want is a clear focus on the valleys of South Wales. So I was very, very clear with the First Minister, and he clearly agreed that we needed a task force in order to drive this work rather than delivering it itself. And so the cross-governmental working and the ambitions and objectives that we have will be delivered by Cabinet Secretaries and Ministers, and will be delivered by Welsh Government acting in order to deliver on its existing programmes, but also acting as a catalyst to enable others to deliver and bringing others together. So I'm very, very clear, and I welcome his recognition of that this is something for the whole government to deliver upon. There have, of course, been a number of different valleys initiatives. I remember sitting next to Robin Walker at an event before Christmas, and he was discussing the work that his father had done in the valleys some years ago, and he mentioned how much his father had enjoyed that work and how he felt he needed and wanted to contribute to the economic future of the valleys. And so we do need to learn from what we've done in the past and recognise that we do need a much wider focus on the valleys than we've had perhaps before. And I also agree that people who live in valleys communities absolutely need the confidence to know that this is more than simply words, and that we will deliver on the promises and the undertakings that we are making. I want to ensure that we do have a delivery plan with clear targets, with clear actions and clear timescales. For me, it is absolutely essential as a minister that I am held to account for the undertakings I give, both to this place and elsewhere, that people are able to hold me to account by ensuring that there is information made publicly available to enable others to hold us to account, that we have clear targets and clear timescales. That means that we can have a much richer debate about what we're seeking to do, both within this Assembly term and subsequent to that. So we will have a delivery plan published in the autumn. I will ensure that there is government time made available for a further statement or debate to ensure that members have the opportunity to question us on that, and I will ensure that we have all the information made public to enable that accountability to be a rich debate about how we take this area of policy forward, and not simply a sort of more antagonistic, perhaps, sort of accountability that we see all too often. In terms of local jobs and what that means, clearly we're using, and the South Wales Metro will be a means of ensuring that we are able to enable people to move, to find work where necessary, and to work and have different opportunities for work and skills, and to receive education and services. But also we need to ensure that we have those jobs available to them where they live as well. One of the great opportunities that I see with the development of the 465 dualling project is that we are not simply building a bypass for the towns of the heads of valleys, but we're actually investing in a northern corridor, if you like, where we will have, and we need to have, an economic development plan to create and to stimulate economic development at the heads of the valleys, which are the areas which have benefited least, if you like, from other economic investment programmes, so that we will be able to create and stimulate local work and local economies there in the heads of the valleys as well as further south. And, you know, in terms of local jobs, one of the debates that's been taking place in this place, and which has been led by a number of different members, I think, on many sides of the chamber, has been the place and the role of a foundational economy in the future. And this is something which I hope I can see, we will see greater investment in over the coming years. The Deep Place study of Tregear, which was published some years ago now, outlined how the foundational economy can, of course, help sustain work and can sustain jobs, but also ensure that wealth remains within a particular community as well. And I hope that we'll be able to learn the lessons of that and apply that approach in some of the things that we're doing in the future. But I also hope that through investment in transport, we will be able to reconnect the valleys and Cardiff to ensure that we do have a single economic area where people can move for work, should they choose to do so, but where work is also available much closer to home where needed and necessary. So it is a choice whether we travel to work, not a compulsion and not something which people are forced to do. We will create new opportunities, and we will say in this programme that part of those opportunities will be public sector jobs that we want to create in the valleys, and we've already started that process already. The strategic hubs themselves will be different in different places. What might work in Ebbowville might not work elsewhere, and so you will see a construction of a strategic hub which reflects the ambitions of that place and reflects the needs of that area and that region. And it might well be different in different places, and in fact it will be different in different places. And the investment that we will generate from Welsh Government into those different strategic hubs will be different investment in different places and will take a different form. And what is clear is that we will need to make that investment in a timely fashion in order to ensure that we do meet the targets and the ambitions that we set ourselves. I know I'm testing your patience, Deputy Presiding Officer.
Yes, you are, actually.
Even without my glasses, I can see.
Yes.
Can I just
so if you put your glasses on, you can see how much my patience has been tested. So
can I just answer the final question on the Valleys Park? I agree very much with what's been said about the potential of the commons and the tops of the valleys particularly. I've spoken many times with Sharon Passmore about Cwmcarn Scenic Drive. I know that Diarys has spoken about the Avon Valley at the same time, and I've bored Dawn Bowden a number of times about the times I take my own children to Garw Nant to enjoy the facilities there. The valleys have a fantastic opportunity for us to enjoy the scenery and the landscape of the valleys again, and to do that in a sustainable way. I hope that we will be able to use in the future programmes to sustain the commons, a glass tier sort of programme that will enable us to work with landowners and others to support and sustain not just biodiversity, but access to all of the landscapes of the valleys, and to do that in a way which again involves the whole of our communities.
Leanne Wood.
I'm encouraged to hear that this work will be different from previous initiatives and programmes that have focused on the valleys, and it has to be different because what has happened in the past hasn't worked. So it's positive to see a commitment to doing things differently, and it's also positive that you've recognised Ferndale, a community which feels very neglected. So I've started with a positive. Now I will turn to the ambition to close the employment gap between the South Wales valleys and the rest of the country. First of all, I welcome the recognition that you just stated that there are different challenges to the southernmost parts of the valleys to the northernmost reaches. It's a fact that the further away from Cardiff you are, the greater the challenges there are. So we need to have a clear commitment from you that the closer to home part of your job offer will be fulfilled. We need jobs in the valleys, not just jobs within the reach of the valleys. So I'd like to know how many jobs will be in the valleys. The location of jobs is crucial, as are the skills and wage levels. There are many of us, I'm sure, in this chamber who started off our careers working in the retail sector. So I welcome the acknowledgement of the importance of the foundational economy. But where are those additional job opportunities coming from? Care and retail jobs are already very well represented in our valleys communities. What about other jobs? What about careers for people? Minister, I'd also like to ask about some of the projects that you've listed, because again, I'm not filled with confidence. Why? because pre-existing schemes are mentioned as relating to this task force, but these are schemes that are already in the pipeline. The automotive park in Ebbw Vale has already been mentioned. It's new, but it seems to have been created purely because the Circuit of Wales plan was rejected. Now, of course, Plaid Cymru will welcome that development in Ebbw Vale, but are there other similar solutions for other valley locations? Where's the big project for the Rhondda, for example? The employment rates for the Rhondda are similar to Blaenau Gwent. The climate count is similar as well. But when Rhondda Cynon Taf is considered as a whole, the most affluent southernmost communities mask the poverty and the deprivation faced by people in my constituency, and I really think you need to take account of that. Are you talking to big employers in Cardiff and elsewhere to see if they will consider the larger valleys towns for their next expansion? I note there's a mention of the M4 relief road. Can you outline how the new M4, in particular your favoured black route, will help the valleys? The Sustainable Places Research Institute at Cardiff University commissioned a report which said that the new M4 would offer very little to the valleys, and that report focused on those valleys closest to Newport. Minister, Plaid Cymru will not accept a situation where existing Welsh Government initiatives like the M4, which have very little to do with the valleys, are pulled into this work. Can we instead have new projects which are for the sole benefit of giving a fair deal to the former South Wales coalfield? I and Plaid Cymru will champion any new projects which the task force proposes, but we want to see the proof that this is new and innovative work that will deliver results and turn around the poverty and deprivation that is still our hangover from the pit closure programme. The leader of the Tories asked about money. Now, I've noticed that no budget has been talked about, specific budget for this work. You've talked about catalysts, but I very much hope that the ambition that you've outlined will be backed up by resources. You've mentioned the Metro. How much money is going to be allocated to the Metro? When will we see the plan for the Metro? Are you going to start the work in those points furthest away from the city? These are the questions people in the valley want to know. People in the valleys will not put up with a repetition of previous initiatives which have either failed or made things worse, and neither will Plaid Cymru.
You, Minister.
I'm grateful to Llawn Wood for a few kind words. I get the impression that I've just watched a video being made. Can I say, can I say very, very gently to the leader of Plaid Cymru that she's the only Valleys member here who hasn't met me to discuss this work in detail about how it affects their individual constituencies. A number of members have come and seen and spoken to me about these matters, and it is possible for all members to continue these conversations about their individual constituencies on any other occasion. Can I say, though, the conversation that I had with people in Ferndale 2 weeks ago was very instructive, talking about how they saw their lives and talking to a group of young people about how they saw their lives and how they saw their futures. And what they wanted were politicians with answers, and politicians who had a commitment to spend time talking with them and listening to what they had to say. And jobs were a part of it, but not the whole of it. And more time listening and less time talking would actually probably be a good lesson for the leader of Plaid Cymru. Can I say this, that we understand that, and it's a good time to discuss this at the moment with Matthew Taylor's report published today, which exposes some of the real inequalities in today's labour market and in today's economy. And we know that a statistical overview of the valleys won't tell you the whole story of people's lives in the valleys. They won't tell you about the difficulties faced with 0 hours contracts. They won't talk to you about the issues about the casualised economy. They won't talk to you about the issues of agency work, of insecurity, of unable to plan ahead, unable to plan a family's week or working life. People won't talk to you about that. But the work that Matthew Taylor's undertaken and published today, I think, tells us a lot about the lives of many people in the valleys and people that I speak to on a daily and weekly basis. Can I say to this in answer to the questions? We will be ensuring that the Closer to Home project comes to fruition and that the pilots are published and underway in the coming weeks and months. My colleague, the Minister for Skills, has been leading on this, and she will be making an announcement of that in the coming months. We will be ensuring that these jobs are also within the Valleys region. The reason that I campaigned for the dualling of the A465 when the former Deputy First Minister was resisting it, was because what I wanted to see was an economic investment in the valleys of South Wales. I wanted to see the dualling of that road to ensure that we were able to create a northern corridor and use that northern corridor to stimulate economic activity, to create jobs, to create work and to create careers. That is why I campaigned to ensure that we had that dualling, and when every time the then Deputy First Minister told us it wasn't a priority for him, we made sure it was a priority, and it was a Labour government that started to deliver on that. And let's make that absolutely clear. I'm surprised also that the member asks questions about the Metro. These announcements have already been made, of course. The Secretary for Economy and Infrastructure has already made an announcement on the £750 million on the Metro scheme and has already published a timescale for that and has already published plans for that. That's been done on a number of occasions and is already in the public domain. Let me say this in terms of existing projects. Clearly, we are going to maximise the benefits of those projects which exist at the moment. I was very clear in my answer to the Leader of the Opposition that we want to ensure that we act as a catalyst, yes, that we ensure that the valleys are a responsibility of all departments in the same way as I spoke earlier about the future of the Welsh language. It isn't simply a matter for one department and one budget line. It is integrated in and a responsibility of all aspects of government and all ministries and all departments. And that is exactly the way in which we will progress with the valleys. And I'll say this in closing. You can either come with us on this journey or not. That is a matter for you.
Gareth Bennett.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and thanks, Minister, for your statement this afternoon. It's good that there is a Welsh Government plan for the valleys, but of course we do need to ensure that it is an effective one. And there does seem to be a measure of scepticism in various sectors of the Chamber so far, and we do have a lack of detail. And of course, you are hampered by the historic problem of the relative failure, or the perceived relative failure, of previous Valleys initiatives. So I wish you luck with this one, and of course, I think we all hope that it can yield some success, but we need to have some more detail about what you're trying to do, and of course, we await the delivery plan in the autumn. Jobs are going to be crucial, as has become clear from what we've been debating today. Now, you've hinted at the creation of possibly thousands of jobs, which is a tantalising prospect, but we don't know much about how these jobs are going to be created. So I'd be interested if you could tell us a little bit more about what tools you'll be using in this job creation scheme. If there's going to be more relocation of public sector jobs to the valleys, could you give us any more information about that? One of the previous speakers also asked about interaction with the private sector. Yes, we do need to make sure that there are jobs located in the valleys themselves, not just in the city region as a whole. So have you any more to say about that? Specifically, what tools could you use? Will there be recruitment or training grants on offer for firms employing local people? Will there be anything relating to sector-specific training? That's another possibility. And you talked about the issue of promoting tourism. by promoting the natural beauty of the valleys, which is an aspect that's often overlooked. You've talked about the landscape park, for instance, so is there any more you can tell us about that specifically this afternoon? Thank you.
We do want to ensure that we have a number of different tools available to us to stimulate economic activity and to create work and to create jobs. And as I said in answer to an earlier question, to create not just jobs but careers in the valleys. We've outlined an approach which is to ensure that we use not only the metro but other travel routes as well as the spines, if you like, within the valleys, and to ensure that we have locations along those different transport links where we can focus in on individual sites at individual places and to create strategic hubs that can lead in themselves to the potential for growth and for jobs to be created in those locations in the valleys region. At the same time, we will be continuing to invest in the foundational economy and in the local economies to ensure that we do have investment in local entrepreneurs, local businesses, local jobs and local companies. So we will be using tools such as those in order to stimulate and create economic activity within the valleys. Our objective is to close the gap between the valleys and the rest of Wales over the coming years, and we will put forward a plan and a timescale as how we see that happening. In terms of a landscape park, this is what I believe to be a really exciting opportunity for us to appreciate and value the valleys in a way that perhaps we haven't always done so in the past. I want it to be a regional park concept which will stretch from the British in my friend's constituency in Torfaen across to the west and to Carmarthenshire in the west. To somewhere where we can appreciate and value all the different landscapes and places within the valleys. I spent time with my colleague Di Rees at different times in the Avon Valley. I know there are plans to invest in to maximise the value of that landscape there. But I also know from my own personal experience of living in the valleys that we do want to get up on the tops in the commons to explore and to understand the history, not just the history of industrialisation, but the history before industrialisation that we have in the valleys and the heritage that we have available to us. And to not only ensure that we have a tourism offer, if you like, for people from elsewhere, but also for ourselves. And we can value and appreciate the places in which we live and learn again the history of industrialisation in the valleys. I know I spent some time as a young man and even today up in Treville, the quarries there, the limestone quarries above Tredegar, and also then following the tramway down Bryn Ore into Talabont and elsewhere, the linkages that were created before we had the M4s and railways of this world. So I hope that we'll be able to do that. I hope that that will be an exciting and transformational project, and one which will not simply transform the valleys, but the lives of people who live there.
Vicky Howells.
I'd like to thank the Minister for his statement today, and also to place on record my thanks to the Minister and other members of the Valleys Task Force for visiting my own constituency and carrying out a consultation exercise there. This morning I chaired the cross-party group on industrial communities, where our guest speaker was Dr Victoria Winkler of the Bevan Foundation, and many of the ideas that we discussed there have actually been mentioned in your statement today. For example, the importance of strategic hubs. Also within the Economy Committee, we've taken evidence and looked at the importance of growth proposals, strategic hubs, to make sure that wealth and prosperity is spread across the area, particularly in light of the city deals. I'd like to ask the Minister when he would be in a position to provide us with further information about the location of the other strategic hubs that has been referred to in the statement today. I also welcome the reference to the importance of transport and infrastructure. Of course, the South Wales Metro has the potential to be transformational in its impact on the South Wales valleys, but we mustn't forget the importance of road links as well. So many of the northern valleys have already benefited from the dualling of the Heads of the Valleys Road, with my constituency and that of my colleague Dawn Bowden being next on the list to benefit from that improvement. I'd like to ask the Minister how he sees that tying in with the provision of public transport to link up the Northern Valleys, and also to link up the different city regions as well. For example, if you take the Cynon Valley and its neighbouring constituency, Neath, with my colleague Jeremy Miles, we have tremendous links there in terms of local economies, but by being in two separate city regions, there could be a danger that the need for that infrastructure could be overlooked. So will that be something that the Valleys Task Force will be looking at? And finally, I welcome the reference to the importance of the foundational economy within your statement today as well. But I'd like to flag up the fact that social care and childcare are two areas where I feel that we could really make significant inroads in lifting up the living standards of many of our working age populations. For example, we know that Carol Williams, in his work on what Wales can be, has done a lot of work there around how social care could be used to deliver economic benefits to regions. And I think particularly with our childcare offer that we have on the table here now in Wales, that is something else that we could look at to roll out and offer more sustainable, good quality jobs.
I'm grateful again to my friend, the member for Cynon Valley, for her remarks. I met with the Bevan Foundation yesterday and discussed some of our ideas, I should say, and put on record that I'm a former member of the Board of Trustees, of course, of the Bevan Foundation. And I've always found the Bevan Foundation a refreshing, intelligent, challenging contribution to all of our work in government. I always value the reports and the analysis that the Bevan Foundation provide. I also enjoy the challenge that they provide to us as well, and long may that continue. I hope that in terms of the strategic hubs, we'll be able to make announcements on that next week. As part of our delivery plan published in the autumn, we will outline then how we see each individual hub developing and the timescale for that, and how we will seek to invest in those hubs to bring life to our vision and our ambitions for those different hubs, different in different places, but we will ensure that each hub has a very clear understanding of what each hub can deliver and how we will help that hub to deliver those ambitions and over what timescale. I agree very much with the points that have been made about transport. Transport came up time and time again during our conversations with people right across the whole of the Valleys region. It's one issue that was consistent everywhere we went. And sometimes we do see the metro as the answer to all of the issues around transport, and we do sometimes recognise that the need for local bus services, not just connecting to metro services, but connecting to public services, is absolutely essential, and to ensure that we do have public services located in such a way as to make them accessible to people without the need for private transport and for using cars. And that is absolutely essential, I think, as we go forward, and I hope that we will be able to place a greater emphasis on that. The points made about city regions and linkages are absolutely essential as well, and I would refer the member back to my earlier answer when I spoke about not wishing to duplicate and to over-complexify the structures that we have for delivery, but we use existing delivery structures and using existing machinery of government rather than creating anything new, but that we're able to coordinate and understand how we better coordinate what we're seeking to do. And in answer quickly to your final point about social care and childcare, I remember spending some time talking to parents and children at a group in Glynneath, a Fine Start group, and listening to what they were saying about the difficulties that they found, first of all in finding childcare, and then being able to work as well and wanting to return to work. And it's something that stays in my mind now. And I think it's one thing that we should be investing in, and through the work that Carl Sargent is leading on, I hope that we will invest in childcare and invest in training people, enabling people to work in the sector as well, to enable them both to find work but also to ensure that working parents in the valleys are able to access high-quality childcare that's also affordable.
Thank you very much, Minister. We have overrun this statement, so I intend to move on to the next statement, which is a statement by the Minister for Skills and Science on employability. And I call on that Minister Julie James to introduce the statement.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Today I want to set out my agenda for employability. I'm delighted that this follows our discussion on the Ministerial Task Force of the South Wales Valleys, as supporting people into work will be a key feature of the Task Force work over the coming years. Engagement with communities, which the Valleys Task Force has started, will continue. We also recognise that there is a sense of urgency to bring jobs and growth to communities across Wales that need more of both. Access to good quality employment and employability skills is essential, and I am pleased to be able to move immediately to address this. We have seen significant improvements in the employment rate in Wales over recent years. There are now over 1.4 million people in employment in Wales, an increase of 19.1% since devolution. But we also know that the rate of unemployment does still remain high in some communities across Wales. Whilst Welsh Government's contribution to the positive overall rate of employment, supported with EU funding, should not be underestimated, we know the story is not a wholly positive one, and we must do more to support the economically inactive, those who would like to work longer hours, and those in insecure employment. The theme of employability runs throughout all 4 developing cross-cutting strategies. Put simply, employability is not just about jobs and skills. It is about getting every aspect of government, education, health, housing, communities, transport, rurality, childcare, regional development, working together to support people into sustainable employment. In April, Cabinet endorsed my cross-Welsh Government approach to employability, setting out our joint goal of sustaining a high rate of employment in Wales, reducing economic inactivity and increasing the number of people in good quality employment. The challenge Cabinet has set me and will support me to deliver is to drive this work forward collaboratively to deliver a step change in our approach. Since April, I have put in place the governance structure to direct this work. I have extended the Ministerial Employability Working Group to ensure an integrated cross-Cabinet response. I am grateful to my ministerial colleagues on the Working Group, the Cabinet Secretary for Communities and Children, the Minister for Social Services and Public Health and the Minister for Lifelong Learning and Welsh Language for their input to this statement today. I will use the refreshed Wales Employment and Skills Board that has already endorsed our employability agenda to provide strategic direction and challenge from employers and from regional skills partnerships and trade unions. To ensure a far more integrated approach, I have established a cross-Welsh Government Employability Board made up of senior officials across the Government. This board has been tasked with drawing up the Employability Delivery Plan to be published before Christmas. The plan will look closely at existing services and infrastructure, assess how well they help people to find and stay in work, and consider whether they provide value for money. As we are all aware, this will become all the more important in the years following our exit from the European Union. I will ensure we work in close partnership with our key stakeholders. We will draw up a detailed external stakeholder communications plan that will guide a period of external engagement in order to inform the employability delivery plan. In the meantime, we are not standing still. Our new employability offer is expected to begin delivery in April 2019. This will be positioned as a single offer under the name Working Wales and will be underpinned by a new programme for adults along with 2 new programmes that will deliver employability support to young people. Between now and then, we will reconfigure our existing programmes to enable a smooth transition, using the valleys as a test bed to inform the new delivery approach. We will make amendments to some of our existing employability programmes, including the EU-funded REACT, Jobs Growth Wales and Employability Skills programmes, and ensure that these are effectively aligned to enhance support for unemployed people and those who churn in and out of temporary, poorly paid employment. We recognise that this cannot just be about support for individuals. We want to support employers to recruit and develop talent within their business, boost productivity and give local people the opportunity of better jobs closer to home. We will deliver integrated business and skill support through Business Wales by enhancing our flexible skills and employability programmes. We aim to support 100 Valleys businesses with the greatest growth potential through what we hope will be one-to-one support to create jobs, support for recruitment, delivery of tailored pre-work and in-work training, and the upskilling and development of existing staff. We are keen to promote prosperity for all so that the benefits of economic growth are shared by all those in work. We support improvements in pay and conditions for those in low-paid and insecure employment. To this end, work has begun on a Fair Work Commission, which I chair. Preliminary findings will be reported in the autumn. We must provide individuals with clear advice and guidance. To achieve this, we want to develop a common approach to identifying the employment needs of individuals and support a seamless referral and support process. We want to work across government to design and trial the use of profiling tool and management information systems so that in future advisors across Wales, including Careers Wales, will use the same system. Our ambition is to ensure that we reach those furthest from the labour market and provide them with a holistic package of personalised, bespoke and intensive support and mentoring to reduce complex barriers to employment, tackle levels of economic inactivity and deliver on our ambition of developing prosperity for all. We can only truly achieve this through better aligned support brought about by working effectively across government. I therefore wish to acknowledge the commitment from the Cabinet Secretary for Communities and Children to provide community-based outreach as outlined in his statement on developing a new approach to resilient communities. I also acknowledge the work being undertaken by the Minister for Social Services and Public Health in providing specialist employment support for people recovering from substance misuse and mental ill health conditions. Our work on employability must take full account of the balance which exists between devolved and non-devolved responsibilities for employability. We want to work in partnership with the Department for Work and Pensions to influence future DWP programmes and shape how DWP works within Wales in terms of joint planning of employment services and integration within our forthcoming employability delivery plan. If we are to shape a new employability agenda, we need to drive a coherent approach across Welsh Government and with our partners to address the many barriers preventing people from entering and progressing in good quality, fair employment. This approach will benefit individuals across Wales and deliver the prosperous and secure future that we need to take Wales forward.
Thank you. Mohammed Asghar.
Presiding Officer, I thank the Minister for his statement. The Minister says the Welsh Government wants to support employers to recruit and develop talents within their businesses, boost productivity and give local people the opportunity of better jobs closer to homes. According to a Lloyd Bank report in December last year, 28% of Welsh firms have experienced difficulties when taking on new skilled staff over the last 6 months. So, can I ask the Minister how she plans to strengthen ties with business communities to ensure that the right skills required by the employers are delivered in Wales? Can she also confirm Working Wales will address the gender imbalance in our workforce, where there is a lot of imbalance already? The Minister said she wishes to develop a common approach in identifying the employment needs of individuals. Aston recently said that learning disability students need more help from colleges to identify their needs for employability. They recommended that colleges set individual learning plans and design programs that challenge people more. How will her strategy address the needs and improve the prospects of students with learning disabilities and abilities? The statement mentioned Career Wales. The Minister will be aware that secondary school people in parts of Wales are being told there will be no work experience for them because Career Wales is unable to carry out health and safety checks for work placements. How will the Minister address this issue of work placements, which is vital in preparing young people for the world of work? The Cardiff School of Education recently said it was a national disgrace that children were not given the chance to get out of poverty due to a lack of career advice. How will these proposals increase career advice capacity in Wales? Since Brexit, it is vital for each Welsh child to be equipped with more than one skill to serve, prosper and contribute our nation. And it's only Conservative look at their ideas and how they are going to do it. Yeah. Presiding Officer, I welcome the Minister's statement and look forward for her reply now.
Minister. Well, thank you for that series of questions. We've got in terms of developing skills appropriate for business and business delivery, the member will be aware that we've established the 3 regional skills partnerships across Wales. They're in their 3rd year now. This year, they will produce their annual reports detailing labour market information and intelligence in their area and outlining the skills needed by the employers in that area. And this year, we will fund skills development in those areas according to the regional development plans. So it's very much driven by businesses in those areas, and it's very much something that we take very seriously. So we've addressed that by establishing and strengthening the regional skills partnerships, and as I mentioned in the statement, we've also reconfigured the Wales Employment and Skills Board in order to have better representation from those regional skills partnerships to take an all-Wales overview, and that's very much driven by the employers and trade unions working together in that board with the delivery agents. So we're working very hard to address that agenda, and we certainly acknowledge it. Similarly, with the gender issues, the member will know that it's been a soapbox of mine for quite some time. We are looking to make sure that we get the right information out to young women and young men about non-traditional industries for them, so in particular care for young men and engineering and STEM for young women, because if you look at the gender distribution, they're the other way around, and we're making sure that we get the right careers advice out there to both the young people themselves and also the parents and grandparents, the opinion formers, in other words, of those young children. And we'll be working very hard with people already in the industry to provide role models and guidance in that regard. In terms of disability and diversity, we'll be working very hard with our employers to make sure that they become disability confident employers, and that actually they understand that it's not all that difficult to employ somebody who has disabilities and so on. We will be pushing this agenda as part of what I was talking about in terms of getting businesses ready for growth and opportunity, and that will be very much part of what we're helping them to look at. In terms of Careers Wales, if the member has a specific school that's having a problem with work experience issues, I'd be very grateful if he'd write to me about it. There's a great deal of misinformation around about what health and safety checks are actually required to put young people into workplaces, and most workplaces taking work experience children already have the health and safety checks in place. So if the member has a specific issue with that, I'd be very grateful if he'd write to me. In terms of capacity, Careers Wales has recently transferred from the education portfolio and my colleague, the Minister for Lifelong Learning and the Welsh Language, to myself. And the reason for that is to more closely align it with business support and into the needs of the economy. And so forthcoming announcements will be made about how we're increasing capacity for growth in that sector.
Thank you. Llywydd Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and can I thank you for your statement this afternoon. Certainly we welcome the move towards a much more streamlined support environment, and that's something I've previously indicated to you after previous statements. Can I also welcome the continued emphasis on a truly cross-government approach, which I think is essential. We've heard, these words being said in the past, but I am hoping, and I'm sure, the proof will be in the pudding, that we will see that cultural shift happening in essence now, as the new proposals are rolled out. Now, of course, it's welcome that employment levels have risen in Wales, as you say, but as you also acknowledge, in work poverty, underemployment, 0 hours contracts and other factors, of course, remain a significant cause for concern. We've been clear that we want to see skills being aligned with skills shortages in the economy and provision being available to people of all ages across Wales, so that everyone has the same opportunity to upskill, reskill, as people's working lives become longer, of course, and more uncertain in these uncertain times. Speaking of which, funding is key. You tell us about in your statement about the holistic package of personalised, bespoke and intensive support and mentoring. That doesn't come cheap. And a lot of this in the past has been funded through European funding, and when I raised that with you a few months ago, you were quite bullish in saying the promises were made and the money will come. I don't detect the same level of confidence at the moment, generally, as well as in this statement, and I'm just wondering whether you could tell us a little bit about how you intend to fund the new provision. Certainly, will it reflect current levels, or are you anticipating an increased investment from somewhere, given maybe some would say, the increased ambition that's reflected in your statement, or how you see that playing out? Now, the new offer is expected now to begin in April 2019 rather than April 2018, and clearly some will be disappointed that we're not maybe getting to where we'd like to be as quickly as we would like to. I'm sure maybe you share that to a degree, but maybe you could explain to us why you think that we need to wait until then, really, before we can see Working Wales being rolled out more broadly. You mentioned that you want to use the valleys as a test bed to inform the new delivery approach, and that makes perfect sense. It's always good to pilot and trial. Although I would say that, in contrast, the childcare offer is being piloted and trialled in a number of places, in a number of different contexts. and I'm just wondering whether you are considering or looking at potential pilots or similar in, let's say, rural areas in comparison to valleys areas, so that a broader number of lessons can be learnt in terms of enacting much of this. You tell us that the Welsh Government Employability Board will draw up the plan, and the Wales Employment and Skills Board will provide strategic direction. Could you tell us who's tasked with delivering this then at the end of the day, and also how you'll be holding them accountable for the delivery? And I have to say there's references in your statement to a number of boards, task forces, working groups, commissions, and for a sector that's perceived to be quite complex and multi-layered, I don't know whether that maybe tells us something as well. But generally, can I thank you for your statement, and we'll continue, I'm sure, to support the direction you're moving in, but we need to be sure that it's being done properly, in a timely manner and in a sustainable way, particularly in the financial sense.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you very much for that, Claire. In terms of the governance issues, I'll just address that first. I appreciate that I did mention a large number of boards and so on, but we'll be providing members with a sort of pictogram of what we're talking about, and you'll see that actually it's a lot simpler, because what we're really talking about is a single board across government for the employability programmes, with the ministerial board to match that, and the external Wales Employment and Skills Board as the external reference, and then we'll have an engagement plan for stakeholders. So actually it's a simpler framework, really, although there's a bewildering number of boards and so on, I quite agree. So we'll set that out. The statement doesn't say this, but I'll just say for clarity that the Welsh Employment and Skills Board will then report into the Council for Economic Development, so that you complete the circle of responsibility. In terms of the delivery, therefore, that's the governance structure. That's how we'll hold it to account. We've deliberately made it cross-government. It will be delivered as it's delivered now, but with people reporting to a cross-government structure. The purpose of the officials group is to look at impact, budget, structure, what programmes work, what don't, and so on, and make recommendations accordingly to both the ministerial cross-government board and to the external partners as appropriate. And the idea of that, obviously, is that if you think of it as a jigsaw, we think that some of the pieces are probably overlapping. We think that there are probably gaps. The picture is not as clear as we'd like it to be, if you follow my analogy that far. And the idea is to actually make the jigsaw join together in a more coherent fashion. And then just to mix my metaphors, for an individual, what we're looking for is a clear and consistent pathway on their journey through. So no matter where you start on that pathway, and people obviously will start in a very different place. So if you're young, you will start sort of at the end of compulsory schooling. If you're older and retraining, or you've been out of work for some time, you'll start at different places. But actually, the programmes make a coherent pathway. So if for example, colleagues in my colleague Rebecca Evans' department are looking to help somebody with substance misuse or ill health problems that are preventing their employment, that once those problems are sorted or on the way to being sorted, they can be appropriately passed on to the next part of their journey, rather than completing that and then looking themselves for something else to go on to. The reason, so I'm building up to the reason why it's taking so long, because these things are easy to say, but actually very complex to deliver. And we also deliver these programmes through a number of other partners, like local authorities and third sector organisations and so on. And the idea is to corral them into a seamless organisation. We're starting with the Welsh Government programmes directly funded first, and then moving on. Colleagues have been most helpful around the Cabinet table in assisting with that. And then what we're looking at is also running the ESF-funded and the RDF-funded programmes to their end. We've worked very hard with WEFO to widen the edges of those programmes, but nevertheless there are strict lines in which you have to operate. And what so the ultimate vision, if you like, is that an individual requiring help or a business requiring help will have a single portal to go to, the skills gateway for individuals or businesses, and that the wiring of the system behind there will not be visible to those people. They will simply get the support they need. However, we do want to make the most of our European funding, so we want to run those programmes to the end, and April 2019 is therefore the point at which that funding ceases. That's not to say that we won't start the integration of the programmes on the way, but the sort of final end of those programmes will see the full launch of the new programme. However, there will be bridge funding in between to make sure that people don't fall into the gaps. So it's a sort of staggered start, which is why I'm saying that in the autumn we'll be bringing back an actual delivery plan for members to actually see the timeline associated with that, because I do appreciate that that's quite complex. I think the last thing you talked about was just this aligning skills issue. As I said to Mohammed Ashgar, that's very much centred around our strategy for regional skills. That's regional support to businesses and regional support to get the skills they need. And so we are expecting employers to contribute to that in terms of making it transparent what those needs are. And if you're aware of specific instances where you think that isn't happening, I'd be very grateful to know about it.
Thank you. Jeremy Miles.
Thank you. I have two brief questions, Minister. Firstly, obviously the focus of the programme is on getting people into work. One of the challenges we face is improving terms and conditions and promotion and progression through the workforce when you're in work. What level of focus will the programme be able to give to supporting progression in that sense? And secondly, you indicate that you'll be providing advice to employers on recruitment and skills through Business Wales. Obviously, most of our companies are small businesses, and you'll be aware of reservations that small businesses have about the extent to which Business Wales serves their needs, which I know the Cabinet Secretary is already working on. What reassurance can you give that that level of support will meet the particular needs of the small and medium-sized sector?
In terms of the Fair Work and Progression programme, the First Minister has asked me to chair the Fair Work, stage 1 of the Fair Work piece, and that is around how we make sure that we use leverage from Welsh Government funding to its best advantage. So what we're looking to do is establish an agreed definition of fair work, including the progression elements of that, and then make sure that we leverage that with everybody that we support. So my colleague, the Cabinet Secretary for Education, has only today announced that the quid pro quo for the tuition fee offer is that universities become fair wage employers. That's very much part of the same piece, really, that we're starting to use the leverage that Welsh Government funding brings to lever in some of those better working conditions. But the first piece of work will be to establish a common agreement across employers, trade unions, deliverer partners and the government in the Fair Work Commission to make sure that we all agree on that, and then to take forward the delivery. So that's the first piece of that. In terms of the support, and actually I realise I didn't quite answer Llywydd Griffiths' question either about some of the pilots, we are looking to support SMEs, we are looking to do pilots outside of the Valleys area where there are specific conditions that we want to see how it works. So the answer is yes, we will be doing that. And what we'll be looking to do is, I mentioned in my statement that we'll be looking for the 100 businesses that show the most growth potential. And they can be any size, and indeed we anticipate that many of them will be very small, under 5 employees. And obviously what we're trying to do is lever the much needed jobs in, but by using indigenous firms and assisting them with the business support they need to grow. Many of them will be foundational economy firms, and some of them won't be, and what we're hoping to do is get a good mix from those high potential growth firms.
Thank you. Michelle Brown.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and thank you for your statement, Minister. I agree with you that there's an urgency for jobs and growth to be brought to communities across Wales. However, I note that the Minister sets out the support she's giving to businesses in the valleys, but other regions of Wales, such as North Wales, are conspicuous only by their absence from the Minister's statement. True, the valleys of Wales need help, but they're not the only community in Wales that needs it. And I'm disappointed that focused support for other regions of Wales, which have hitherto been neglected, such as my own, are not mentioned in the Minister's statement. I welcome the rise in employment in Wales. However, we must treat these statistics with caution. Simply because more people are employed does not mean that they're substantially better off than they were. 0 hours contracts and low wages are prevalent across Wales, exacerbated by the seasonal nature of many of the economies across Wales, including in my own constituency. And if workers aren't on 0 hours, they may be on minimal hours only. It is vital that businesses are encouraged to bring higher paid, secure work into Wales. The Minister's efforts to support people getting into work will be futile if there's no work for people to go to. Your statement includes a number of objectives and ambitions, but no information about how, in a practical context, you will bring all this to fruition. Please explain how, in real terms, you will be using WESB, the Ministerial Working Group, and governmental departments to improve employability in Wales. In reality, the only way that Welsh Government can actually create jobs is to create some in the public sector, something that Labour governments in Cardiff and London have became adept at doing over the years to cover their own failures. But it is the private sector that delivers and creates jobs. Welsh Government can encourage the creation of those jobs by providing a tax, regulatory and economic environment that will enable businesses, preferably homegrown ones, to thrive in a community that can provide them with the workers they need to do so. So I would ask whether the employability delivery plan created by the Welsh Government Employability Board will encompass plans to incentivise and encourage investment from business into Wales. You state that you will work with key stakeholders. Can you indicate who these stakeholders are and whether you'll be working with some of the SMEs which form the backbone of the job-providing businesses in Wales? Turning to the Working Wales employability offer, please can the Minister tell us what forms of support will be offered in the new offer that aren't already being offered? I note that there are a number of different employability programmes, including REACT, Jobs Growth Wales, etc. Has the Minister considered whether these programmes should be merged to provide a single, authoritative and consolidated programme for Wales which is well understood by users? To what extent are you working with organisations such as the Recruitment Employment Confederation, ACPO, and their members to identify employability issues in Wales and investigate working in partnership with them to get more people in Wales into work? You state that you want to work across government to design and trial a profiling tool and management information system for advisors across Wales. So please could you give us an idea of how much such a project will cost, what its specifications will be and scope will be, and what advantages you see the system having which justify the outlay of the potentially high cost of the new system? Thank you.
Well, thank you for that series of questions. I think I have actually addressed almost all of them already, but I'll just reiterate. The Valleys Task Force is just mentioned as being the pilot testbed for some of the pieces of work that we're doing. As I already indicated to other members, it's not the only place that we'll be doing it, and we have to start somewhere. Obviously, communities of North Wales also have similar problems, and we will, of course, be addressing employability across the whole of Wales. In terms of the poor quality work, 0 hours and so on, I very much addressed that in terms of what we're doing on the Fair Work Commission. That has representation from the CBI, the FSB, trade unions, a whole series of other people and the government on it. And WESB is, for example, currently chaired by Scott Waddington, who's the chair of Brains. So I don't think that we can accept any criticism that we're looking only at the public sector, far from it. In fact, the regional skills partnerships are all chaired by employers as well, and they all sit on it, and they have 3 representations, 3 seats each. The chair of the regional skills partnership and 2 of the primary employers that they bring with them. So that's just not the situation at all. And actually, I wasn't talking about creating jobs in the public sector. The member will realise in my statement that we're talking about supporting the firms, for example, that have the highest growth potential. And also, of course, we're extending our business offer in terms of indigenous companies to help them with their supply chains in Wales and so on. So I'm not too sure where that impression was created. In terms of the wider group of stakeholders, of course we have a whole series of stakeholders. We have business organisations and SMEs from all over Wales. We have big business from all over Wales. We also have a number of delivery partners and stakeholders in terms of third sector partners who deliver employability programmes on our behalf and who support small businesses on our behalf. And we have a range of advisors in terms of businesses right across Wales. And I think the last point was about whether the programme is new or not. There are a number of new programmes, but what we're really talking about is making sure, as I explained to Claire Griffiths earlier, making sure that this jigsaw fits together. We don't have overlapping pieces, there aren't any gaps, and it makes a coherent picture that everybody can understand.
Thank you. And finally, Hannah Blyden.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and thank you, Minister, for this update today on what is not only a key aspect of Welsh Government policy, but also is something that's absolutely key if we're going to achieve prosperity and security for our people, our communities, and ultimately our economy. I welcome the cross-government approach that you outline in your statement, and the recognition that, you know, the employability strategy needs to be cross-cutting, because we know that work, you know, and access to work doesn't function in isolation, that there's a number of other factors that need to be in place, such as decent skills, housing, transport and support networks also play a pivotal part. And I think other colleagues have touched on the kind of the pilot of the better jobs closer to home. So can I say, in that vein, am I assuming that it will also align with the new economic strategy and the regional approach of that? Because a political and personal priority of mine is that young people, in particular in my region, if they don't wish to move away, should be able to access the opportunity on their doorstep. And in line with that, one of the things that's been raised with me kind of regularly on a local level is perhaps the amount of young people, perhaps school leavers and college leavers, who perhaps aren't that well equipped for the world of work, that don't have the knowledge of, you know, what are the responsibilities, what are your rights. So perhaps if we're looking at a cross-government approach, then is there an opportunity to see how that can be aligned with the new curriculum to make sure we are giving our young people the tools they need to succeed? And one very, very final quick point, because I know we're pressed for time. I think transport is absolutely key in looking at service and infrastructure, as you say, in the employability delivery plan, because in a recent event I held earlier this year on looking at the economic challenges for the region, transport came up time and time again. And just to quote, it says it's very prohibitive for young people who can't afford to drive to get to work, and also there needs to be an integrated transport system. So I'd hope perhaps that can be something that can be considered as part of looking at things like big projects in the pipeline, such as the North East Wales Metro.
Thank you for that. I think the member makes an enormous number of good points there. So one of the things we'll be looking to do is make sure that we can address individual requirements for particular support, and make sure that people can access the jobs and skills they need in the area that they want them to do that. What we're trying to do is basically get a programme that's coherent all the way through. So we talk about the Regional Skills Partnership, the North Wales Economic Ambition Board in North Wales, for example, are tasked with sorting out what the labour market intelligence is telling them about the firms in that region and what their skills requirements are. We will fund those skills requirements according to that information. The plans are due to come out in the autumn. Indeed, I think I'm coming up the second week in September to launch that one for them. That will drive some of the investment that we make in both in our work-based learning practitioners and in our FE colleges in terms of the skills that they produce for that ecosystem. And then the other flip side of that is to make sure that the businesses with growth potential get the support that they need, and that we can make sure that careers advisors in schools and actually for adults as well out in the community understand the skills necessary to fit the needs of those employers with the growth potential. So that's very much part of the regionalisation agenda, and the Cabinet Secretary for Economy and myself have been working very hard to make sure that they line together, and indeed will line together with the local government reorganisation arrangements as well, so that we don't have non-coherent overlaps and so on. So that's the plan. And then in terms of the rest of it, you're absolutely right. We want to address that in a number of ways, sometimes with a big transport project, sometimes with just working hard with bus companies and so on to align timetables. My colleague David Rees here is often talking about the earliest and late buses to communities and what we can do about that. And sometimes actually with targeted programmes. So if, for example, in some of the areas that I've gone on public consultation, there's a huge problem with people getting a driving licence. They simply can't afford to buy the driving lessons and so on. Well, it may well be that we decide that that's one of the things we need to address, either on an individual basis, if we've got somebody with high skills but transport problems, or actually on a community basis if we identify a number of people who've got the same problem. And it's something we did last year, for example, where the Haulage Association came to us and said they had a big shortage of HGV drivers. So we put on a special course, and I think 140-something people as a result got good paid employment. So it is about this wraparound and getting the right information to the right people, both on the business side and on the individual side, and marrying them together, and also targeting business support at those high growth firms so that we can get the growth to match up. And then sometimes it is about stimulating growth in areas where there hasn't been any, or there perhaps is a dearth of jobs, and that's why the valleys is one of the target areas. But as I've said in response to a number of other members, this certainly isn't the only area, and I'm very grateful if any members want to highlight any issues in their particular area or region to me.
Thank you very much, Minister. Before we move to the Stage 3 debate on the Trade Union Wales Bill, I will suspend proceedings for 10 minutes. The bell will be rung 5 minutes before we reconvene, but I would urge members to return to the chamber promptly, please. We stand adjourned for 10 minutes.
Dyma ni felly yn cyrraedd y cyfnod 3 ar fel yr undebau llafur. A'r grŵp cyntaf o welliannau ar gyfyngu ar ddidynnu tyliadau tanysgrifio i undebau o gyflogau yn y sector cyhoeddus. Mae'r grŵp welliant 1 yw'r prif welliant a'r unig welliant yn y grŵp hwn. A dwi'n galw ar Janet Finch-Saunders i gynnig y gwelliant a siarad amdano. Janet Finch-Saunders.
Diolch, Llywydd. I move Amendment 1. This amendment refers to restrictions on deduction of union subscriptions from wages by employers. The UK Government has modernised the relationship between trade unions and their members. Oh, yes, they have. This amendment aims to give public sector workers the opportunity to make their payments through direct debit and discourages the blanket use of check-off. By moving to reduce the use of check-off, the UK Government has brought greater transparency to employees. This makes it easier for them to choose whether or not to pay subscriptions and which union to join. It's called choice. As the UK legislation stands, nurses, teachers and civil servants are prevented from automatically paying trade union subscriptions from their wages. However, this Welsh Labour Government's bill seeks to encourage and retain this practice, which is now thoroughly outdated and quite unnecessary. Llywydd, in the 21st century, public resources should not be used to support the collection of trade union subscriptions. The collection subscriptions should be undertaken by the trade unions directly, and indeed many across the UK have switched already, with Unite, GMB, PCSU, Fire Brigades Union, the University and College Union, all urging their members to switch to direct debit. Further, many employees are routinely misled on the terms of joining a trade union when doing so via check-off. For example, the absence of information about the optional political levy. By ending this practice and encouraging payment through direct debit, employers are not only guaranteed easier transparency and ease in terms of choosing whether or not to pay subscriptions, but they are able to enjoy the full protection of the direct debit guarantee, which include advance notification of any changes to the direct debit and the ability to cancel it at any time. I move.
Dawn Bowden.
Diolch, Llywydd. So here we go again. Same old Tories, fighting yesterday's battles with yesterday's arguments on yesterday's issues, oblivious to the fact that the world has moved on from the anti-Tory rhetoric of the 70s, the anti-union rhetoric, of the 70s and the 80s. It's ironic, is it not, that on the day that Theresa May makes a desperate plea to other parties to help her out of the almighty mess that she's made of Brexit, through her monumental misjudgment in calling a general election, coupled with her gross overestimation of herself and her gross underestimation of Jeremy Corbyn and the Labour Party, the Welsh Tories are back here creating division and attacking workers' representatives. It would appear that the general election result has done nothing to temper their inbuilt prejudice as they continue to support attacks on working people in Wales and those who support them. Llywydd, as a trade union official, I spent most of my working life fighting attacks on workers' rights and anti-trade union legislation. Being elected to this Assembly will not change that, and I will continue to fight any attempts to try to turn the clock back on those rights. So once again, I welcome the opportunity to speak in support of the progressive approach of Welsh Government in seeking to ensure that our public services here in Wales and the dedicated, hard-working people who deliver those services are not subjected to the vindictive and small-minded restrictions imposed by the UK Tory Government's Trade Union Act. I warmly congratulate the Cabinet Secretary for Finance and Local Government, Mark Drakeford, in bringing forward the Trade Union Wales Bill, which I shall be supporting.
I should be opposing each of the amendments submitted in the name of Janet Finch-Saunders, including this first amendment, which would have the effect of imposing restrictions on employers' DOCAS arrangements. I'll talk in more detail on that specific proposal in a while, but for now I have a few general observations that I want to make. What the Tories really don't like about the Trade Union Wales Bill is that it is a reflection of how successful social partnership working is here in Wales. It is a total anathema to them that government and employers are able to both recognise and evidence the success of social partnership with trade unions in the delivery of key public services. If anything came out of the series of recent tragic events across the country, it is the amazing dedication of our public service staff in responding to those events, helping others even when, in doing so, they exposed themselves to risk. With the possible exception of the Prime Minister, Conservative ministers were actually quick in coming out to praise the work of those wonderful men and women. But they don't see the irony of doing so at the same time as they're seeking to undermine their rights at work. Both the Equality, Local Government and Communities Committee and the Constitutional and Legislative Affairs Committee have given their support to this bill. But it also has widespread support from outside the National Assembly. The Workforce Partnership Council and the Council for Economic Development provide invaluable forums for Welsh Government employers to engage with trade unions across a wide range of government policies and wider social and economic issues. Employers' representatives from a range of bodies, including the CBI, the FSB, the WLGA and NHS Wales, come together as equal partners with trade unions and Welsh Government ministers to work in social partnership. The head of the WLGA, in giving evidence to the Equality and Local Government and Communities Committee, said, "The WLGA has supported and embraced the concept of social partnership. We firmly recognise as employers that engaging with the workforce through recognised trade unions played a significant part in ensuring that service continuity has been at the heart of some difficult decisions. So all sides are able to recognise the benefit of a joint approach in negotiating agreements, addressing challenges and resolving disagreements before they become disputes. So everybody else gets it, but the Tories don't. It's the approach of inclusivity and mutual respect involving trade unions that the Tories seem unwilling or unable to grasp. Or is it because they just don't understand trade unions and they have an ingrained and ill-informed prejudice against them? Most likely, all of the above. But let's come back to the specifics of this first amendment. Its impact would be to make it more difficult for employers to provide DOCAS, deduction of contributions at source. I say that because the vast majority of employers in the public sector want to be able to have the ability to agree constructive check-off agreements with their recognised trade unions. But of course, the real intention of the Tories is not to penalise employers, but to put barriers in the way of recruitment and retention of members by trade unions, making it more difficult for unions to collect their subscriptions. Necessary? No. Vindictive? Yes. I've heard Tories argue that check-off operates in the public sector without the knowledge of individual trade union members. How ridiculous. That is absolute and total nonsense. Every individual member has to sign a membership form for the particular union that they are joining, so they are fully aware of which union they are joining. And as part of that application, they have to individually authorise any deduction from their pay, just as they would have to do for any other non-statutory deduction, such as, for example, a charity or a credit union. But as I've said, it is often the employer who is supportive of such agreements. For instance, Flintshire County Council, again in its evidence to the Equality Committee, said, "It is a beneficial arrangement for all three parties. There is no practical reason to discontinue with the arrangement." And then the Tories say, as Janice Finch-Saunders said in her opening remarks, what about the cost to the taxpayer of DOCAS arrangements? Well, in this day and age of modern automated pay systems, the cost of DOCAS arrangements is minimal, particularly when operated alongside similar deduction arrangements for things like childcare schemes, cycle-to-work schemes, credit union contributions and charitable deductions. I don't hear Tories clamouring for charges to apply to these. Well, let me tell the ill-informed that most unions in the public sector actually pay for the provision of this service. In NHS Wales, for example, this is around 2% of all subscriptions collected, a significant amount of income generation for the employer. So this amendment serves no useful purpose other than to attempt to frustrate union organisation as a vindictive act against working people who choose to join a trade union, and I ask every member to vote against it.
Gareth Bennett.
Diolch, Llywydd. We had extensive scrutiny of the Welsh Government's Trade Union Wales Bill on the Equality and Local Government Committee earlier this year. Now, Janet is moving the amendments today. I was interested to hear Janet's comments on the bill at the time, and I think it is sometimes good when there is a dissenting voice at the committee stage because it does test the government's arguments. However, after hearing all the evidence, I was broadly supportive of the principles of the bill in retaining the status quo in industrial relations in the public sector in Wales, and we in UKIP are today supporting the bill. The amendments, in our view, largely seek to derail the bill, so we will be voting against this particular amendment and indeed all of the amendments. Thank you.
Jenny Rathbone.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'll be very brief. Just simply to interesting that UKIP is not convinced by the Conservatives' arguments, and I think simply peddling the arguments out for a third serving doesn't improve on them. Simply. You know, this is such a cheap and a simple process, deducting wages from source, as my colleague Dawn Bowden has already said. This is no different than deducting the charitable donation or a repayment of a loan for a bicycle or whatever it might be. And it's all done by machines. It doesn't cost anything. So clearly the trade unions are making a charitable contribution to their employers. But actually, we had no evidence from any of the witnesses that we received evidence from as part of the Equalities and Local Government Committee's scrutiny of this. And in fact, the NHS Employers Organisation pointed out that it enables employers to understand the numbers of members in any one union and gain an understanding of the relative trade union membership across the organisation. So it seems to me that it both provides transparency, ease of transfer of the money, and there's nothing wrong with direct debit, but the reason why the trade unions are urging members to transfer to direct debit is because in other parts of the UK, all members will be obliged to do that. And so it's very difficult to see how in Wales we need to do that in our public sector when everybody, including all the employers, seem perfectly content to deduct union subs from source.
Galw fy'r ysgrifennydd y Cabinet dros gyllid y Llywodraeth leol.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywyn, thank you for the chance to contribute in this, the latest round, in this government's determination and the determination of other members of this Assembly to resist the unwarranted intrusion of the UK government into devolved responsibilities and to prevent their determination to foist their views of industrial relations onto this Assembly and onto the social partnership model, which has been so carefully crafted here in the devolution era. The evidence from social partners on this group of amendments is absolutely clear, that putting limitations on check-off is unnecessary, that the cost to the public purse is negligible, and that it unjustifiably singles out trade union membership subscriptions from other forms of payroll deductions. As you've heard from Dawn Bowden and others, apparently there is no difficulty for the Conservative Party in using this form of paying for sports club membership, for making donations to charity, for taking advantage of cycle-to-work schemes, or for making subscriptions to a credit union. Uniquely, apparently, trade union membership is to be singled out as not to be available for this form of activity. Now, Llywydd, I first joined a trade union when I was 17 years old, so it's going to be nearly 50 years before too long. And in that time, I have paid trade union subscriptions in cash, I have written a cheque, I have taken advantage of payroll deduction, and these days I pay by direct debit. There is no inhibition whatsoever on trade union members in taking other forms of making their subscriptions. What this would do would be to place limits on their ability to use payroll deduction, and for no good reason at all. Employers are not compelled to make payroll deduction available, neither are they compelled to provide it at no cost, neither are trade unionists compelled to pay their subscriptions by this method. The amendment sets out to solve a problem that simply doesn't exist. This afternoon, Llywydd, I will rely regularly on the report that this Assembly's Equality, Local Government and Communities Committee provided at the end of Stage 1. A report supported by 7 of the 8 members of that committee, and which was the result of the very careful evidence-taking that the committee brought together to scrutinise the government's proposals. This is what the committee said in relation to the deduction of trade union subscriptions. We believe that the provisions in the 2016 Act, the UK Act, which seek to restrict check-off services, are unnecessary and unwarranted. They single out trade union subscriptions from other payments made by employers on behalf of employees. We see no valid reason to apply the provisions to devolved Welsh authorities in Wales by destabilising the social partnership model. The provisions may have an adverse impact on the effective delivery of public services in Wales. Members should reject this proposal.
Galwaf Janet Finch-Saunders I ymateb i'r ddau.
Thank you. And I think it's fair to say it will be obvious to many that Labour cannot support any changes to the bill for fear of upsetting their union paymasters. The 2017 election campaign is clear evidence of this, with £4 million out of £4.5 million in campaign donations in May coming directly from the unions. That's 91%. And I would call on those members here today to declare the same interest that you did at committee stage. Let the people out there know just how you've done well out of the Labour unions. No. Llywydd, the Welsh Government's explanatory memorandum suggests that the cost of check-off is minimal and is unhelpfully accompanied by an unrelated table detailing the cost savings for the 40% threshold. In reality, however, the annual cost to the UK taxpayer to help fund union payment is not insignificant. In March, as part of the House of Lords Secondary Legislation Scrutiny Committee on the draft trade union deduction of union subscriptions from wages in the public sector, Regulations 2017, the Cabinet Office stated that current cost to the public sector for the provision of check-off services is in the region of £12.5 million per year. At present, trade unions only provide on an estimated £2.74 million for this service, so there is an additional uncollected cost to the taxpayer of £9.7 million per year. Now, if we take 5% of this cost as coming from Wales, this is a cost to the Welsh public purse of £485,000 per year, almost £500,000. This is a significant amount of money, but again, those who've had, large donations during election time might not think so. Something not acknowledged by either the Cabinet Secretary or many of those who gave evidence on this matter. Further, the UK Government has accepted the principle of allowing check-off to continue where the union meets the cost and where there is an agreement with the employer to do so. This seeks to allow a public sector employer to make deductions from its workers' wages in respect of trade union subscriptions, only if those workers have the option to pay their trade union subscriptions by other means, or if arrangements have been made for the union to make reasonable payments to the employer in respect of the making of the deductions. This bill undermines modern, flexible working patterns and harks back to an age of trade union manipulation, cynically underpinned by their links to the Labour Party. So in conclusion, Llywydd, this amendment seeks only to ensure full transparency for employees, flexibility and protection in terms of paying subscriptions, and to make savings in the region of £500,000 to the public purse in Wales. And I encourage and urge all members to support.
Y cwestiwn yw a ddylid derbyn gwelliant 1. A oes unrhyw wrthwynebiad? Symudwn felly I bleidlais electronig ar welliant 1. Agor y bleidlais. Cair bleidlais. O blaid 12, neb yn ymatal, 43 yn erbyn, ac felly fe wrthodwyd gwelliant 1. Y grŵp nesaf welliannau, grŵp 2, yn ymwneud â gofynion cyhoeddi o ran amser cyfleuster. Gwelliant 2 yw'r prif welliant, yr unig welliant yn y grŵp hwn, a dwi'n galw'r Janet Finn-Saunders I gynnig y gwelliant a siarad amdano. Janet Finn-Saunders.
And I move Amendment 2 in my name. But when I do so, I do it on behalf, actually, of the Welsh Conservative group here today. This amendment refers to the powers to require the publication of information on facility time and to impose requirements on public sector employers in relation to paid facility time. To clarify, this amendment does not seek to remove or stop facility time, nor the benefits it is purported to bring. And I have real concerns in relation to how this has been misrepresented in the explanatory memorandum. Okay. Facility time may indeed result in reduced employment tribunals, reduced days lost to workplace injury and illness, and reduced dismissals and early exits. And we do not dispute that. And we are not stopping facility time or time spent by an organisation staff on trade union duties and activities during working hours. What we are aiming to promote here is a culture of openness and transparency in relation to how much staff time is spent in this area. There are several reasons for doing so and a number of benefits. During evidence sessions, the Cabinet Secretary for Finance and Local Government noted his belief that successful use of facility time means that there are savings to the employer and to the Treasurer, therefore as a result of reduced employment tribunals. Yet, without further scrutiny, further evidence and transparency, we are unable to back this up in a quantifiable manner. Of course, there must also be a balance with use of taxpayers' money. And without knowing how many working hours are being spent on facility time, it is impossible to be able to assess the true value of it. Shocking. What government passes legislation when they cannot evidence their own argument? Yes, this is an agreement entered into voluntarily between employers and unions, but the role is paid in so much as it is undertaken during paid working hours. So questions do need answering as to why the Welsh Labour Government is so reluctant to ask public organisations to publish this information. Llywydd, this information is not private. Any one of us could request it by freedom of information at any time. Yet a government, the Welsh Labour Government, fails to even do this. However, the Freedom of Information Act requires every public authority to have a publication scheme and, crucially, to publish information proactively. The key point here is openness, transparency and accountability to the public, our electorate, as to how public money is spent. Right. Why then the reluctance with regards to facility time? Surely this would be less of a burden to provide than multiple freedom of information requests. The indicative cost for such publication given in the regulatory impact assessment is £171,000, almost a third of the cost of check-off. Yet, here the Cabinet Secretary has decided the cost is simply not worth it, despite the inherent increase in transparency and openness it would bring. All we are asking for here is for provisions for public sector bodies to publish this information clearly and act quite clearly in the public interest and in line with the intentions of the Freedom of Information Act. I move.
Dawn Bowden.
I'm guessing the Tories will be happy that I'm not going to repeat all of the information I made in the last. But there are some common themes, and fundamentally those are the opposition of employers to what is contained in the Tories' UK legislation and in this amendment, and the complete lack of understanding by the Tories of what unions do and how they work. And the most important aspect of this amendment, I think, is to focus on the benefits of facility time and not get bogged down into the costly kind of reporting procedures that are being proposed. Following publication of the UK Government's initial proposals for its trade union bill in 2016, Warwick University's Business School undertook research into facility time in the public services across the UK, and the conclusion of their research was that the presence of workplace representatives who rely on facility time to perform their duties is associated with higher workplace performance. Therefore, conversely, reducing facility time is likely to have detrimental effects. And commenting on the Westminster Government's own data, the university's Professor of Human Resource Management stated, overall, the evidence suggests that both full-time and part-time workplace representatives help improve performance in the public sector, and managers widely recognise this to be the case. The proposed legislation to limit the amount of time that representatives can spend on their representative duties appears unnecessary and may reduce workplace performance in the public sector. Now, I've already referred to the significant benefits of social partnership arrangements here in Wales, and it should be recognised that in addition to lay official involvement, a significant amount of work undertaken in partnership working comes from paid officials of the trade unions, at no cost to the public purse. These officials invest union resources in work which is integral to the efficient delivery of changes to public services in Wales, something, again, the Welsh Conservatives are seemingly unable to grasp. But of course it goes well beyond that. At workplace level, the public service employers understand what clearly the Tories don't. Former WLGA leader Bob Wellington commented, facility time enables councils to consult and negotiate with trade union officials representing the workforce, and therefore actually saves considerable time and resources. It is therefore essential, in our view, and very much in the interests of council taxpayers, to see it maintained. The Welsh NHS Confederation and NHS employers have said, trade union representatives provide a vital role in developing and working with NHS workplace policies and procedures. They support staff and their members with mediation and navigation through policies and workplace issues, which supports the smooth running of the service.
I mean, if all this is as positive as she describes, why not just publish the information so the public can see how much this time is given?
It's bureaucratic nonsense and unnecessary. The facility time itself, as research has shown, provides the public, the council taxpayers, with benefits and savings through the work that they do. If the Tories were able to set aside for a moment their anti-trade union prejudice and talk to public service trade unions, they might begin to get some understanding of what they do and learn that most lay representatives will spend the majority of their time working with the employer to jointly tackle workplace issues, as well as supporting health and safety, training and management of change initiatives. And a lot of this work they do in their own time, in addition to any facility time given by the employer. The unwarranted reporting requirements, which would result if this amendment is passed, would carry with it another unnecessary cost, but would also be a distraction from the important work undertaken by accredited and trained trade union representatives working with their employer to address workplace challenges and build good industrial relations, which in turn reduces the likelihood of disputes and days lost through industrial action, again demonstrating that such arrangements are actually a cost-benefit to most employers. And for these reasons, Llywydd, I should be voting against this amendment.
Joyce Watson.
Diolch, Llywydd. And one reason that strike action in the public sector in Wales is comparatively rare, and I will make a very rare comparison with England here, because I don't usually do that, but we have seen in the last few years high-profile disputes in England within the public sector, like the junior doctor's stage, and it was bitter and it was vitriolic. We haven't had that here in Wales, and we haven't had that in Wales because we have the social partnership that has just been described, and that works extremely well. And I am, for one, really proud that we do operate under a social partnership, and a partnership that is clearly understood between those working in the public sector and for the public bodies. And both sides, the employers and the trade unions, understand that that actually is to the benefit of all. And facility time, that is, and let's be clear, the time permitted to employees for carrying out trade union duties is crucial in the success of that partnership. And I don't know, actually, where Janet Finch-Saunders was, but she certainly didn't hear the evidence in the same way that I heard it and that others heard it when it was given to us at committee stage. And we heard time and time again, both from the employee and the employer, about the benefit of that facility time. We also heard, and as she must have, that very often that time is actually given free of charge, and some of the reasons have already been alluded to, by full-time trade union officers, but also by people who actually represent their colleagues in their own time, not in their work time. And I'd like to ask you how you think you might account for that under your freedom of information. We heard evidence from the Welsh NHS Confederation and the NHS Wales employees in their evidence to committee, and I'll quote, "Facility time provides significant benefits to industrial relations, as well as providing savings and benefits to the organisation and the service as a whole." And it would be extremely difficult, wouldn't it, to quantify that. I think it's a very odd situation for the Conservatives to propose that we add in more red tape. That's what they usually call it, don't they? Anything you have to account for is red tape. But facility time is actually used to keep people safe in work. It's also used to make sure that their terms and conditions on both sides, for the employee and the employer, are to the satisfaction of both. And the only conclusion that I can reach, that Janet Finch-Saunders has put forward these amendments today, is driven on pure ideology. Because it certainly wasn't driven in any way at all by any of the evidence that we were given. And when we talk about a cost, there is a cost that was put forward to actually reporting on facility time. And the Wales TUC did point out that by disapplying the 2016 Act provision requiring all Welsh public employers to report on facility time would save money. And they did put a cost of £170,700 in reporting costs. You all know, because you tell us very often from that side of the chamber, that red tape costs money. This red tape will also cost money, and all it will do is destroy everything that we have built up over the years in Wales in those social partnerships. And it is pure ideology, absolutely nothing else.
Galw ar ysgrifennydd y Cabinet dros gyllid y Llywodraeth leol.
Diolch, Llywydd. So the Conservative Party here tells us that they are all in favour of facility time. They're just simple seekers after truth. It's simply a matter of wanting to record how much facility time is being taken and the costs of it. But what they fail to tell you completely, Llywydd, is that they are not interested at all in reporting to the public what the benefits of facility time are. All they want is a one-sided account in which everything is articulated as a cost, and all the things that those employers who turned up to the committee set out as the advantages for employers from facility time, all of that goes unreported altogether. This is not just a simple wish to put information into the public domain. It is a deliberate attempt to provide a biased, one-sided account of what is a bargain in which facility time is provided in order that employers are able to make sure that their businesses run effectively and that trade unions are able to carry out their legitimate work. The Committee of the Assembly said, "We are in no doubt that facility time is a prudent investment in public services, and we believe it should be viewed as such." And if you make a prudent investment, then not only will you want to account for the costs of that investment, but you will want to account for the return on that investment as well. This amendment entirely ignores that. UK ministers, when they were putting their trade union bill through, were at least candid enough to say that the reason for wanting to report on facility time was so that it could be borne down on in the future and that it could be reduced. That's what all this is about. It's that attack on the work that trade unions do, disguised as simply a seeking for information. The amendment doesn't deserve to be supported, and I hope members here will vote against it this afternoon.
Galw ar Janet Finch-Saunders I ymateb i'r ddadl.
Thank you, Llywydd. Well, do you know what? We decided to do your work for you, Cabinet Secretary. And so, therefore, we put in a Welsh Conservative Freedom of Information request in order to bring some openness, transparency and accountability to our argument and to proceedings here in the National Assembly for Wales. Out of the 28 public bodies able to respond in full, 63 officers were on full-time facilities time, working a total of 2,459 hours per week. Out of the 26 public bodies able to respond, 272 are also employed part-time, and 15 out of 22 local authorities pay for their full-time officers on union facility time, equating to 33 officers. We have a right to know this. Our members of the public, our electorate, have a right to know that too. Now, days lost to strike action impede the economy, and there is no disputing that. The Trade Union Act, introduced by the UK government, was introduced because of a 77% increase in working days lost due to industrial action, from 440,000 days in 2013 to 788,000 in 2014. In 2015, Wales had the fourth highest amount of working days lost out of the UK regions, with 6 per 1,000 employees. So much for your partnership working and the touchy-feely approach that you have. Days lost to strike action rose again across the UK in 2016. Up to 31st of October 2016, 281,000 days were lost to strike action, an increase of 65%. It has been estimated that the Trade Union Act's 2016's provisions will save 1.5 million working hours a year and boost the UK economy by over £100 million over the next 10 years. Llywydd, by extending the requirements to publish information on the time and money spent on facility time, requirements that already currently apply to the civil service and to the wider public sector, We can ensure greater transparency and openness with this amendment. Fundamentally, we believe it is right that the government monitor this practice to ensure it is a sensible use of taxpayer money, and that this will ensure levels of facility time remains appropriate. I will clarify once more. We are not seeking to remove it. A freedom of information request found.
Allow the member to continue, please.
Clear request. No,
she's not taking an intervention.
Our freedom of information request clearly highlighted the need for more transparency in this regard. So whilst this amendment does not dispute the value of facility time, I think it's fair and justified to be calling for this to be published. It is critical that transparency and openness is ingrained across the Welsh public sector. It's critical that it's ingrained in any workings of this Assembly for Wales to ensure facilities time work for union members, works for public sector delivery and fundamentally works to ensure cost effectiveness across our public services.
Y cwestiwn yw a ddylid derbyn gwelliant 2. A oes unrhyw wrthwynebiad? Symudwn ni bleidlais electronig. Agor y bleidlais. Cau'r bleidlais. O blaid 12. Neb yn ymatal. 43 yn erbyn. Ac felly fe wrthodwyd gwelliant 2. Gwelliant 3. Mae'r grŵp nesaf welliannau yn ymwneud â gyfyniad ynghylch pleidlais gan Undeb Llafur cyn gweithredu a dileu diffiniadau o awdurdodau datganoledig Cymreig. Gwelliant 3 yw'r prif welliant yn y grŵp hwn, a dwi'n galw ar Janet Finch-Saunders i gynnig y prif welliant ac i siarad am y gwelliant yma ac am welliannau eraill yn y grŵp. Janet Finch-Saunders.
I move amendment. Thank you, Llywydd. I move amendment 3. This amendment, of course, refers to the 40% ballot threshold for industrial action affecting important public services. We recognise the importance of trade unions as valuable institutions in British society and know that many dedicated trade unionists have a strong history of working hard to represent their members, campaigning for improved safety at work and giving support to their members when it's needed. However, I believe it is only fair that the rights of unions are balanced with the rights of hard-working taxpayers who rely on key public services on a day-to-day basis.
This isn't a pantomime. This is National Assembly of Wales undertaking proper discussion and debate regarding a piece of legislation it may be about to pass. Janet Finch-Saunders.
With strikes having such a high impact on the normal life on such a large group of people, it is sensible that strikes, when necessary, are backed up with an appropriate level of support from those involved. The UK Government's 2016 Trade Union Act sought to create workable legislation that is fit for purpose in our modern, fluid economic market. What we do not want to see is a small minority of union members disrupting the lives of millions of commuters, parents, workers and employers at short notice and without clear support from the union members, a situation which has the potential to give unions a bad name in the eyes of the public. Wales currently has 30% of its workforce with trade union membership. This is far in excess of the UK average of 21% and higher than that of England and Scotland. As such, the impact of trade union ballots will have more far-reaching consequences to this country, and we do need to consider the impact of this bill on the everyday lives of people across Wales and the ability to deliver much-needed public services. The UK Government's Department for Business, Energy, Innovation and Skills data has found that the combined days lost in the sectors of public administration, defence, education, health and social work have accounted for the vast majority of days lost every year since 2008. These sectors remain at the forefront of our security, our well-being and our development, and therefore strike action must be equitable and democratic. As it stands, the Welsh Labour Government's bill proposal is neither of those things. As the law stands, the UK Government Act will provide tougher ballot thresholds that will reduce industrial action in important public services like transport, health and education by 35%, saving 1.5 million working hours a year from strike action. Furthermore, the measures in the UK government legislation will also provide a £10 million boost to the Welsh economy over 10 years. It will protect hundreds of thousands of people across Wales from the effects of undemocratic strike action. This amendment, therefore, will ensure that if strikes do go ahead, it will only be as a result of a clear, democratic mandate and decision from union members, thanks to the introduction of tougher ballot thresholds.
Dawn Bowden.
Diolch, Llywydd. Well, if I remarked in the debates on the two previous grouped amendments that the Tories just don't get it, never had that been more true than in respect of these amendments on balloting. Maybe some of the Welsh Conservatives were brought up influenced by the Thatcher philosophies surrounding trade unions. You remember those nasty trade unions dominated by the unrepresentative barons, whose only aim in life was to call out their members on strike for no good reason, at the drop of a hat, or with the total disregard of the views of their members. Well, let me tell the Tories something that might interest them. Trade unions are simply organisations made up of workers coming together to protect their interests at work. And something else that might interest Janet Finch-Saunders is that those workers are also taxpayers. So when the Tories attack trade unions, they are not attacking the union barons. They're attacking ordinary working people who are doing nothing more than coming together in common cause. And of course, trade unions are also amongst the most democratic organisations in the country. Let's just look at how they elect their leaders. Trade union general secretaries are elected for set periods by one member, one vote ballots amongst their entire membership. And on the issue central to this amendment, balloting on industrial action involves every member of the union affected. Amongst the uninformed Tory ranks, there is, of course, a myth perpetuated that trade unions actively seek to take their members out on strike. But it's a complete fantasy to suggest that trade unions welcome calling strike action. I can tell you absolutely from all my years, both as a lay activist and a full-time trade union officer, that I and other trade union colleagues would consider it a failure if we ever had to resort to calling a formal industrial action ballot. A failure because all the work we did day in and day out, working with employers to resolve difficulties, as outlined earlier, would not have worked. Industrial action is always, always the last resort. Let's then talk about the ballots themselves. If this amendment is passed, it would put in place a regime of ballot thresholds that don't apply in any other democratic situation that I am aware of anywhere in the UK outside of the Westminster Government's Trade Union Act. And I challenge the proposer of this amendment to identify one. It certainly didn't apply to the EU... Are you
giving way?
I beg your pardon, sorry.
Ironic as somebody who got 34.7% of the vote in an election went to 40% ballot threshold.
I absolutely agree with you, and it was the very point I was just coming on to, Mike. Thank you very much. If this, the ballot thresholds, as we know, certainly didn't apply in the EU referendum, which was without doubt the single most important issue that we have voted on in this country in our lifetime. And however close the margin in that referendum, and whatever the turnout, we all agreed that we must abide by the majority of those who voted. We did not say that the results should be invalidated by setting some arbitrary and spurious threshold, but that is what the UK Tories Trade Union Act does for workers balloting for industrial action. And that is what is being proposed in this amendment. As I said when we debated this issue previously, we could take those dual standards a step further and observe that not a single Conservative member would have been elected to this chamber if the same threshold in the UK Act proposed in this amendment had applied to their election. And yes, the same would have applied to all other members, as well as councillor colleagues who were elected back in May. And before June's general election, there were only 25 Tory MPs who would have made it into Westminster on that threshold. Now, I'll confess to the fact that I haven't checked to see whether that analysis in the general election on the 8th of June, but I'm hazarding a guess it won't have improved much since then. The hypocrisy in this amendment, therefore, is quite breathtaking. I commented earlier that most trade union organisers would consider it a failure if they had to resort to an industrial action ballot. But let's go on to explore what happens with such ballots if a trade union does go down that route. All unions have vigorous procedures for approving any action arising from an industrial action ballot. They have to provide an inordinate amount of information to the employer about every member to be balloted, and once they get a result, this requires a detailed analysis of the numbers of members have voted alongside the majorities for or against. Every member gets the opportunity to participate in that ballot. It is their democratic right to choose to be part of that ballot or not, as is their wish. A factor on turnout is always that one of the difficulties is of the antiquated restrictions on methods imposed by previous Tory governments in terms of how trade unions can ballot their members. But no trade union would ever embark on a programme of industrial action without the confidence that they are able to deliver it. What in fact normally happens under such circumstances is that a yes vote for industrial action focuses the minds of all sides in any dispute on an agreed outcome, which of course should be the aim of any negotiations. What an arbitrary and potentially unachievable threshold would do is lessen the incentive for one of the parties from reaching a negotiated settlement, which anyone with even a basic understanding would recognise as being counterproductive to healthy and constructive industrial relations. Of course, I am a lifelong and committed trade unionist, so perhaps people will say, well, Dawn Bowden would say that, wouldn't she? Well, OK, Llywydd, members don't need to just take my word for it. The UK Government's Regulatory Policy Committee deemed that these plans were not fit for purpose. The Chartered Institute for Professional Development called the UK Government's proposals under its Trade Union Act an outdated response. It went on to conclude that governments and employers building a better dialogue with their workforces was a better approach than draconian legislation imposing ballot thresholds. Peter Cheese, Chief Executive of the CIPD, said it's time to start talking about prevention rather than cure when it comes to strike action and the public sector's workforce challenges in particular. Taxpayers' best interests are served by an efficient, engaged and productive public sector workforce. We need to see more consultation and ongoing dialogue and engagement with the workforce rather than the introduction of mechanisms that reflect the industrial relations challenges of the 1980s. To jump straight to legislation, strike activity without considering this appears to be a significant step back. Of course, we already recognise that here in Wales, we have avoided disputes, despite what Janet Finch-Saunders has said. We have avoided disputes in the public sector here through the working of social partnership in bodies like the Council for Economic Renewal, Workforce Partnership Council and the Wales Social Partners units. Why is it then that the Tories are unable to grasp what everyone else can? The need for a constructive and equal partnership framework for the conduct of industrial relations in our devolved public services? Are they just so blinded by an anti-trade union prejudice that they will not listen to what all industrial relations professionals are telling them? Well, Llywydd, I know where I stand on this issue and I'll be voting against these amendments.
Galw ar ysgrifennydd y Cabinet dros gallid a Llywodraeth leol.
Diolch yn fawr, Llywydd. Well, in introducing this group of amendments, we heard the authentic voice of the Welsh Conservative Party. On the one hand, trade unions needing to be held down and tied up in complex rules and high thresholds to make sure that they do not wreak havoc in the lives of hard-working taxpayers. And it's exactly that sort of distinction, that setting of one group against another, that we are determined to resist in this bill. Here in Wales, we have developed a social partnership model in which we recognise that the interests of trade unionists are identical with the interests of those people who rely on public services. And that's why we reject this sort of amendment. Mike Hedges said that it was ironic that someone who themselves arrived in this place on a ballot that would certainly not have met the test set out in this amendment. It was ironic that it should be put forward in that way. I think it's a bit worse than that, Mike. I think it's deeply distasteful to hear people make an appeal to democracy and setting up standards that they themselves could not possibly aspire to meet. And that's true of many people in this room. It absolutely is. If the rules that this amendment sets out applied to you, you would not be a member of this National Assembly. So where's democracy in that, I wonder? That's why we need to reject this group of amendments. And we need to reject it as well because of the conclusion that the committee came to. But actually, when you introduce a spirit of confrontation into industrial relations, when you pit one side against another, then what you do is you make the risk that things will end up in industrial action rather than being resolved around the table. You make that risk more, not less. Here's what the committee said. We heard about the very real danger that the additional threshold would lead to heightened industrial tensions and have the effect of increasing the likelihood and duration of industrial action. That's what these amendments would do. Far from protecting the public, they would increase the risk that we would be unable to conduct industrial relations in the successful way that we have achieved here in Wales. And as with the other groups so far, these amendments deserve to be defeated.
Thank you. And I would just like to say to the Cabinet Secretary, if your social partnership has been so successful, why does Wales have the lowest pay, employment and prosperity levels in the whole of Britain? In its briefing for the original UK Government bill, the House of Commons Library found that in 2015 Wales had the fourth highest amount of working days lost out of the UK region, 6 per 1,000 employees. And as I stated earlier, estimations from the Department for Business, Energy, Innovation and Skills indicate that the current UK Government Act provisions will save over 1.5 million working hours per year, boosting the UK economy by £100 million. And it just baffles me why you would not want to see that success. The CBI has also noted that the introduction of strike ballot thresholds does not contradict any UK ratified ILO conventions or undermine any EU rights. This is about ensuring the employee voice is democratically heard in industrial disputes. Too often, we see strikes go ahead on very low turnouts or with the support of a small proportion of the workforce. In 2014, thousands of schools were closed following a ballot that achieved a turnout of 27%. And in relation to political elections, voting to take part in strike action and voting in a general election or assembly election are completely different. Everyone can vote for their MP or AM. While strikes affect everyone, but the majority of those members of the public affected by strikes have no opportunity or no say to vote on whether the strike should take place. It is only fair that strikes should happen on a decent turnout. Now, interestingly enough, the turnout at this year's snap election was 68.7%, well above the thresholds that we are suggesting here. Llywydd, I don't expect to see support from across the chamber, given the exceptional amount of funding provided to certain parties by trade unions. However, I would hope to see members rise above their own interests and such matters to vote in favour of fair and democratic strike action, which we believe is in the interest of all involved.
Cwestiwn yw o ddylid derbyn gwelliant 3. A oes unrhyw wrthwynebiad? Symud felly bleidlais electronig agor y bleidlais. Cau'r bleidlais. O blaid 12, neb yn ymatal, 43 yn erbyn, felly gwrthodwyd gwelliant 3. Gwelliant 4. Janet Finch-Saunders.
I withdraw.
Gwelliant 5. Gwelliant 5.
I withdraw.
Okay. Calm down. Right. Felly, y grŵp nesaf o welliannau yw y grŵp 4. Y grŵp yma'n ymwneud â gwaharddiad ar ddefnyddio gweithwyr dros dro i gymryd lle staff yn ystod gweithredu diwydiannol. Gwelliant 6 yw'r prif welliant yn y grŵp yma, a dwi'n galw ar Janet Finch-Saunders i gynnig y prif welliant ac i siarad am y gwelliant yma ac am y gwelliannau eraill yn y grŵp. Janet Finch-Saunders.
Thank you. I move Amendment 6. This amendment seeks to allow employers the freedom to employ agency workers to cover strike action. I've already discussed the significant impacts on daily life to many members of the public that strikes can cause, having to take a day off work to look after children if a school is closed, for example. Further to Amendment 3, clearly we do only want to see strikes occurring as a result of clear democratic decisions, and we want to tackle the disproportionate impact that any strike could have. The UK Government intends to remove Regulation 7 from the conduct regulations to ensure that while strike action remains a viable and an effective option in such situations as it gains the appropriate support, it will not have a negative impact on the economy and day-to-day lives of our hard-working members of the public. This amendment seeks to give the recruitment sector the opportunity to help public organisations and employers to limit the impact to the wider economy and society of strike action by ensuring that services can continue to operate to some extent. I move.
Dawn Bowden.
So once again, we're faced with an amendment proposed which is about as predictable as it is ill-conceived, much like the previous 3 amendments. As I said before, Llywydd, no trade union or its members lightly or enthusiastically embrace the need to take industrial action. But what you can be equally certain of is that if no trade union official or member wants any dispute, to drag on unnecessarily, and nor, of course, does any employer want that. Llywydd, for trade unions, strike action, as I've said, is always the last resort, is a mechanism which more often than not will bring home to an employer that they are faced with a very real issue that they need to work with the trade unions to address. A protracted dispute will, of course, adversely affect an employer's business, but it's equally in the interest of the trade unions to address the issue in dispute as speedily as possible. It is neither in the interest of the union or its members to have members facing the financial hardship which inevitably arises through loss of earnings whilst on strike. It is this mutual and equal interest which drives both parties to move towards settlement as soon as possible. Where this balance is distorted, as would be the case if this amendment were to be passed, the incentive for an early resolution of the dispute would be removed, i.e. the dispute is not impacting on the employer, so the employer is less likely to engage constructively with the union to find a resolution to the dispute, which then turns into a protracted war of attrition. What every employment relations professional understands, and what the Tories evidently don't, is that in almost every case there ultimately has to be a settlement of the dispute, and a key component of any settlement must always be how the parties intend working together in the future. This, of course, becomes much more of a challenge where a dispute has been a protracted one, as would inevitably be the consequence of the use of agency workers to strike break. So from a basic industrial relations perspective, the amendment is just crazy. But there are further reasons which I should be opposing it today. The World Employment Federation has recommended that agency workers should not be used to replace striking workers. And in the UK, the Recruitment and Employment Confederation, which represents agency employers, said in respect of the UK government's proposals in this area, we are not convinced that putting agencies and temporary workers into the middle of a difficult industrial relations situation is a good idea for agencies, workers or their clients. Finally, there are real concerns that putting inexperienced agency workers in far greater numbers into roles usually performed by a well-trained, experienced and professional workforce could seriously compromise both health and safety and standards of service. So for the final time today, Llywydd, I will observe that we have a Tory party driven by anti-trade union prejudice, proposing legislation which flies in the face of opinion of professionals in the employment relations field, and therefore I shall be voting against these amendments along with the others submitted in the name of Janet Finch-Saunders.
Sian Gwenllian.
Diolch. Gair cyffredinol cyn manylu ar grŵp 4. Mae Plaid Cymru yn cefnogi'r bil yma gyflwynwyd gan Llafur, ond da ni yn dymuno nodi na wnaeth Llywodraethau Blair na Brown gymryd y cyfle i ddileu nifer o fesura Thatcher. Mesura sy'n parhau i danseilio hawliau gweithwyr hyd heddiw. Mae'n bwysig cofio hynna, dwi'n meddwl. Symud at grŵp 4, mi fydd Plaid Cymru yn pleidleisio yn erbyn y gwelliannau yma sydd wedi cael eu cyflwyno yn enw Janet Finch-Saunders. O'n i yn falch o gefnogi gwelliant gan y Llywodraeth yn ystod cyfnod 2 y bil yma, oedd yn sicrhau y bydda gwaharddiad ar ddefnyddio gweithwyr dros dro i gymryd lle staff yn ystod gweithredu diwydiannol. Yn aml, fydd gweithwyr asiantaeth ddim yn gyfarwydd ar gweithdrefna a ddefnyddir mewn gweithleoedd, sydd felly'n codi pryderon ynghylch diogelwch ac ansawdd y gwasanaeth sy'n cael ei ddarparu i'r cyhoedd. Mi all defnyddio gweithwyr asiantaeth gymryd lle gweithwyr ar streic, niweidio'r berthynas rhwng y streicwyr a'r cyflogwyr a rhwng y streicwyr a'r gweithwyr asiantaeth hefyd. Mae cynigion Llywodraeth y Deyrnas Unedig wedi denu berniadaeth gref o fewn y sector asiantaethau ei hun, fel y glywson ni gan Dawn Bounder, efo'r pennaeth polisi cyngrau recriwtio a chyflogaeth yn amheus iawn o osod gweithwyr asiantaeth a gweithwyr dros dro yng nghanol sefyllfaoedd diwydiannol anodd ac yn cynghori yn wir nad oedd hynny ddim yn fanteisiol i aelodau i gyngrau roi hun. Un ddadlen unig di honno drws wrthod y gwelliannau yma.
Joyce Watson.
Diolch, Llywyd. And I want to use some quotes here from the Association of Teachers and Lecturers Union. And I want to use that particularly because they're not party affiliated, so that the obvious can't come back from the other side. And they actually do state that in their evidence that the use of agency workers in public sector comes at an extremely high risk, and that it undermines the right of hard-working, tax-paying workers to exercise their right to withdraw their labour after fulfilling all the obligations that are already in place. And I think that that is something that really hasn't been spelt out here today. It almost seems that the Conservatives are trying to give the impression that people can just go on strike, and that people do just go on strike. They seem to also have forgotten a point that was made just now by my colleague Dawn Bowden, that strike action costs those people who are employed within those industries, that they are losing their wages, and that people don't want to come to the table withdrawing their labour, which they have every right to do, having gone through due procedure, just simply on a whim. It's also worth noting that the majority of people who do deliver excellent services in the workplace, that is the public sector, are women. And it is women who will be disproportionately affected by the changes that are proposed by this trade union bill. It's also worth noting that the government's own regulating policy committee deemed the measures not fit for purpose, and that no full impact assessment of the trade union bill had been made. I think it's worth noting those things. And I would ask the Cabinet Secretary, because there has been some confusion on the understanding of the word agency workers, to clarify for the record that we're not talking about not allowing existing agency workers who already are used within the public sector, mostly, it has to be said, within the health sector, from coming into work like they would have under normal circumstances. But we are talking about here agency workers who were brought in for the specific purpose of breaking a strike.
Galwaf ar ysgrifennydd y Cabinet dros gyllid y Llywodraeth leol.
Diolch, Llywydd. I was very grateful to the Chair of the Equality, Local Government and Communities Committee for allowing the committee during its Stage 1 evidence taking to take views from contributors on the consultation that the government had carried out at that time on the use of agency workers, and for the very clear support that the committee gave in their Stage 1 report for an amendment to be brought forward at Stage 2 to make it clear that here in Wales, the circumstances which appertain today in which it is not possible to use agency workers to break strike action, that would continue to be the position here in Wales. Let me, for the record, clear up the point that Joyce Watson raised. The provisions of this bill will not affect arrangements such as nurse bank arrangements, where nurses and healthcare support workers provide temporary cover as a result of staff absences, shortages or short-term unfilled vacancies. Those people are not agency workers and they would not be affected by this provision. Let me be clear as well, Llywydd, that I do not agree with the proposition that the mover of this amendment put to the Assembly in opening this group of amendments. I believe that what I heard Janet Finch-Saunders to say was that by passing this group of amendments, the Assembly would be offering freedom to employers to utilise agency workers during strike action. Now, let me be clear that were these amendments to be passed, it would remove Section 2, a key part of the bill. It would fly in the face of the consultation that was carried out. It would overturn the clear view of the committee at Stage 2, but it would not allow Welsh authorities to use agency workers to cover industrial action. And that is because, while the UK government consulted on removing Regulation 7 of the Conduct of Employment Businesses and Employment Agency Regulations, they have not acted on that consultation. So I do think it's very important for the mover to clear up this matter for the benefit of the Assembly this afternoon. If these amendments were passed, the state of the law would remain as it has been for a number of decades, because Regulation 7 still remains in place. So the effect of passing these amendments would not be, I believe, to provide freedom to employers to use agency workers in the case of strike action here in Wales. The status quo would prevail. The status quo, which has been sufficient for successive Conservative governments at Westminster, and the status quo which our consultation here in Wales showed that trade unions and employers were keen to see preserved.
Ag I ymateb i'r ddadl, Janet Finch-Saunders.
Thank you. And of course it remains that there are sectors in which industrial action has a wider impact on members of the public that is disproportionate and unfair. Strikes can prevent people from getting to work and earning their own living, and prevent businesses from managing their workforces effectively. For instance, strikes in important public services, such as education, will mean some parents of school-aged children will need to look after their children rather than go to work, because some schools would simply not be able to fulfil their duty of care for their pupils during the strike. This would also have a negative impact on some employers of the parents affected, whose workforce and productivity would be affected. Similarly, if postal workers were to strike, individuals and employers reliant on postal services would be placed at a disadvantage due to the resulting large backlog of deliveries. This bill, unamended, will deny the recruitment sector the opportunity to help employers limit the impact of the wider economy and society of strike action by ensuring that businesses can continue to operate to some extent. The UK Government has consulted a wide range of stakeholders, including employment agencies, employment businesses, employers, labour providers, trade bodies, employees, individuals who use the recruitment sector to find work, and the public, all of whom are affected by industrial action. This feedback is currently being analysed and will be considered in the context of wider industrial relations legislation and interest. A modern dynamic workforce A modern dynamic workforce needs flexibility to drive economic change. The UK Act is mindful of this. The Welsh version shifts focus away from value for money and back into the trade unions.
Cwestiwn yw o ddylid derbyn gwelliant 6. A oes unrhyw wrthwynebiad? Symudwn i bleidlais electronig. Agor y bleidlais. Cau'r bleidlais. O blaid 12, neb yn ymatal, 42 yn erbyn, ac felly gwrthodwyd gwelliant 6. Gwelliant 7, Janet Finch-Saunders.
Not moved.
Y grŵp nesaf, yr grŵp ola o welliannau yw'r rhai sy'n ymwneud â dod i rym. Gwelliant 8 yw'r prif welliant a'r unig welliant yn y grŵp. A rwy'n galw'r Janet Finch-Saunders i gynnig y gwelliant ag i siarad amdano.
Diolch, Llywydd. I move Amendment 8. Our final amendment seeks to ensure that a full analysis of the true impact of this bill will be undertaken before it is brought into effect. In essence, by undertaking an assessment of the impact of the UK Government's Trade Union Act, the Welsh Government and the National Assembly for Wales will be able to make a more informed judgment on the impact that this bill would have, rather than bringing it forward with no in-depth analysis just for the sake of pushing through legislation. The Welsh Conservatives are in favour of legislative review in other areas, notably recently in the Land Transactions Tax and Anti-Avoidance of Devolved Taxes Wales Act and the Landfills Disposal Wales Bill. In this instance, many provisions of the Trade Union Act 2016 only came into force in March 2017, and therefore it is important that the National Assembly for Wales is provided equally with the chance of assessment before its own legislation is taken forward. Thank you.
Sian Gwenllian.
Mi fydd Plaid Cymru yn pleidleisio yn erbyn gwelliant 8 yn grŵp 5 sydd wedi cael ei gyflwyno gan Janet Finch-Saunders oherwydd mae o'n cyfyngu'r Llywodraeth rhag cychwyn y bil tan i asesiad effaith gael ei gyflawni a'i adrodd yn ôl i'r cynulliad. Ymgais gwbl amlwg di hwn gan y cydwadwyr i rwystro'r bil rhag pasio cyn y bydd Deddf Cymru yn weithredol. O dan y model pwera sydd gennym ni ar hyn o bryd, mae hawl gan y cynulliad i basio'r bil sydd gebron y cynulliad heddiw. Ond pan fydd Deddf Cymru'n weithredol, mi fydd y model pwera newydd yn golygu na fydd gan y cynulliad hwn y pwera i wneud hynny, oherwydd y bydd cysylltiadau diwydiannol yn fater sydd dan reolaeth San Steffan. Pan bleidleisiodd Plaid Cymru yn erbyn Bil Cymru mis Ionawr y flwyddyn yma, fe wnaethon ni oherwydd ein bod ni o'r farn y bysa'r ddeddf honno yn dwyn grym o'r cynulliad. Yn anffodus, mae'r ffaith yn bod ni'n gorfod pasio'r bil ein deba llafur cyn i'r ddeddf honno ddod yn weithredol yn profi ei bod yn iawn, ein bod ni'n iawn yn hynny o beth. Felly mi fydd Plaid Cymru yn pleidleisio yn erbyn y gwelliant yma heddiw yma, ac mi fyddwn ni'n pleidleisio ac yn gwrthwynebu unrhyw ymgais yn y dyfodol gan y cydwadwyr yn San Steffan i ddwyn rhagor o bwera oddi wrth ein Senedd Genedlaethol ni.
Galwaf ar ysgrifennydd y Cabinet dros gyllid y Llywodraeth leol.
So, Llywydd, the move of the amendment says that there's been no in-depth analysis that lies behind this bill. Let me just remind members here of the whole debate that took place in the last Assembly, the efforts that the First Minister made to persuade UK ministers not to press ahead by trespassing into devolved responsibilities, the LCM that was passed here on the floor of this Assembly seeking to deny the UK government the power to act in areas for which they have no responsibility. Let me remind members here of the manifesto commitments of more than one party here in this Assembly, both at the National Assembly elections a year ago and at the recent general election. We've heard the usual Tory attempt this afternoon, Llywydd, to imply that somehow the motivation behind this bill is simply the relationship between my party and the trade union movement, a relationship of which we are immensely proud. But what actually lies behind the bill is the manifesto commitments that we stood on, that were endorsed by people here in Wales, that are shared by more than one party in this Assembly, and which give us the democratic mandate and the authority to put this bill before the National Assembly. What about the evidence from the public consultation on agency workers? What about the consistent evidence provided to the committee during its Stage 1 consideration? What about the information set out in the explanatory memorandum and the regulatory impact assessment provided and revised ahead of this Stage 3 debate? And more than all of that, Llywydd, what about the evidence of how industrial relations have been successfully conducted here in Wales? It takes a lot of gall to be a Conservative member of this Assembly when you are prepared to argue, that the record of industrial relations here in Wales, no firefighters on strike, no teachers on strike, no nurses on strike, no doctors on strike, no physiotherapists on strike, no occupational therapists on strike, all those things that their party have succeeded, all those people their party have succeeded in driving into industrial action in England, and our record here in Wales provides every bit of evidence that any reasonable person would need to show that the approach we have taken here in Wales not only is the right one, but it is the successful one as well. So I have tried during this afternoon to respond to the substance of the amendments put in front of the Assembly in previous groups. But let me say for this group, it is simply an attempt to wreck the bill. It's simply an attempt by the back door to make sure that the things that have been argued for on this side by others in the Assembly, consistently supported during the passage of this bill, that at the last minute there will be an attempt to overturn all of that by a device which is transparent to anybody who cares to look at it. It's a final attempt to try and make sure that we are unable to carry on doing things here in Wales in the way that this Assembly has endorsed. The trade unionists and employers have come in front of the Assembly to tell us has been one of the successes of the devolution era. Let's defeat this amendment as well and get this bill onto the statute book.
Galwaf ar Janet Finch-Saunders I ymateb i'r ddadl.
Diolch, Llywydd. Many of the answers, of course, from the Cabinet Secretary and those giving evidence at stages 1 and 2 of this bill were simply not sufficiently evidence-based enough for us to make an independent assessment of the impact of this bill. For example, going back to Amendment 1, we were told continually that the cost for check-off was minimal, without anyone being able to provide an actual figure. Yet we know from the Cabinet Office analysis that it costs a net £9.7 million annually across the UK, which equates to around £500,000 here in Wales. Further, the explanatory memorandum brought forward by the Welsh Government. So there is definitely scope for further analysis in relation to the costings and impact of this bill and the UK Act. Review and scrutiny is essential to making good legislation, both in analysing that which is already in practice and in better informing that which we are looking to make. Given the rush to push through this particular bill, I do think we need to pause and consider the long-term impacts here, and an assessment of the UK Act is essential to this. Further, this will allow for complete clarity in terms of legislative competence, something which I and my colleagues on these benches feel we do not yet have. It is fair to say there has been some ambiguity in this area. As the UK bill made its way through the Westminster Parliament, the Welsh Government contested that some of its provisions should not extend to devolved public services and vowed to bring forward its own legislation to disapply those provisions in Wales at the earliest opportunity, as if that is the main priority for this Welsh Government when you consider the state of our health service, the poor standards in our education, which is where we are now. The UK Government has continued to argue that trade union law is non-devolved, and so it is highly likely that a third piece of Welsh legislation is going to end up in the Supreme Court via a UK Government referral. This represents an expensive waste of taxpayers' money for legislation which is unnecessary, regressive and represents little more than a Welsh Government vanity project. What a shame to see thousands of pounds of taxpayers' money used on a court case over competence, just to realise how incompetent the Welsh Labour Government is, because we were in such a rush to pass this bill. Llywydd, the UK Government's Trade Union Act demonstrates how the forward-thinking nature of the rest of the UK. In this context, Wales simply cannot be seen as going backwards. And I can tell you now, it doesn't take gold to be a Welsh Conservative. It takes honesty, courage, conviction, principle and morals. I am extremely proud to be a Welsh Conservative, and I'm extremely proud to challenge and scrutinise this legislation, and I would do so anytime, any place and again. Thank you.
Y cwestiwn yw, a ddylid derbyn gwelliant 8? A oes unrhyw wrthwynebiad? Symudwn i bleidlais electronig. Agor y bleidlais. Cau'r bleidlais. O blaid 12, neb yn ymatal, 42 yn erbyn, ac felly gwrthodwyd gwelliant 8. Rydym felly wedi dod i ddiwedd ystyriaeth cyfnod 3 o fil yr undebau llafur, a dwi'n datgan y bernir pob adran o'r bil a phob atodlen wedi ei derbyn, a daw hynny ar thrafodion cyfnod 3 ben a thrafodion y dydd i ben.